You weirdos out there in the Get Fresh crew, welcome to the Weird Science DC Comics podcast. This is episode 582, and it is indeed a Fartacular. We're going full out Fartacular extravaganza because, of course, the biggest book that has ever been created, the Harley Quinn Fartacular, Spectacular, whatever the heck it is, it came out this week. Oh my goodness, and we will be covering it because we're getting towards the point of back in days of yore when we would end up covering everything. And I don't mean your forager, if you know what I mean right there, but we have a huge show. We have a ton of guests as we have been having for the past bunch of weeks. That's continuing and some pretty cool books. But before we get into this week's books news, retro thing, everything all rolled up into one, let me just ask you if you enjoy what you hear and think that we put in a bit of a effort. Maybe you can go and support us over on our Patreon, patreon.com/weirdscience. But don't act yet. You don't just get to just support us just blindly. You also get a ton of shows done by me and pretty much everybody that you're going to hear tonight, and even more people than that. We have a lot of reading clubs. We have a lot of specific podcasts that, tend to deal with the comic book realm, even the manga stuff, and even stuff even beyond that occasionally. But we have a ton of comic book shows. I think they're all the bee's knees. I think unlike the Harley Quinn Fartacular, they don't stink, is what I say. But go over to patreon.com/weirdscience and check those out. You can even get a 7-day free trial to check things out before you actually do put any money down. So yeah, go check it out. That would be awesome. But I'm going to get right to this. First off, because we have a ton of stuff coming your way. And I did get a lot of people comment last week was one of the longest podcasts we've had in like 4 or 5 years. People seem to like it. Whenever I hear that, things go really wacky and we end up with 13-hour podcasts. I don't think we're going to get to that. But if you do include stuff like the Absolute Show and also our weekly Spotlight, we did get close to 9 hours last week. So it was what would have been back in the day a really, really long show, as Ed Sullivan never, ever did say. But as I just mentioned, though, I should mention we have a Absolute Power show every Friday when there's Absolute books out. And there should be just about every week now. Me and Gray talk about the Absolute books on our Absolute DC podcast that is live streamed on YouTube at 7:15 p.m. every Friday. And we had a good time last night. We ended up talking, last night as I'm recording, we ended up talking about the new Absolute Martian Manhunter and also issue 6, I believe, of the Absolute Wonder Woman. I really like that art in Wonder Woman. And I didn't really dig the Martian Manhunter, but that's what, everybody has their own opinion. A lot of people are loving it. I'll talk about it in a little bit because there's a bit of the news about that, and I'll describe some stuff and maybe ask some questions of all of you. But yeah, we have a big show, and one of the big things that I did say, we have a weekly Spotlight, 2 books picked by the badasses of the Get Fresh crew, and this week they picked 2 hits, Metamorpho number 4 and Power Girl number 19. I talked Metamorpho number 4 with my man Jason, and then Power Girl number 19, old Drunk Simon. Okay, man, Drunk Simon, he should probably get combat pay this week. He ended up talking Power Girl for the Spotlight, and he's the one who talked to Fartacular with me that we will have at the very end of the show. And people will probably be amazed when they look at the timestamps how long me and Simon actually talked about the Fartacular special. But those 2 books picked by the badasses, as we always say each and every week. And with that, I'm going to also do what we do each and every week. Give them a little bit of shout out. Give them their roll call. See, everything's going somewhat smooth. Not exactly the smoothest that it's ever been. But, I don't have somebody chirping in my ear about messing up all the time, right? That's the thing. Here are the badasses: Sean M., Joe, Edward Hawa, Andrew Belfast, don't mention it, D-Man 3001, David Fink, Jack Halsey, Brandon, Nick Rush, Trevitt, Tom Johnson, Dan Smith, JLG, Big Z, The Mark Claire Show, The Annihilator, Ted Probst, I Love Punchline, Stork, Michael S., Matt Razor, he's a doctor, Niels Tior, Stephen Baum, Jason Colby, Sue42 to you and me, Mike G, Ken Halleck, who just sent me a gift, and thank you so much, Ken, and it's awesome. Kung Fu Rocky, Mark Jager, Ruben, Carlos, Two of Marv, Luke Hollywood, probably sleeping and or drunk, Simon, Luis, Manship, Swanee, Josh Million, Batman Beyond Mark, V. Muir, Brandon, he's up in Canada, Buffalo, Canada, and Double A Round doxing his ass in Minnesota. Shout out to all-time greats Reginald Drinkwater, also Rob Lewis, and then pour one out for our man Eric. But that is it for the intro. Boom! That was smooth as a baby's bottom, I think. A baby's bottom farting. I will tell you, I was going to go full in Fartacular this week, including actually quizzing all of the guest hosts on farts, things like that. I didn't go that far. I really wanted to. I forgot is what happened. I started doing some recordings because I end up recording this podcast now. What was usually about a 3 to 4 hours on a Saturday afternoon now becomes a 5-day affair, of craziness and rescheduling and scheduling and doing things at midnight and then doing other things at 7 a.m. And it's just crazy. So I ended up where I first started recording, forgot what I was going to do, and then I couldn't actually go back and change it up. But we have a bunch of things, a bunch of guests, as I said, and some pretty big books. We have Hush 2 starting. We obviously have the Harley Quinn Fartacular, but we also have Tom King ending as Sovereign story and a bunch of other things as well. So we're going to get to that right about now. And I should say, we're actually going to go off now first to the news, because that's what we do now.
The news.
And here is the news, starting with, and actually both of these things are Absolute-based stories. The first one is Absolute Martian Manhunter Extended, they say. Oh my, Absolute Martian Manhunter #1 by Dennis Camp and Javier Rodriguez has jumped from the solicited miniseries length of 6 issues to an ongoing series, kind of. It says, that it's going to be extended to at least 12. So it's at least a maxi. One of the things that is odd of kind of crowing about this, I saw Dennis Camp and even Scott Snyder, all that. It's odd to actually start it with a 6-issue mini anyway. The Absolute stuff's pretty hot. All the other things seem to be ongoing and should be. So this is kind of like, hey, maybe we should have done that anyway. And it says because of the, immense reaction and things like that, the incredible reception. Seriously, this actually was like released on the day the issue came out. Now, I know that's going by sales for #1 and the critical response probably, but also the sales of #2, because that is going on. And this issue, we have a lot of #2s, but you end up where all that, it just seems like something like it should have probably been ongoing anyway. So I don't know. And here's what I was saying, kind of alluding to earlier about that. I would talk about one thing. If you say have this and we get to like issue 8, and then all of a sudden Javier Rodriguez is off for like 2-3 issues, whatever, the book falls apart. Without Javier Rodriguez's art, that first issue, I don't think anybody's talking about. It's all the art. It was all art. There's barely a story. You could go and hear me talk about it on the Absolute Deal that we have on YouTube and also on the regular feed. But the idea that Javier Rodriguez's art, in my mind, is 90% of that issue, he better be on every damn issue or there's going to be problems. Now, this is why when I talked about it on our podcast, I'm not a real art guy and I don't really love that art style. So it just ends up being yet another thing we can file in the old filing cabinet under isn't really for Jim. But I hope that it gets better. I hope for me, at least. I know that some people, I love the idea. Most of the reviews, which were all 10s until Gabe came into town. There's another score by my man Kevin, I think from like Comic Book Revolution, that was not a 10. But it was like, it blew my mind. Nobody could tell you what it's about. It's a first issue. It's very ambiguous, up in the air. Yeah, it might wow you, but a 10? A perfect score for an issue that by the end you have no idea what's going on. Yeah. It's actually, here, breaking news. A lot of critics nowadays are idiots. That's my breaking news. Also shills. I will mention that as well. But there you go. And this continues then, because then it says, which means at least 12 issues of the new series. DC Comics tells retailers that, quote unquote, Absolute Martian Manhunter #2, now an ongoing series, due to the incredible reception so far. I like it. And then when you get to issue 5 and it's like, oh no, it's back to 6 due to the awful reception since. We'll see. We'll see how that develops. It better pick up for me. DC announces that Absolute Martian Manhunter, originally solicited for 6 issues, has now been extended to a 12-issue series, which is funny. Like, that's the deal. The headline is extended, but everybody goes, oh, it's ongoing now. It's ongoing. Yeah, ongoing until it ends in 12 issues. We'll see. Again, the Absolute stuff is hot. It's like Hansel. That shit is so hot that, yeah, everything should just be announced as a ongoing. Just do what Marvel does. Marvel will actually get a book that they know, number one, won't ever sell. They already know it's going to be 5 issues. And they're like, yeah, it's an ongoing. Until it isn't. And then all of a sudden it just disappears. A lot of times not even having a final solicit type deal. It's done. And then it just fades till when that same property gets a new number one with the same creative team 2 weeks later. That's what But yeah, I'm glad for Dennis Camp. Maybe he can get and afford some, shampoo and conditioner. And you can also have Javier Rodriguez. Seems like a good guy, right? So that's cool. And people who did like it and continue, I don't mind anybody jumping on any book. As long as they're reading comics, that's A-okay with me. Just, file in that filing cabinet so far. But I can always adjust it. I can always go and it's, filed under not really for Jim. And then suddenly I'm like, I'm going to refile this. Kind of not there for Jim. Maybe that'll be it. But we'll see. But the next item is still an absolute item. Breaking news. Graham Nolan hates the look of that Absolute Bane. He's not the only one. I saw a lot of people. I mean, Pinhead Bane is very odd. But it's weird for a guy to really go out and just start ripping another artist. I thought there was a brotherhood and sisterhood of artists, or artistes, as they say. But he says, Graham Nolan hates the look of Absolute Bane, but wants you to buy the issue to prove him wrong. That was Damage Control afterwards. And I'm sure that Scott Snyder, who gets a hold of everybody, including Gabe, was probably like hounding him. Probably ends up like, listen, I'll say something to you. Stop talking to me. Don't sick that Greg Capullo on me either. After seeing Bane's Absolute redesign for Absolute Batman #9, Graham Nolan, who is the co-creator of Bane, the designer, had this to say on X. And he says, as the designer / co-creator of Bane, we're just going to say name drop. That's not name dropping. That's just telling people your credentials, right? That he's got street cred. He's like, listen here, bitches. I'm the designer, co-creator of Bane. And says, this is a terrible abomination. That's it really. It's not even like, hey, I designed Bane and I'm not really down with this, but maybe I'll see how it is in the issue. Not just this one thing. He's like, this is an abomination. It's an affront to me and everybody. He then, when he was asked, oh, don't you like it? Is it the head? And he replied, we could start there. Usually I like to start with the head as well. But yeah, he says, when asked if there was room for other interpretations of the character, he replied, he's like, of course, many have and done excellent interpretations. This is not one of them. And then he got back to yelling at kids on the front lawn. They were cutting through. They were cutting through to go to the Dairy Queen. He didn't like that. He started yelling at him. Again, he has his opinion. He was the original designer, co-creator of Bane. But still, this is something different. It's Absolute. He may not like it, but I'll tell you one thing that you kind of go with is it's different. It's way. I mean, if the guy who designed him originally is like, I guess is an abomination. I don't know. Maybe you got something there. It looks ridiculous. He has a pinhead. I don't know how these hands that he has. big hands, they're going to call him. Holy moly. Graham Nolan then later ended up where people were, differing opinions. And I don't know if you've been on X, but, a lot of people argue there. So then people are like, hey, old man, you can go back to yelling at kids on the other one. And then other people are like, I'm with you. I'm standing hashtag Graham Nolan is right. And then everybody started fighting. So then eventually he replied after being asked. And also that original tweet, like 1.6 million times it was viewed. 1 million of them by Scott Snyder wringing his hands is what happened, right? So Graham Nolan replied after being asked countlessly for my opinion on this version of Bane. I think that you just kind of said it yourself. And then they were asking you things of it. So this is a little bit stepping back, but I gave an honest answer and broke X. No, you didn't. I hate when people say that. I hate that. At one point, I forget who it was. I think it might have been JMD Mateus or somebody said, if Keith Giffen got on X, he'd break it. It was Twitter then, but still, he would break it. I'm like, nah. No, it really breaks it as the shoddy infrastructure is what I believe happens. That's just me, though. But says he broke X. I've been called everything from a has-been, in quotes, to bitter, in quotes, to old. And then he says, okay, the last one may be accurate. He's telling jokes, don't we all? Relax. It's just my opinion, he said. But, you did point out that you are the designer co-creator. So you're not really saying, hey, I'm just some schmuck. You're really saying, I'm the one who has the most. I made this character. I designed it and co-created it. And this is awful. So it does carry more weight than you now saying, relax, it's just your opinion. You can say your opinion to the mirror in the bathroom. I can't because I don't have one. Because my kids are wrecking the house and redoing it, and I don't have anything. I barely have a toilet. So take that. Graham Nolan should be happy. It shouldn't affect how you feel about it. Again, he was saying this. Why was he saying it then? I know he's just expressing his opinion, but he was expressing it as the co-creator designer. He's telling everybody that it sucks. And now, because he got guff, also they probably, hey, if you calm down, we'll let you do like 3 variant covers. 1.6 million people viewed the post, and it seems that many had their own opinion. Really? Oh. If every one of you were buying comics instead of reacting to the opinion of one guy, this business would be in better shape. Well, he's right there. And really, there's more fans of just hating comics without buying them than there is people who buy them. So there you go. That's that's the rub of all of this. It's not a sexy rub. It's a bad rub. I'm now issuing you all a challenge. Ooh, I hope it has to do with like buckets of ice. Oh, no. He says you should buy the issue. That's not a challenge. Why get mad at me, he says, when you can get even with me? I don't think you get even with Graham Nolan by buying an issue. Somehow I think that he has all of a sudden they offered him 2%. And he's going, buy this book, he has in big, bold letters. Tell your friends and get multiple copies, as if any of my friends read comics. Oh, yeah. Most people, hey there, friendo. Buy the Bane issue with the Absolute Batman. Like, what'd you say? You're the bane of my existence? Yes, I know. Stop with your and go to HR. So, yeah, he wants you to buy the book. Prove me wrong with your wallets instead of your keyboards. I love the idea. What he's doing now is seemingly shaming people who just jumped into his conversation. Oh, there, keyboard jockeys. Show what it's like with your wallets. And how about you? How about you actually saying this, like, I'm going to buy 2,000 issues and donate the deal or whatever. I don't know that'd be something that maybe they want to have at like a children's hospital. I was going to say take to a hospital. But then again, children, they're having problems. They see a baby being booted, they laugh. I know they would. But says, and give the artist a huge royalty payday after I shit on them to 1.6 million people. Let's get this book to 1.6 million in sales. That'll show me. No, it won't. You already said what you said, and now you're just backing because probably the most harsh things that you probably were told, or probably got some guff from fellow artists or fellow creatives that said, it's real bullshit that you're shitting on another creator. You're an artist, yeah, you're a legend, all that, but why would you be shitting on somebody else's art? You can say that it's not your cup of tea. You could say that, hey, this is kind of a weird play, but it's a different universe. I'll have to see how it is. I hope it's whatever. But he called it a terrible abomination to somebody else who's a pretty damn good artist as well. It's just an interpretation. And unfortunately, that happens, right? That happens there, Graham. I don't really like the name Graham. It's probably because I don't like graham crackers. Thus why I do not like s'mores. One of my biggest problems. They're a mess, but I don't like graham crackers, especially honey graham crackers that you end up using usually for the s'mores. If I'm going to eat graham crackers, I'm going to eat them with the cinnamon on it. Doesn't really work well with s'mores, and that's why they're all bullshit. But yeah, there you go. Prove them wrong, people, by buying an issue that he said looked like a terrible abomination. So that is it. That is the news. That is the deal. Graham Nolan, kind of acting like a jerk, and Absolute Martian Manhunter extended to 12. So there are the news, people. So that's the news. We're going to go off. We have a ton of books. We're going to start off with me and my man, Dr. Matt, where we're going to talk about Hush 2. And I'll mention it then, but me and him on our Patreon have been going through Hush. We'll be finishing that. As I record, we'll be finishing it tomorrow. So the same week deal. And we've been the art's great, but the whole Hush story, and most people are now either realizing it or actually saying it now. The idea that Hush itself was kind of basic. You ended up going through a whole thing just wondering who's Hush? Who's Hush? That's really all it was about. So we'll see how this Hush 2 ends up. And we also end up talking about the Justice League Unlimited, which I actually think that this issue kind of pulls some things together and actually looks pretty cool going off to the crossover event with World's Finest. But we'll get to that right about now.
Everybody's talking about fart books when so much else is happening. Everyone with their dirty hooks. You know the hate is deafening. Maybe we need to hush and just work it out. Maybe we need to hush when we want to shout. Maybe we all can hush and see it through. Maybe if we just hush, everyone else will hush too. Hush too. Hush too.
And welcome back to the Fartacular. I'm here with my man, Matt. What up, Matt?
What up, Jim?
Aren't you glad to be part of the Fartacular celebration?
I am
this
actually.
Week?
Yes.
You're on record of saying you like the Harley Fartacular
I did.
issue. People have to wait to see what me and Simon thought of that at the very, very end. But while that is the biggest book of the week, the Fartacular, there are some other books that came out. And we're going to start with one that, I don't know, people might be a little bit into, maybe hyped up for as well, which is the Hush 2 story. In Batman, me and you on our Patreon are going through the original Hush. We're actually should be finishing this weekend as well. With the timing of it, we will see. But yeah, we're at the very end of it. And one of the things that we kept saying about it was the art looked great, but where the hell is Hush?
Mm-hmm.
We kept saying through the whole thing that we end up like, man, I thought there was going to be more Hush here. And it's basically just a setup of a story to just kind of reveal Tommy Elliott, Hush, boom, done. And so we'll see how this is, because in the first issue, it does feel a lot like Hush. It has the same kind of pacing, same idea of having a lot of guest stars kind of show up, whatnot. But we'll see, exactly what people think of it. And we'll see what we think of it in a minute. But the big play is I didn't hear a lot of people loving this week. A lot of people were talking about it. I don't know if they just kind of want to pish-posh it or that they expected more. But if you do like Hush and you expect more Hush, not the character, but the way it kind of is, it's Hush too. I mean, it's
exactly
like
set up like the first run was, for sure.
And maybe that might be something that people get annoyed with by the end.
And everything.
The pacing's it's the same deal. And
yep.
It almost feels like even the original, it almost felt at one point like, oh, this is just to get Jim Lee to draw a bunch of things. And I'll say, you said it to me before we started, Jim Lee's art isn't quite as what it was. Whether or not it's just the idea of, how much time has passed. You always wonder how quickly he does things. And it seems like this was announced, far enough back that he was working on it, but he's still maybe busy doing other things. I don't know. But the backgrounds, while they're there, which a lot of artists nowadays don't even include backgrounds, they're not as tight. They're not as sharp as the thing. But I mean, it looks good still.
Mm-hmm.
It's still Jim Lee, and we do like Jim Lee. But here are the credits. It is Batman number 158, written by Jeff Loeb, pencils by Jim Lee, inks by Scott Williams, Alex Sinclair on colors, Richard Starkings on letters, and you have Rob Levin on the editing and Jessica Burby on the associate editors, and also a James Reed on assistant editing. Yeah, we got a lot of editors. Maybe they were one of them was babysitting Jim Lee's kids. The other was getting, coffee for him and things. Here's the one thing though. When you get into this, did you have the same? One of the problems I have, this is current. This is the next Batman. But you automatically feel like this is a back in the day flashback story from 20 years ago or so.
Yeah, to me, it just felt like it just continued exactly from where we left off.
So when you start out and Batman's talking about things and even the idea of Damian and stuff, obviously it's now, but it feels like it's a retro story just because of what it is and because of Jim Lee and Jeff Loeb. So it kind of threw me a bit at the beginning. And when you end up starting and have the idea of, the Joker's back doing the Joker fish and things like that, I was like, okay, what's going on? But they're playing with the idea of why is he doing this and what's going on with it. But by the end, it seems like he's doing it to do it. I mean, he ends up saying the idea, if you first you don't succeed, he says, cry again. But the idea of doing this whole fish deal, it did feel like, okay, it's supposed to be a wow moment, like a wow opening, cold open. It's okay. Mm-hmm. But it just kind of sets up to see the fish again. And
I mean, the fish are goofy. It's cool. I didn't know they were piranha. I guess that's cool, I guess.
Yeah, so you have that. Now, you end up where Batman kind of goes in and he says, he's done the deal. They end up with the trash truck, the regular drivers, they've been shot and killed. And so he goes to stop these guys and they have their Joker masks on. The one guy looks like, once you go and do something, he did end up zapping it. It looked like, or it's set. So if you do remove it, it's almost like his thing and the guy starts burning. I was a little confused.
One of them has a white mask by face paint and the other one doesn't. It was a little confusing.
And it's weird though. I think that the one guy even has it, but it starts to melt on his face
when you take
because
the mask
it's removed, almost like what happens with the cowl with Batman. But even that was a little confusing to me as well, because when he does go, hey, what's going on here? Why are you doing this? He's punching everybody, and it leads him back to the truck, and the Joker's waiting for him, and then hits him with a crowbar. So everything's like the classic deal. And maybe the play is, the Joker doing everybody's reverting back in the day stuff because it's, I don't know. But
does Batman know that he got hit by the Joker? Because he was asking, does he know that was the actual Joker?
Yeah, I guess he would probably be smart enough to know because he does go and get his shoe and goes to look for him.
Oh,
so
yeah,
the
shoe. Yeah.
So he gets kicked into the bay. And
this
he
is
goes
weird
down,
part.
And then there's the fish. Now, Batman is at one point, it looks like he's trying to punch the fish. They're attacking him. But he ends up saying if somebody tries to remove the cow, it ends up either getting him with tear gas or a jolt of electricity. Okay, so then it looks like he takes it off himself, maybe.
I don't see any of that, though. It'd be cool if we had actually shown the fish pulling it off or him pulling it off. And the thing is, I thought
the one fish was put, but the problem is later he says that it ended up going off because it was damaged from the crowbar.
Yeah,
so that was what's weird. It didn't do what it was saying. And then I thought if he pulls it off, that wouldn't do it. It would be him pulling it off. Somehow there'd be a sense or whatever. But in the meantime, he says that it went off and somehow electrocuted me and the fish. Somehow you're in water. That's why it electrocuted you.
Batman would never allow that thing to go off if he's in water. That's just
and
nuts.
So it's shorting out. But why? Why use the narration of? I guess it was the idea. Hey, my cow will do this, but now it's damaged. But it ends up as if the fish pulled it off. One of these piranhas, you see the one going at it. It's grabbing at the ear. He's like, hey, all of a sudden these fish want to know who Batman is. But it was a weird progression to go with where I thought it'd be crazy where Batman would he's like, I'm going to get eaten. I mean, these fish
Either
are crazy, right?
Yeah,
so he's got to risk it. I got to hit this thing, this EMP kind of deal, and I'm going to electrify myself, but at least I have a fighting chance. But then he's just kind of floating, ends up near this dam. I mean, just goes, I don't know how he survives. And then you get Talia, who I love the idea that you want to show Talia swimming. Though she showed up in one of those helicopters, like an Apache helicopter, she could have just been dropped down right where he is. Mm-hmm. She's like, yeah, I think you might like to see me swimming from above.
Man, she's able to get her body really out of the water when she swims, too.
Yeah, seriously. She's going. And one of the things that we were joking about, and we talked about a lot with the idea of Hush and Jim Lee's art in it. Now, I'll say, well, first off, Batman's like the most muscular guy ever. And everybody in it's going to be, musculature, as they say.
Musculature.
But he likes to draw the sexy ladies, too. And so
zoom
when you have
in on
this,
that. Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. If you're going to do this butt shot of swimming, zoom in a little. We get it that he's going to bed, she's going to Batman, but seriously, it's Talia. But yeah, so then you go and see Joker kind of like, oh man, and has a line like shooting barrels at a fish. And I'm like, all right, you got it. And that's the thing. Jeff Loeb in this, he does the stuff he does enough that you're like, okay, that's kind of neat, but nothing really past that. It's very basic, but so was Hush. And we talked, and this is the thing later on in the podcast, me and Gray had been reading The Last Halloween, The Long Halloween, The Last Halloween, one of the worst titles ever. And Jeff Loeb. But that's the story, Long Halloween, that I think is the big to do. Like that one is like big. Hush is big enough, but you usually, again, me and you talked about it when we were reviewing it. The idea, you hear people talk about Hush, but then when you go to it and say, well, did you like it? And a lot of people then say, oh, I didn't really read it. Or when they say, it was okay. I've never seen a list that had Hush as the number one Batman story. It's up there. And usually when you mention it, it's the art. Right? It's crazy art.
It's just not memorable, but from a story-wise necessarily.
In this, like we said, the pacing's kind of the same.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
And with that, though, you get a cool character, this new character Whisper here that kind of looks like the Rock.
Silence.
Yeah, Silence. I keep going with all the deals.
And it's messed up, too, because I was thinking about we have Silencer, and now we have Silence.
I think I was thinking of that stupid Batman Off-World. And it wasn't stupid. I liked it, but that guy, that little guy whispering in Batman's ear. So you have Silence, and he looks like the Rock from, what was it? I always say
Moana.
I always say it wrong. I was going to say Mona. I say Whisper and then Mona. But yeah, he grabs the Joker, and then I didn't quite get what he did. Like he ends up where it looks like he hits like one of the, like a calm thing on his, I don't know what he does. And that ends up where you have this on your knees Joker. It's like suddenly he's being, it's like the Memorex commercial back in the day where you end up where all the things are hitting him and he's down on his knees because he's hurt. And then he just gets drug away. And then you get the boot of Hush, which is classic Hush.
Yeah, he just appears, like his ankle appears in the issue. That's it,
Yeah, that's classic. But it's obviously, it looks like he's working with Hush, but why is he like dragging him away and not referencing that his kind of boss maybe is behind him? I don't know. It's kind of weird deal. But again, it's just moments to moments to moments that they're pretty cool. It's just at the end, you do start very basic. You're going to start very basic. And when we get to it, the idea of the detective work is Batman after all these years just saying, oh, it's Hush. I wish he would say, man, it must be Shush. I think it's that new Shush. And go for that. That'd be hilarious. And it would be funny. I mean, I know that Joshua Williamson's Shush was a joke, right? Nobody really loved it. Maybe start out with murder. Shush gets murdered. Hush is pissed. I'm back all because of that. But you see that they do leave a shoe behind. And Batman even thinks then later that was placed there to lead him to where he goes. And obviously it must have been. But we go off to the clock tower and you end up getting Barbara and Dick Grayson. And the dialogue was a little bit odd. Just do the voodoo you do. It did not feel a lot like Nightwing to me. But it's okay. And the idea of going back and forth, hey, where was the last thing? Because it says Batman's everything's dead. We don't have anything on Batman. Number one's gone down. And they're like, what do you mean? Like, where was the last time he was? Where was the last location? Oh, Gotham City. I was like, really, Barbara? And then he's about to say it, and then she says, stop. But this is a big thing, and she uses the concussive method of trying to get things to work. She hits the side.
Yeah, I was going to ask you what she was doing there.
Yeah, she just hits the side of the computer. I do that, but Barbara, it's a weird play. But again, you have this deal of, well, we've got 9 Robins, 14 Batgirls, a Huntress who's like making fun of everything, but they can't reach out and find Batman. And then you even have her say, I think that we're jammed. Like, she should have started with, we're being jammed and we lost track of Batman. But everybody's being jammed. Another thing that I think Dick Grayson would have known right away, because he's connected in the system as well. But they're trying to figure out what that means, how they go. And then, I'm telling you, this is some of the things that happen in this, that I'm a dummy. I swear to God, I thought Batman was a robot. When they go and it's the cow and it's ripped apart. I thought that this was going to be a play that Batman had sent some freaking, animatron stupid robot, but it's Talia given that, and then it would be funny. Talia's given mouth to mouth to a robot, but it is.
Yeah, that would be funny. I mean, it does look different. This is the first time I remember seeing like those circuit boards or whatever inside his.
It makes sense.
Yeah.
And especially again with the EMP stuff and whatever. And he did get some damage, right?
Yeah, and also the chainmail or whatever underneath the suit, I guess. Normally they would just show skin. Like,
yeah, it's kind of a neat play, but I swear to God, I'm like, oh my God.
It's a robot.
It's an android. Mm-hmm. But it's Talia, and she's given a mouth-to-mouth. I hear you're not supposed to do that anymore, and pretty much saves him. And then says, hey, by the way, or he's like, you saved me. And she goes, but, and then shows her ass. That's the cue, because she does show her butt.
Oh my God, you're right.
Oh my goodness. They're right there. And some of these panels, you do get panels, you're like, yeah, that's classic Jim Lee. Like, look at that shot. Sure she gets all of the assets in the frame. And always has those like skin tight fulls. So I'm like, this is pretty sexy.
What the hell is that helicopter doing in the background? Like,
at one point, it looks like it's going down. It's like, this guy, he's new. But it's coming around to get her. When she goes up on the rope ladder, it's not as detailed, but that's that again, classic thing from Hush. She does it like 3 times. Like every time she shows up, she never climbs the ladder. She just grabs on halfway and flies away. But she does just barely, she saves him to make sure he's not dead, but then leaves.
Why was she even there? Was she just watching him, I guess?
She says she's there to visit Damien and says, I have a passing interest in Damien's father. I don't want you to die. What she's saying is, Damien's left already. I'm the single life now. I do not need that little kid hounding me all the time. So you can't die. He has to stay here. And that's that. But, yeah, she says it's kind of a cool little thing. And one of the things, though, if you do continue on, even in the Batman and Robin, I would actually love to find out that Talia has been visiting Damien like once a month, just stops in for like a half an hour to see how he is. And then Batman would be so angry that he didn't know that. Like the idea of, or shit, again, you have it in the Batman and Robin with that Bashar who seems to be dead in that. But the idea that if Talia does go visit Damien and Batman didn't know, Batman would immediately assume that Talia is trying to recruit him back, trying to get him back. And maybe you just show that, he busts in and they're just having a tea party or something. They're just hugging. They're just talking. Because I like that. I'd like to think that Talia is a little concerned. She's trying to make up for the fact that she actually pretty much ordered him to be murdered in the New 52. So she's still trying to get back on his good graces. But I do think that would be kind of a cool little deal. And you end up where, since she was tracking Batman, it seems, because he says, why were you tracking me? He says, where's the Joker? And she's gone. She just goes off. And so then you go to Hush. I mean, at least you get to see like a little bit of his face here. But boy, he is doing crazy stuff. And why is he doing it? He seems to be setting up. And again, Hush, in Hush, as a villain, all he was doing was messing with Batman. Mm-hmm. Tommy Elliott, who was mad, Bruce Wayne Batman, knew the whole deal and was just messing with him the whole time. So it feels like that. But the idea of this whole thing, because he is got that crazy, it looks like a Saw situation, the movie. The idea
exactly like that.
He's got this like clamping thing that as you twist this thing, and
that's cool. Yeah, you crank his mouth open,
and you could hear like if you go, you could hear that like click that you would get like tick, 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 as he's doing it, and it's just opening his jaw. Now, again, when you do see when Batman finds him, I thought there was going to be more of a thing that he was doing with this idea, maybe making the biggest smile ever, like he's really scared. Just looks like he's just messing with him.
I gotta say, I was very happy to see the Joker get tortured.
Oh yeah, and Joker,
you never see
actually, you look at that. This is one of the few times that you would see that he looks pretty scared.
He's concerned.
Yeah, he doesn't know what's going on. Like the idea of this is messed up. Usually people, do other things, but this is completely messed up. And he's trying to talk. He's trying to yell. We'll tell you that the Joker got a good set of teeth on him. I don't mind that, right?
I thought they were going to go more crooked and stuff.
Yeah, I was thinking that he'd have like molars that are out and stuff like that. I'm like, he's got more teeth than me. You end up where and again, it's just messing with Joker, and he's there, and you do realize then that he's on one of those crazy carnival wheels at the one point.
Spin him around and stuff.
Yeah, and he says, all these things. Hey, you said at one point, the big line is you said that this town isn't big enough for 2 homicidal maniacs. Well, I have news for you. I'm not a maniac. And Joker's actually like yelling at that point because Tommy's then throwing, scalpels at him and ends up saying, I got some arteries there. You're bleeding to death. You're going to die, but it's going to take a while. He goes a little bit. It's like, it might take minutes, hours, days, years,
a couple
months.
Days, yeah.
Like he keeps going on. I'm like, okay, get to it. And you have this whole deal. You do also hear that crack because he's really going in with that vice deal, that opposite. But then you get, who will mourn for you. And this is the thing about it is the big play. And what I thought all along is the idea that this is somehow connected with Alfred. It's somehow to do with Alfred. And when he does this with the Joker, it's like, oh, there's nobody who are going to mourn for you. You don't have family. You're going to end up, dying and nobody's going to care. And that kind of continues a little as we go with what seems to be happening when we see all of basically the people who Batman loved. Not that he loved Joker, but you can play the game that they always say that they have this weird love affair.
Yeah.
But when you see Gordon, Barbara, all these people who have been hurt because of Joker, but also because Batman wouldn't kill Joker. Now, again, this ties into if it is Alfred got killed by Bane. So we'd have to see if that's the play or if, in fact, you have like an outsider situation that this would be Alfred. I hope that's not the case. But I hope that, I hope and I've heard one of the big things to get to that new #1 Batman with Matt Fraction would be to bring back Alfred. That'd be a great way to end this, to go into a new #1 where everything is kind of like, all right, we got the whole gang back and see how it is. But we'll see.
But you can't tell from the eyes who it is?
Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah.
The baby blues or whatever those are.
We should go back and see what color eyes Tommy Elliott has. That might be like the biggest clue ever. But yeah, then we go back. Batman goes back to the cave. Again, he doesn't seem to realize that the communications are down, but I guess it's because the suit is all messed up. Also, the play is kind of a neat play where you have the suit hanging up and it kind of resembles the Joker hanging in the deal, even with the cowl being empty, you have almost like a big giant mouth that's kind of going, but he's looking in and talking about it. Hey, and then says the suit circuitry was compromised when the Joker struck me. It would explain why it both electrocuted me and the fish. No. The explanation is that it went off and you were in water. It wasn't the idea that the suit was like, I'm going to electrocute. It was because it was in water. That's why it went off. That's why you just say, that's why it went off. And unfortunately, I was in water.
You got to put a water sensor on it or something, Bruce. Come on.
Something like that. Or he got some rubber suit underneath. But he said,
those outlets you have in your bathroom that ground when you...
Yeah, that's nonsense.
So you don't get shocked?
That crap. You should see the outlet. Zach's replacing some of the outlets in these. And we have I can't remember even what they're called. These are outlets in this house.
Knob and tube?
Yes. We have a lot of knob and tube. I actually helped them. We had to get rid of all that. But the outlets were I swear to God, Nixon might have outlawed these things. These things are so old and pretty tough. When you go to replace outlets and when you go and you see black scorch marks on the outlet itself when you're going to replace it, you realize you should have replaced it before.
Oh, yeah.
It's bad. That's why I'm in this freaking studio. I got kicked out of the attic because it was so bad. But ends up where did Joker know exactly where to hit me? He hit you in the head. As you went. I don't know that it had to be really that precise to just conk you in the head and kick you in the water. I think that what Joker thought was, I knocked that bastard out and kicked him in the water. He's going to drown.
There's no way he would know this is going to short circuit.
He's going to drown in a piranha-infested deal. Yeah. Again, the connections, though, with all this of wondering, okay, how does this go and what would he think? And he says Joker doesn't usually repeat his crimes like that. But then Joker kind of says, well, I failed before. It doesn't really connect in the thing. And I'm hoping something does, but we'll have to see. Remember, again, if you haven't read Hush, one of the things was to just keep having villains that Batman was like, oh, it's them. Oh, and even the reader, oh, it's that. It's Clayface. It's Two-Face. It's this and that. And then it ended up that everybody was being, used. They were being manipulated. But the Joker doesn't seem like that was the case unless he was. And then, but it seems like Hush is introducing himself back to the Joker. So I don't think it's the same case. But you end up with the Bat family online and they're like, oh, you're back. This is a weird, Batman is odd here. Like, he's like, oh, and he's like, what are you talking about? Like, what? Stop. And he's like, they're like, oh, you're okay. Hey, we were either being jammed, we're establishing contact, but it's because Batman realizes that, oh God, somebody's in on the system, whatever. But maybe he should have talked to them when he came out. It's weird. The idea that
it was a little weird.
When he's like yelling, we've been compromised, initiating lockdown. And Barbara's smart. Besides punching the side of a computer, I think she would be the one who would see that.
She would initiate the lockdown, too.
And I think that she would have definitely been like, I know that there's bad, but we have to see it. They're desperately trying to see if Batman's okay. You know what I mean? That he's not dead. And they're really like, oh my God, you're there. And he initiate lock. I think he's just, I'm busy here. He's like Talia. He's all upset. But you have that shoe that leads to Amusement Mile. Yeah. It seems again, did that seem kind of like an eye roll that it's like, oh, all these new clues lead to the thing that I always go to, Amusement Mile. And then it has a thing, obviously with the Killing Joke and the deal with Jim Gordon and Barbara. I got the idea that at this point, this place should have been torn down. Like after all the things, old Bruce Wayne should have bought the shit and torn it down and just left it like bare.
It's like prime real estate,
Yeah. I mean, look at that. And maybe he starts out like, Batworld. He could brand everything, right? That'd be funny. He makes Superman World. And then Superman's like, first Mercy, now you. Everybody's trying to get my brand. But yeah, you go and he goes in and it's a setup. It's a setup. And it's the idea of it looking like Joker's doing it because there's pre-recorded stuff. You end up having what might be the beginning of a classic rock song as well playing. But yeah, there's all these like, carnival type things like, arms coming out of the wall with guns and the big taunting of everything going on. But then it leads to actually, the Joker, what Tommy Elliott left him as. And so you see, scalpel marks, I would think Zaz maybe, but this is pretty big for, say, Zaz. But when Batman says, I know what's going on in Hush, I'm like, really? Like, I would like to see over the years, everything starts with Hush with him. He's still obsessed with everything going on and says it was never about the Joker. Oh my God. And you have the welcome back, my friends, to the show that never ends.
Look at his jaw.
Yeah. And that's what I'm saying. Like, I thought it was going to be more of a weird thing. Like I don't know how you do this, but all of a sudden the jaw is manipulated to look like a bat single, like the symbol deal. I don't know, but it's messed up. It's done. And I mean, he looks dead, right? I mean, Batman goes over.
Talking, so
yeah, I mean, he's got problems. And Batman, it's not like he's like, get the ambulance. It's like, he's done. And you even have Batman pulling out these scalpels and things like that as this narration goes over. And even that, it's like, let's say you just left me here to die. So it's the Joker kind of doing the deal of, hey, you always wanted me dead. So many people were affected by me. You could just walk away. This happens a lot. The idea that he could just kind of pretend he wasn't here and walk away and let Joker die. So I guess he is kind of alive barely. But with that, he's like, who would know? And he says, let's say you just left me here. Crow, kick the bucket. Since it's not like you did the deed, who would know? And again, I don't know why, because I'm centered on the idea of it's the idea that he just did let Alfred die. He left him and Damian had to watch it. Oh, we'll see. But the big thing is only one person would be this. I'm really? That's what you're getting with the one person after all these years and everything. It couldn't be anybody new. It couldn't be some crazy deal. It has to be Hush. And I didn't really feel like, oh, Hush.
Does he stab him in the head with that scalpel?
I think that's like right above his head that he missed.
In the
I
wall.
love the idea that some of them look like he just had bad aim. The one is like in the hand, but I don't know how it's staying there. What has he got? What's it called? That crazy
like super glue or something.
He's got Stickum from back in the day. He's like an Oakland Raider. Yeah. You say that. I super glued 2 of my fingers together this week. I had to fix my glasses, and I got super glue. And when I went, usually you have to open it, right? You have the cap, you take it off, and you have to pierce the thing, cut the actual thing on the tip. It's not the case, it seems, anymore. So I open it and accidentally press it and went all over my index finger, my second finger of my left hand. So I'm still trying to do my glasses in the car. And then I'm like, oh, crap, my fingers are fused together. So I kind of pulled them apart, hurt like hell. And then I ended up where I had to get my phone. And I wouldn't recognize my fingerprint. I was having problems.
You still got the fingerprint?
I just go with that. I don't go with the face or anything. I have an Android phone. It is kind of new, but I go with the fingerprint. But so at the end, he just says, hush. And then that's where it says to be continued.
Obsessed much, Batman?
Yeah.
Jeez.
So, it's a crazy play. It's cool that you have this silence is Hush's maybe partner, it seems. I mean, you end up where he even says, oh, you met this guy and whatnot, but we'll have to see what that all means.
I like Whisper better.
Yeah. I don't know why I went with that, but that would be pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so it looks good. It doesn't look as good, but it still looks good.
No,
compared to a lot of artists nowadays, it looks really good.
Yes.
And the story's kind of like, I struggle between the idea of this is kind of what you should expect from Jeff Loeb, and people might say, yeah, because he's a hacker. But it's kind of the deal. You get Talia shows up. You're going to get that. I think that in this, we're going to get a bunch of guest stars like we did in the original. And by the end, I'm like, okay, we'll see where it goes. I'm more like, all right, Batman, you're probably wrong. Like, I don't think he is, but if it's Joker, how does the Alfred thing, if what I'm saying is right, whatever, how does that work in? But I don't know. Tommy Elliot's back in town, so we'll have to see what it is. But
Eric would be happy.
Yeah, I think it's weird. I think he would like it, but I don't think he'd love it. But then who knows? He'd say he loved it and give it a 5. Who knows with that guy? What would you give it?
I'm going to go with an 8 because I think it's consistent with what I expect the Hush story to be. I like the art a lot, and I know it's always going to be one issue is going to lead you somewhere else, and it's going to be bait and switches and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So,
and at the end, if it goes by the way Hush goes, you'll keep going, hush, 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 Alfred. Yep. That's kind of the way that it played out before. And who would know better about all this? Remember the idea, and you may have like a weird thing of like mentioning, hey, how's that Alfred? But he ended up calling him Alfie. Maybe there'll be some play with that.
Oh,
remember,
yeah, you did.
Tommy Elliott has a connection with Alfred.
He was giving him sass. Yeah,
with Tommy Elliott. So, yeah, you'd always give him a little sass with that. So we'll see if he actually says something like, yeah, and you ended up messing up Alfred. That might be the tell, because Alfred did not like Alfie. He didn't like the name, so we'll have to see. Or if Hush suddenly shows up with cucumber sandwiches, then I would say that it's Alfred. But that's just my guess. But I'd give it a 7.5. Okay. Same reason. I'm just a little bit under, just because, again, it's a weird first issue that kind of is like, hey, everybody, Hush 2, and the story felt weird at times, but I still like it. We'll still be. I mean, obviously.
It's still meaningful getting Jim Lee back with Jeff Loeb. It's a good gesture for sure.
Again, if anybody wants to go down with the idea of it would be like, if in whatever time your favorite band after 20 years decided to have one last tour, and you go to watch them, and you'd say, you know what, they're not as great as when I saw them in 96, but they're still really good, and they're still my favorite, and I like seeing them, and it's more the experience and stuff like that as well. Like if Ringo and Paul went out on tour right now, I'd be like, all right, Paul's having problems. He's getting very, very old. Ringo, though, is like timeless. That guy, he's crazy. I saw a thing of him in a concert, and he's jumping around, doing crazy things. I'm like, dude, you're 80. Stop it. Paul, though, he's getting a little frail.
Yeah, I saw him on Saturday.
Yeah, that was the deal. Again, there's where that's my point. And people who hate the Beatles, whatever, you're no friends of mine. But the idea, it's Paul McCartney. You want him there, but it's not going to be the Paul that was the best Paul. It's just you want him there because of who he is.
He's still playing guitar and everything pretty good.
Yeah, he's got
pretty well.
Bass going. His voice is having
piano.
Problems. Yep, his voice is having problems. So with that, though, again, you're there to see Paul, not exactly see, him from 69.
No.
dude. But here's the next book. It's Justice League Unlimited, number 5, written by Mark Waid, Dan Moore on art, Tamara Bonvillain on colors, and that is Blocked Us, and Dave Sharp on letters. And my phone just went off, and I thought I had done that, but I hear people going. So at the second, we might be getting a little bit of noise, but we'll struggle through it, I think. But this is a weird book. The idea of the Justice League Unlimited, you like it because of the cartoon. I haven't watched the cartoon, and I don't hear anybody talking about the book. I just don't hear people saying, oh my God, did you read Justice League? Or Justice League's on the top of my pile. I keep saying again, there's a certain section of people who aren't reading it because of Mark Waid. And you said maybe it's just some people that I talked to. I also think that it's some people who probably weren't reading anything anyway. A lot of people who make these protests and like, oh, I'm not going to read this, are people who were never reading anything anyway. They just want to.
I mean, it's hard to avoid Mark Waid at DC now. I mean,
and again, the idea of he's a jerk to people. He ends up saying some things, but yet, and again, I'm not going to go on a soapbox here. And there's that fight going on that I don't want to be involved with. But there's a lot worse people that get defended by certain people. And then this is the thing that everybody wants to make a stand nowadays. And this is where they draw the line and make a stand, even though a lot of them like the world's finest and seem to forget all that. Like, it wasn't a surprise what Mark Waid said of anything. And really, it's just like, I'm on this side and I don't like the people on that side. Again, it sucks that anybody says it because unfortunately, most people have that same opinion. They just don't let people know because they realize that hurts their business deal. So he ends up just saying it, whatever. I mean, the funny thing is he just doesn't have the personality of a Rob Liefeld, where when Rob Liefeld says it, I laugh. I think it's the funniest thing ever. But that's just it. He doesn't care and whatnot. But I don't hear a lot of hype for the book. And also there's way too many characters in it. But yet finally in this issue, it seems to work out a little better with the amount of characters. And even then, you kind of get less because of what happens, but there's still a ton. But you end up in Sydney, Australia. Hello, mate. And you have some of the Justice League who are there to protect the G20 summit. And also probably Greta. She might be there. I hear
Hopefully.
she goes to those things.
How dare you?
So she's upset with this. So in that, though, they're protecting them, and it's this big Inferno villain. I think that luckily something changes here. It's weird, and we have a theory. But Inferno, not a great villain. Like, I couldn't even tell you anything like, oh, they're doing things. You know, we're 5 issues in, and this Inferno villain is just like a mystery wrapped in an enigma that doesn't feel like it's anything. You know, you need, and what you do need in a villain against the Justice League, you need a team. You need a bunch of people. So I get it. But you also need that one person. Like, you have to have this guy like, I'm Flame Ass, the lead of Inferno, and I'll take them down. And you didn't have that. We get kind of the deal, and you'll see by the end what it is, and people are a little confused by it. But when you're playing this deal, boy, if you're a fan of Impulse, they do him dirty in this issue.
Yeah, they don't like him.
Right away, he's like, he doesn't want to just stand around. He's Impulse. And he's like, man, what's taking so long? What's going on? And you have Wally's like, hey, jerk, settle down. Like, Wally is just mean to him. He's not nice. And it felt weird. Then it gets real cartoony. But in the meantime, it says, hey, you know, it's the G20 summit. We're here to protect the world leaders. There's kings, there's presidents. If these people go down, the world economy goes, everybody panics. We have to make sure that things are okay. Of course, you have Supergirl and Wonder Woman are in there shaking hands. And I swear to God, Supergirl looks high as hell. And also pissed off. She's not a touchy person. I think, like, shaking hands. She looks mad. Wonder Woman looks okay. She's going there. Everybody seems to more want to meet Wonder Woman too. But yeah, they're in all of them, and that's fine. But then all of a sudden they realize, like, this is probably an Inferno bait the way that we set it up. So they're going to probably do something, and that's what happens. It really gets almost like Martian Manhunter-y.
Yeah, it was a lot like that. Yeah.
They get sent off, and also if you are a fan of Cy Spurrier's run, it even has that feel where they get sent to cosmic horror land while that's going on. Also, you do end up meeting Thunderlord, which is cool, and Impulse. Impulse is going around like, hey, you know, who are you? You're a bonus hero. What are you? Oh, I'm Thunderlord. I have a supersonic scream. And then Impulse is like, oh, that'd be great if we have to yell for help. And then he gets, it's kind of funny, but he's a kid. but they treat him like a jerk.
He really shouldn't be here, but
no,
I mean,
yeah, it's weird. So
he's too young.
Yeah, you end up, and they even say like most of us do have Superman pretty quick, Wonder Woman pretty quick. Like anybody who would be there is probably quick, but they're there, to just do the play, and hopefully nothing happens, but it does. And they get sent to Cthulhu Hell, it looks like, and they don't know where they are in their hell dimension. And it looks like they're like on floating pieces of like rock and things like that. And you do get Hal and Carol, they're putting people in bubbles and things like that going on. But then in the meantime, with this whole place, I mean, all these world leaders and this Justice League that are there, they disappear. They're somewhere. Mr. Terrific's freaking out. Red Tornado's already trying to get things going, but they contact Superman, who is fighting what looks like Ultraman robots. And I'm talking Ultraman like the Marvel / the old school.
Yeah,
Ultraman,
the Japanese thing. Yeah.
I wish it was giant robots. I wish it was just big kaiju robots, because he says, we're busy in Japan fighting robots. They're trying to go after this nuclear reactor. That's pretty cool. I mean, it almost feels like you kind of want that. Like, I want to see more of that.
You got Shazam down there and Firestorm.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool Firestorm. Finally doing something. And he's there, and that's a cool play. And yeah, I want to see these Japanese robot guys trying to take down this reactor. But in the meantime, they're trying to figure out like what everybody else is doing. And you have Blue Beetle, Zatanna, and the rest are at the Three Gorges Dam in China. That doesn't seem as impressive, but you see them fighting. At one point, I thought they were fighting. It looks like Jaime has like a baby. I'm like, what? Are we going to get him kicking a baby in this? But it looks like he's saving the baby.
It looks like the baby in the back has him in a headlock.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But it's like on his shoulders.
There's actually two babies.
And I thought he was fighting babies. And I'm like, this is great. This is like the new era of DC. Everything needs to be you're fighting babies. And it would
Who's
be
that
great.
on the left there?
I don't know. That's Zatanna, I guess. Oh, on the left. No, I think that's the villain. I think that must be who they're fighting, not a baby. I really want it. It's like the big villains, Goo Goo Gaga.
And they're gonna punt them too, right? Kick them.
Two big babies, Goo Goo and Gaga. It'd be great. You have them there, and the Gaga's a girl, just like Lady Gaga. It'd be awesome. And I love Zatanna in this because she doesn't open her mouth and doesn't do the backwards word magic. And the play of this book is the cool teams. And a team with Blue Beetle, Zatanna, and the rest is kind of like Gilligan's Island with Professor and Marianne. But the idea, it's kind of cool to see. But and it's cool just having these little vignettes. But some of these I want to see. I want to see baby fighting, and I want to see in Japan. And seriously, a team with Superman and Shazam, you could add anybody. It's still the heaviest hitting team. Almost all the time,
that's the thing I struggle with in this is that the cartoon, from what I remember, it's a big team, right? But they never were doing stuff all at the same time. Like you'd have a Hawk Woman, Green Lantern story. You'd have a Shazam Superman story that you would just see those two characters within the bigger narrative. But you didn't have all the stuff going on at once.
Yeah, I think that they're just doing that because it's trying to make it like that, though. It's like cutting off if that's what they're doing.
Yeah, but I want to actually see, to your point, what Zatanna and Blue Beetle, you're not going to.
No, and I also think it's the one thing. You always have to show where Superman is because you always want Superman to be where the big thing is. He should be at the UN of the G20 summit deal and in Australia, and he wasn't. He was in Japan, and weird that they didn't know he was doing this. Like they have to call him and ask what he's doing, and he's like, "No, we're fighting robots in Japan." And then even and then says, "Who are these guys?" And you do end up having legit Mr. Terrific there. Smart guy, Red Tornado, and the thing. And it's like Dr. Occult's met them Airwave, and it's Airwave. Who knows? He's the dupe and might be trying to push them away or towards because he doesn't seem to want to be the dupe. He is, and he has a deal that it's going to look like something that they saved for him, or we're going to kill this.
He's being controlled. I guess
he's being manipulated and blackmailed. But you end up where. Says Dr. Occult met them Airwave, but he's still in the coma. No answers there. They've referred to us as old foes more than once. Legion of Doom would make sense, but Luthor's without memories and working with Superman. Sinestro's rejoined the Green Lantern Corps. Joker's last known whereabouts are nowhere near the Inferno strike zones. Yeah, dead it seems like at this point, but they're all accounted for. I don't know are curse words to me, man. I need data. So he's saying it's not the Legion of Doom. We will see at the end that it is the Legion of Doom, but there is a twist that we'll talk about that would make sense because, they're really pushing the idea hey, we understand that a Legion of Doom would make no sense. We know, Mark Waid says, I know that Luthor is without his memory. I know that Sinestro rejoined the Green Lantern Corps. So if we see, that'll be the play by the end that we'll see. But you end up where, and also just keep in mind of the old foes. That's the other tell. So you end up where, but it keeps cutting to things. You have Martian Manhunter doesn't have his powers. All these things finally in this issue, I do think come together because Martian Manhunter, weird look at the one point because of where the shadows are. I thought he had like Spock ears, but you end up where he's like, okay, Ray is trying to figure this out, the Atom Project nonsense. He's like there. Every time I see this device, the thing looks different. At one point, I thought it looked like one of those tiki torches, but it is connected the way that he's looking at it and adjusting it. But he's trying to figure out Batman's impatient. He wants the deal. And they even say at one point, where were the powers? They can track them, and we'll get to that. But we go, and the stuff happening in this elsewhere dimension, it's just them. You're fighting monsters. And the idea of world leaders will never get along. Everybody's in charge. Nobody's in charge. So you know what I mean? Again, if people are waiting for Mark Waid to have this big soapbox political moment, it's not. It's just that you get a bunch of world leaders together in a crisis. Everybody thinks that they're the one who should be in charge. I
like that part. The guy's like, I'm in charge. And she's like, you're the third person to say that. And no, the fourth. It's so true because these people think they're,
they do. And again, it's not like the idea where Flash is like, I'm not saving that jerk. That guy did this and that. They're desperately trying to save people who think that they're in control and that they shouldn't be treated this way. Like Wonder Woman grabbing somebody or a guy you can't treat me like this. They're trying to save your ass. Yeah. So now in the meantime, Impulse is kind of bouncing off everybody. He's going and they're like, hey, get out of my way, Impulse. Hey, Impulse, get out of my way. And then Wally's like, get the hell out from under the feet. You're worthless. He basically says, listen, just go over there in the corner. When we're done, we'll go home and whatever. But it just feels, I know that they're panicking. They're doing it. So you can't have a guy. Everybody has been in a situation like this where you have some bumbling fool. Happens a lot when you're playing sports. You're playing hockey and there's 3 minutes left and you're down by 2 goals and some guy's acting like a smacked ass, yelling and crying and things like that. You don't have time for that shit. So you end up yelling and he goes, but then you get these cartoony deals from his mind, which I think are cute, but it didn't fit the tone. I
was okay with it. He's like, that's a red flag. That guy smiled at me.
Yeah, you get that. I got it from his big eyes. The other one when he's there and he's like,
it's like a Charlie Brown kind of thing. Yeah.
It's funny. But I didn't expect it. It threw me off a bit. It is funny, and it's supposed to go with the idea of him being a kid, being flighty with it. Yeah, it's that sort of thing. But yeah, he sees one guy smiling that kind of looks a little like Kissinger, but like a different version. Or
that's a smile that if you're a young boy, you don't want to see from an old man.
Yeah, I thought that's what it was. I thought that the red flag was calling for an adult.
Yeah.
This isn't my world leader. I don't know who this is.
I mean, if you just took this page right here with no text on it and just, that's what it means.
They're just going to get on. I think that the guy, when they drew him, it's like a combination of Henry Kissinger meets Cheney. He seems like that, but he does look sus. So you end up where he's like, come here. And he's going to, you think he's just going to save him. But then, he says, I saw you. Now, this is the thing. Impulse, being impulsive, whatever. Don't reveal this. That's the smart play is to just say, hey, I'll save you. Get to Wally, get to Wonder Woman. Then say this. But he reveals this, and you end up where this guy's like, oh, and the big play was, oh, you're in with them. You're in, and then you get more like Scooby-Doo stuff there. But he's like, you're in with them. You're part of this inferno, not realizing how much bigger it is. And this is where it starts playing because you're also at this point bouncing back to Batman, Ryan, and Martian Manhunter, where we did have our device, that crazy Atom Project device, and we were tracking Martian Manhunter's powers. And says that they ended up starting in the African jungle. Then they ended up traveling west. And what's weird is they totally went off the radar right where that G20 summit was. So they realized one of the people in this is somebody who has Martian Manhunter's powers. One of the main things, and could just have part of it, whatever, because we've seen weird stuff. This power stuff is nonsense, but you end up where it's shape shifting. And the idea of saying, oh, well, also have mind, but that's it's Grodd, and he already has mind stuff, so it may amplify. But they figure out what happens is that you do have, Impulse realizing it's the bad guy. You don't know who exactly it is just yet until all of a sudden you get again that Martian Manhunter kind of would ya, and says, "Oh, you're a clever boy, but you're not going to remember this," and kind of wipes his mind of it, so he does not remember. And then he even has this look of in his mind just a blank, villain of Inferno, not what he ended up seeing or knowing. So he forgets everything. And then you have all this stuff going. You see everybody there like, we're going to open up a dimension. We're going to get out of here. Thunderstrike, he's doing his thing. And they end up, we'll open it. They end up in the Phantom Zone, which this Phantom Zone is like popping up everywhere. And it's kind of weird, but
there's a lot going on here, man. It's just like dimensions or like a lot of that stuff to me is annoying, but
what's annoying to me is you have to make up rules to make things sense. Because the idea that they go into the Phantom Zone, but they don't turn into Phantoms because we went through a side door.
A side door entrance.
And then they open it up and nobody gets out. In the meantime, we're still involved in a question book all along the Watchtower where you do have, Cyborg Superman who escaped the Phantom Zone. You had this, and then we had Mark Waid's Villain Action Comics to fix the Phantom. It's all nonsense. It's just to get to the Watchtower very, very quick through that containment door and that prison.
But aren't they are they in a ball and like Supergirl's like carrying them around inside the ball?
That's the Star Sapphire bubble that I think that she ended up making, because at one point Hal said, just dragging it around. Oh, they're just bouncing around. Look at them. They're so little in there. They're just bouncing around. Everybody's dead. But yeah, she says, okay, I get it. And you do. She realizes they're in the Phantom Zone. What happens is Wally says, I'm going to vibrate us out of this dimension. I don't know where we're going to go. It might be better. It might be worse. Now, Supergirl says, well, actually, I do know where we are. It's not much safer. Yeah, it is. It's pretty safe because when Mark Waid fixed the Phantom Zone, it went back to being just the Phantom Zone. They are supposedly now just immaterial.
Yep.
And they can't be hurt. They're material in it, but they can't be hurt. You're pretty safe. You want to get out, and maybe you could play the idea, oh my God, we're in the Phantom Zone. We came in a side door, but we will turn immaterial if we don't get out quick. But they end up just opening up the door. That thing is just ripped apart, too. And again, you're playing the idea that it couldn't be ripped apart by anybody else because they're immaterial, but you're not. But she says they're in danger. It's just a weird play to get out and into the Watchtower. Now, if you would have had the timing a little better, I think that this happening, then you start the question book where things are getting wacky now, and you see that, Cyborg Superman waited for this opportunity to get out, and then you have that problem. I might be better. I think that book has a better foundation than that Alex Guerra nonsense that he's doing. That's just complete and utter bullshit. But they get out. They get out, and oh my God, let's close this. They go run off, but that's where you end up having this guy then reveal, and you do see that he is Grodd. You do see that he goes back. He gets out of there, and he goes back to his team, and it was Grodd. And classic deal. Okay, and he says, secure. Oh, we're well aware, frankly, that's, been the problem. And that's where they see. And he doesn't go back yet. They see it's Grodd. Like the whole play of this going. And Airwave is the one where he says, Airwave, come and get me. And they're like, what? Airwave? Oh, no. And then he gets him out. He's the one. And he says, though, because Airwave is like, what's going on? I think that Airwave maybe wanted to do this without really showing the hand. Like he was going to betray them at some point. But maybe he didn't want them to know it straight up on Front Street. But
now it's right there for them to see.
So he says, honor the bargain. He says, Airwave, the time has come. And he's like, but he has to do it. Something is there, family, friends, whatever it would be. You have that all lost children thing as well. So you don't know what exactly he's saying. Maybe they're going to bring things back, because when we get to the end, we'll talk about the deal where time travel involved, especially with this tying into World's Finest, that I do think that that's kind of the deal. We'll take over and we'll get somebody from your past. You'll get the whole play because he's kind of on his own. So you end up, oh my God, it's Grodd. Oh my God, Airwave. And then he disappears. And the big thing is they end up classic Legion of Doom fortress there in the swamp. And you have, hey, there's been a tiny turn of events, my friends. No sense cloaking ourselves any longer. The League is on to us. And then the no matter Grodd. And you get classic Legion of Doom. Now, before you said, or, they said, this can't be, Mr. Terrific said, it can't be the Legion of Doom because, Lex lost his memories. At this moment, he's in jail. from what we get this week. And Joker, he's indisposed. You get Sinestro as part of the Green Lantern Corps. So when you get this, it's time travel. You're dealing with the Batman and Superman, the world's finest book that is in the past. This is the old foe. This is legit the classic Legion of Doom that has used some sort of time travel to come to the future to end up fighting, probably pissed off at what has happened. Like Lex finding out in the past, like, what the hell? I'm a good guy? Like, really?
Yeah,
like,
Sinestro too.
Sinestro, they're coming back to, Back to the Future kind of deal. They're going to come and take everybody out from the past. So that's how it ties in, it seems, to the Batman Superman. So you'll do that. Cool. And again, Airwave maybe it's just the idea that Airwave, hey, I don't like it here. I have nobody. I want somebody to send me back to my time. I just want to be back then. And maybe that's the case of bringing people forward, but it's all, time travel stuff. So it's cool. And that's why you get, it's the kind of tell in it is, Sinestro's in his classic outfit. You have the power suit Lex, you have Joker, all these all in classic outfits. And you have Scarecrow, you have, Captain Cold and Bizarro as well. So, and it's all
Black Manta.
Yeah, and Black Manta. It's all classic stuff. So it's cool. I mean, that's cool. The end, what you really think at the end is like, how the hell would this make any sense? Until
Lex doesn't have his beard,
Yeah, yeah, exactly. He doesn't look like a barista.
Can't be him.
That's why he's mad. It'd be great if he had like the full head of hair. Is the whole deal. But yeah, with all that, I liked it. I actually liked it each time I've read it. I like it a little more each time because it kind of, you see this. And this Inferno story had been kind of scattered. You had too many people doing too many things. And in this, some of the things, even in this issue, kind of come together to set this up. So I think it'll be pretty cool. And it feels like it's a big event, right? But it's only a crossover between two books that makes sense for it to cross over and are written by the same guy. So I think that that's pretty cool as well.
Yeah, I can't wait to see how he ties it all together. I think that's going to be cool.
And again, we're at a point where you have a 6-part epic, right? You have this going through the things, and it does look like something big is happening this summer, but also in September with Batman being a number one, it does look like we may not reset some things, but get new number ones, new creative teams, because I say it later, I believe. If you reset Batman to number one, and I'm not saying reset continuity, I'm just saying you revert the numbering back to number one. Why not do it for a bunch of books? Because people are going to run to the store to get a Batman number one. Why not have a lot of other things like that as well? So I think that all this will lead down the line of boom, boom, boom. We have a big event and then something, big. And each book should have something big happening. So with all that, what would you give it?
Yeah, I'd give this one an 8.5.
I'm an 8.5 as well. I liked it. And the art's great.
The art's incredible. I mean, some of the stuff, the backgrounds are a little light, but I don't care. I mean, it's Dan Mora. The colors too and the inks and the colors are just incredible too. But like the Legion of Doom is like the background of the old animated series with Grodd and everything. So it's interesting. Yeah, it's great. Yeah,
and the way that he's doing it, because he's tying into the world's finest, it's cool that you can play with whatever because it looks like it's time travel. And I'll shout out. I always say Tamara Bonbalone is a great colorist. It just hates us. But I will never say that because the books that she's on always pop. They always look great. So pretty cool. And yeah, it looks great. Looks really good.
The colors on the last page are just incredible with the, it's a nice take on the classic purple and greens.
Yeah, yeah, it's really good. And when you go through this, I say a lot when we're doing Marvel, especially, is the idea going through it, you end up where I page through, and a lot of these books nowadays, it's just people standing around and talking. Mm-hmm. You go through this and just go, it's action-packed city. It's action-packed, Pee-wee. Everybody's, busting heads. And then when you do have, say, guys standing around where it's, Ray and Martian, Manhunter, and Batman, it still has tons of stuff going on in the panel itself.
A lot of movement.
Yeah, a lot of stuff and really colorful and things like that. So it's really, really cool. See, I'm going to go up to an 8.8. I'm telling you, going through it, I really liked it. I was surprised because I have been a little down on this book. And while, a lot of exciting things seem to have been happening before, it just seemed just random and scattered. And I didn't think Inferno was that good. It's a weird play that they come back as that to cause all these problems. But it seems like if you do play the idea, they go and they're burning the what's it called? The rainforest at one point. You're going that. You're doing a lot of that stuff to make this G20, summit. Oh, we got to go this year because all this crap happening. So that seems to be the setup to get but But even then, what were you really doing? Because now you're just going to reveal. It's just very odd. It's very odd with all this. I think they did want to crash the world economy. And that was happening. You ended up having some problems. But yeah. So with that, though, we're going to go off. And speaking of Martian Manhunter, I believe that we're going to go off to our retro review of the week, which is Martian Manhunter's first appearance. It's a wacky issue. There's a lot of odd things that happen. And it was funny when you think of Martian Manhunter as being like such a fancy character, things like that. Like it's really odd that this first appearance ended up catching on, because it's very, very weird. But if anybody wants to hear me and Matt talk about things, we have our Marvel podcast that we do each week, the Marvel Spotlight podcast. And then we also have our event/crisis podcast, where we are going to finish up Hush this week. So you can go to patreon.com/weird science and hear more of me and Matt talking about a lot of stuff, maybe losing our minds over Amazing Spider-Man this week at least. But we'll go off now, and it's me and Stork talking about Martian Manhunter. And here we are once again with our retro book of the week. And I'm here with my man Stork. What up, Stork?
What up, Jim?
What is up is Martian Manhunter. We end up having, I put this on the poll. And again, we have our poll on Patreon that ends up picking these books each week. I tried to kind of get some synergy with the books. I ended up picking this, which is the first appearance of Martian Manhunter for the Absolute Martian Manhunter that is coming out this week in the Absolute side of things. And it ends up being a very, very quick story, the quickest one we've done so far. And it's pretty funny. It's from Detective Comics number 225 from way back November of 1955. And it is a story called Manhunter from Mars, The Strange Experiment of Dr. Erdl, written by Joseph Samaxian, Jack Miller, and pencils by Joe Acerta, inks by Joe Acerta, edited by Jack Schiff, and away we go. And it is one of those where sometimes these things are hit and miss of, hey, what did they establish? What's going on? Sometimes you'll get the wacky one of the first appearance is one panel, things like this. This is legit a story that is back in Detective Comics when you used to have a bunch of different stories going on. And also 4 tricks of the detective's trade you have in here, where you can use a wine glass or a champagne glass to eavesdrop on people for nefarious reasons, possibly. But in this, you also have other things like, I'm telling you, some of these stories are the classic ones with these guys that, again, Martian Manhunter obviously continues on. Some of these others, they didn't get so lucky, like Roy Raymond, TV detective. Roy Raymond, he did not go in a story that if you go, they're doing counterfeit money and looking at possibly the ghosts of the founding fathers. I don't know what's happening in that story. That's a weird one. They are actually confronting the ghost of the founding
Looks like
fathers.
Ron Reagan almost.
Yeah, it does, actually. It may be. I mean, there we go. But we're going to have this story, and it is introducing John Jones, Manhunter from Mars, and you end up, and I'll even read this deal. There is a lot of smoking in this for all you kids out there. Say no to that. But it does play the deal, and it does have right away where he's like, oh, my God, fire. My only weakness, but it's a wacky deal. You have what usually is the super dickery stuff of the old time deal. You'll have that credits page where you will have something that may or may not happen in the issue, but it does give you a little look in to see what exactly the story will be about. In this, it flash forwards probably like 8 issues from now with the idea that John Jones is already a detective. And he's in a lineup, and he ends up being able to read minds
because he becomes a detective.
It's so crazy in this where he's using his mind reading and stuff. It looks like to figure out who did whatever.
I think it's J. Jonah Jameson.
Yeah, I think it's J. Jonah. I'm telling you, I saw him too, and I'm like, it's either like J. Jonah Jameson meets Stan Lee. Like, it's both those guys. I think it's him. Plus, he's the guy too. If you did have this as a legit, lineup there, where there's a lineup, we're trying to pick the deal. There would be so many lawyers getting so mad because the guy is dressed so much different. Like the color pops that you see him right away. And it looks like everybody else is like more in shadows than him. They're like, we don't want to say it's this guy, but we're going to shine the light on him. But it says, you've seen all sorts of detectives in action. FBI agents, private eyes, treasury men.
Oh,
that's what I was talking to you about. Yeah, there are a lot of treasury men back in the day. I told you when we were doing something else, the idea where you do have a lot of times with old time radio and back in the day, things like insurance fraud guy and things like that. And I guess it's because it is still where you have people obviously that are still were alive and the depression. Money is a big thing and you don't want people, scamming people and things. So I would think that when money's tight, the scams get bigger and you end up where people are like, I'm just a normal schmo, but I got to scam the shit out of this. But that's what they have. Maybe it was to warn people about that, but treasury men. Like you said, Elliot Penis. But here, for the first time anywhere, is the most unusual of them all. A sleuth, quote, from out of this world. Yes, straight from Mars comes a man who patrols the streets of Earth on a quest to wage war against crime. A man brought here by the strange experiment of Dr. Erdl. So you're not going to get the idea that, oh my God, Mars burned. You're not going to get any real Mars. What you're going to get is some wackadoo. Who ends up making a very, not thinking things through, makes a weird machine that isn't explained, and Martian Manhunter ends up being whisked to Earth, and he's not really there to wage a war against crime. He's there to figure out how to get the hell home, but then kind of ditches that to then know everything about Earth. I mean, he is the most adaptable Earthman ever in the guise of John Jones, but we'll get into that because you do start in the observatory lab of Professor Mark Erdl, world famous scientist. And you said, first off, that it does look like he's, Colonel Sanders' slow brother. He doesn't look
he's
smart.
Not a colonel yet. He's a lieutenant or something.
He's just a private. He's Private Sanders here. And Beta, I say, son, I built the robot brain of the century. The thing that I love about these old comics is you get no explanation. You just say these wacky things, but when somebody asks for an explanation,
he's on the moon too. Like, look, his back window is the cosmos.
It is actually, and it doesn't even line up really well. Yeah, this guy's weird. And also he's there by himself, but he could maybe talk out loud, but he's thinking. At last, I built the robot brain of the century. With this invention, I can explore the cosmos, probe other dimensions. Now to test it. So it seems like this thing will go and but yet now it's a teleporter. It's the transporter deal in that. And he says, I really wonder what frontier the robot brain will reach when I push this button.
Final frontier.
He has no idea. This is the thing. This guy, where did he get the science license? He's got this robot brain. He's like, I'm going to press this button. No, I don't know.
Button?
That's what it is. You almost want to play out that this guy stumbled upon this, and it says robot brain. And when you see the one thing, it does look like it has eyes, but it's just like a computer bank. And the idea, you never really deal with any of it. Also, it looks like it might be a refashioned air conditioned vent at the one point. But he's there and he's like, I'm a scientist who built this world famous deal, and I'm going to press a button and see what happens. And you get buzz, buzz, click, click. And he's like, oh my God, here it is. Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of onomatopoeia. Sully would love it. And says, this is an historic moment. Will the robot brain reach into space, time, or the fourth dimension, boom, you get Martian Manhunter, and he is proud of himself. He's there with it.
He's
hands
frightening,
on hips.
but Private Sanders is like, he's fine with it. Oh, it brought an alien being. Cool. I'd be crapping my pants.
I would be too, and I'd be really upset. He's very lucky that Martian Manhunter is not, there for nefarious reasons. First off, I will mention that his waist area is right where the doctor's head is. So you got that. He is huge.
Yes, in more ways than one.
And I love this that you'll do. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm telling you, he's packing. He packed lunch from Mars. Now, he's there. He should be disoriented, but he says, and this issue, which is only not even an issue, it's a couple pages, but it does a lot of like the hand waving, but it's the hand waving that you'd have before to just say, okay, we're going to say that this is it so that you don't have to worry about it, whatever. Because he says right away, I read your mind well, Earthman. I understand your every thought and word, and I think you're pretty on the up and up. Like, it's right away. Like, you don't even have him, like, what happened or whatever, but you end up where the doctor says, what have I wrought? What
Dude,
is this
my bad.
done?
I am
That's
sorry.
what he says,
I did not mean to bring you here. And John Jones is like, hey, no problem. I get it. I read your mind. You don't have nefarious thoughts.
He's the nicest guy, right?
Everything rolls off his back.
Oh, it does. That's his main ability. Yes. And then I like when the doctor's like, where are you from? And he's like, I am from the fourth planet of the sun. I like the idea that you could go with, like, they may not call it Mars. But again, he's like, I'm from the fourth planet from the sun. And he's like, you're from Pluto? He's like, man, you were
John Lithgow?
A French steward. And he says, I'm a scientist in my world, and I'm known as John Johns. Now, you explain how I came here. This is one of the best. So John Johns, the Martian scientist, pacing Earth science, right? He says, how did you get me here? What is this what happened? And the guy just looks over and he goes, you're on Earth transported here by this robot brain. And then John goes, that makes sense. He didn't tell him anything. He just
if you don't mind, return me to my world. It's very polite.
Yes, he is very polite. But I love the idea. How did I get here? Oh, that robot
this
brain.
Thing.
It all checks. It all checks. So he's like, I understand. Return me to my world. So now the craziest. Now, if I'm going to do crazy script doctoring for a 1955 issue, the one thing that I would have is at the very beginning, this doctor would say, I have to get this experiment going. I haven't really tested it much, but my days are short. I have a heart problem, people, and I might like that sort of thing. I need to do this, and I'm an old man. I have a heart condition. I have to go because things just happen. Like really putting John Johns at the worst luck of any time you could have, because this guy ends up making this machine. He ends up transporting him, and then he's going to have a heart attack and die. It's the craziest way to get. You could have this guy stay around and say, I don't really have a reversal.
I brought you here, but I can't get you back. It'll take time.
And maybe that would have been a cool deal to have like a setup where John Johns has somewhere to go and things, but they're going to make up.
They can work together.
I think that's a misplay.
Yeah.
I think that the misplay is that, but it's a classic deal because he's like, oh my God, I'm sorry. And says,
No, I'm not sorry. I'm really sorry.
Yeah, I'm really sorry. Like, I screwed you. Like, the idea, like, please don't use your Martian sexual abilities on me here because I may not take it. I may not be able to send you back for. I like where he goes. It's like he really wants to go in. He's like, I can't. It might take me seconds, hours, days, months, even years. He's like, I get it. Like, it might take a long time. And he's like, okay.
It's not going to take you seconds, asshole.
I like when Martian Manhunter is like, well, you meant no harm. I realize that, but I must, and so he must adapt himself to the planet until he can return. So he says, I will alter my appearance so I won't frighten others. This is easily done. And you get the classic, he's going down. Now, in that, you realize that Martian Manhunter is a little sus because of all this going down. He makes himself a redhead. And I sat there, I'm like, why are you doing that?
Pat Sajak.
Look at him there. He's like, oh my God, he's so crazy. Well, it is because Martians don't have souls. So he actually changes into a dapper, suit, things like that. Pretty cool. And the doctor's like, oh my God, you changed right in front of my eyes. And he's like, that's impossible here on Earth. He's like, well, it's nothing for us Martians, so it's fine. Now, let's see what we're going to do. It says abruptly. All of a sudden, the guy starts having a heart attack, like out of nowhere.
That was abrupt.
Yeah, and you end up where you have John's like, you see Mill. What is wrong? Now, this is the time when you need to, scan his mind here and see he's having some problems. But he's like, my heart, it's been weak for years, as this has been such a shock. It's too much of a shock. And Colonel Sanders, that's where he really looks like, he just falls over dead.
That's too much fried chicken.
Yeah, probably. That's not really great for you. That skin and all, I love it. But you end up where a moment afterwards, he's dead. And John says, oh, man, if only I could go and reach and get my Zymo serum in my lab, I could save your heart. And this is the best. He's not actually dead yet because John Johns didn't get it. This guy says, hey, listen, it might take me a long time. I'm going to figure it out. I owe you one. I'll do that. Oh, my God, my heart. Elizabeth, I'm coming. And ends up where he's there on deathbed. And John Johns goes, okay, send me back to Mars real quick. Yeah. Like, what? What? And he's like,
you just said he couldn't.
Yeah, 2 seconds ago. He said it would take time. Time I do not have. He says he's done. He knows he's going to die. And he says, I'm really sorry. And that's in bold. John Johns, I am dying, and I'm the only one on Earth who can operate the robot brain. Like
the dialogue is so stilted.
All he did was press a button.
I'm really sorry, but I am dying.
I think actually, it's
I am helpless.
Sorry, buddy, but I'm dying here, you asshole. Like, what's going on? And he's like, I'm the only one who can operate it. Now, in this whole play,
and I can't even do it that well because I have no idea
how it worked. You would guess that this would go forward with the idea that John Johns is
turning it on and off again.
Yeah, really. Why isn't he like right away? Like he's a scientist from Mars. Mm-hmm. He says like, why isn't he working on this experiment? I guess
that would be my focus if I were him. Was like, well, I'm a scientist. I don't have my Zemo serum or whatever, but maybe I could figure out how to turn this thing backwards.
Instead, what he says is, well, those Martians, they were working on space travel. Maybe I could wait this shit out.
Yeah, I'll wait it out.
Why aren't you working on this machinery?
Meanwhile, crime needs fun.
When he finds out there's crime on Earth, oh my God, he loses it. But he says, the guy says, I've made a prisoner of you here on Earth. Farewell, forgive me. And then I like the idea that he dies, and then you end up, John Johns says, you forgot helpless. Like, okay, whatever, John. But John Johns, I guess death on Mars, it doesn't mean quite what we have, because what he does then is says, this guy's pretty cool. I can fit in his clothes. He goes and grabs a coat from this guy's deal and leaves.
What if there was just like cuffs and a tie in there? Would he become a stripper? Whatever he finds in there, that's what he's going to be.
Luckily, this professor, he bought himself a London Fog formal jacket. So now all of a sudden he's like, with this, trench coat and hat, I look like a detective. Look at me. He's cosplaying. Yeah, that would be great. It's like assless chaps. He's like, holy shit, I'm going to be one of the village people. He starts writing songs. It's like, I'm way ahead of my time. And then what also happens in this, where again, I just want to point out that maybe John Johns is not the smartest. He starts waxing poetic while looking at the moon. I'll be back to you someday. I'm like, that's the moon, dude. That's not Mars. And he says, up there.
Oh, fourth planet from the sun, I shall return.
He says, up there millions of miles away. My people are working on Project Star Ride.
He gets up there. Oh, they're gone. They're all gone. I think there's still Martians on Mars. This asshole went to the moon and thought everybody was gone.
That's what happened. He went to the moon. It's like, oh my God, it was those white Martians. They did it in. Also, I think that Star Ride ends up later in the 80s and 90s becoming a Broadway play where they skate around on frickin' roller skates.
I thought that was Dick Grayson's nickname for Starfire.
Oh my goodness. Now that's good. That is good. Starfire. No, everybody's nickname for Starfire. Yes, I'm looking at you, Roy. They experiment with a rocket ship that will carry them to other worlds. So he's just going to wait it out. And also the idea, like, you're there. He's not as sexy as self, right? He ends up morphing into this. I guess the only option he had, or the only real, template he had, was this old Colonel Sanders guy. But he looks like he's old and just a redhead. But he says, until that day they reach Earth, I'm bound to stay here disguised as an Earthman. How many years it will take? How many centuries until that day? The day that I'm released from Earth, I'm doomed to be just another Earthman. But meanwhile, I shall explore my new planet home. Now, again, if you're going to do this somewhat better, you could have that he says to the doctor, listen, I kind of know a little bit about your planet. I've been studying it with my ultra telescope, crazy things like that, like how Wonder Woman would go and look at the deal and see man's world
like almost a Star or a Superman story, but he's a grown man, so he would go around and be like, well, I want to learn about this, and how can I help?
But he seems to know everything, right? He has life hacks. And he's on Earth. Also, I will say, now that I look at him, get that hair a little darker. He looks like Norm Macdonald, which I don't mind, but it makes me laugh. So he gets on the coat. He really likes the way he looks.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, this is good, but he says...
That's a sexy looking guy there.
Yeah, you ever hear that one about OJ? He ends up where he's talked to this doctor. The only thing he said was, or professor, whatever you want to call him. I don't know what his degree is. But he says, hey, what brought me here? That machine. Oh, no, I'm dying. Oh, he already knows that the name John Johns. I wish that he was said. They're going to think I'm a stinking Frenchman.
Even though I can't speak French later.
My name, John Johns, could easily be John Jones. Why would you know to change your name? There's no reason, except you only heard one name, Dr.
Well, he read minds, and maybe he didn't read anything in the scientist's mind of being apostrophes.
Apostrophes? You didn't know that Dr. Erdl is against the apostrophes? He's like, I don't like them ever. They're the tool of the devil. So maybe the doctor also, maybe that would be the play of this doctor's so wacky that he had all these ideas, but he knows right away. And this is such a weird, subtle deal, because a lot of times when you have these things, like, well, how is he going to say, how can he pay rent? What is he going to do? He just goes, he
loves gold.
This is the best too, where I love that. I don't know why, but I love that they call it the seashore. It makes it so cute. They're like, me at first, a visitor from space goes to the seashore. I'm like, what's he doing there? Getting beat up like I did?
Shells.
Yeah, really. It's a seashore. He's like, gold, the greatest bartering material on Earth. How does he know this?
He knows everything.
I think that he read the mind of Earth itself. And he says, by my concentration over matter, I'm able to extract gold particles from Earthian seas.
Yeah, okay. You lost me with the word Earthian.
This much should suffice for now. And you said before we started, it is like the idea of these guys, panning for gold. Yeah, I think I got one. He just goes to the ocean and uses his, it almost plays mind over matter over mind. And he's able to extract dust particles of gold. I don't know. It'd be funny. He's like, I have discovered this thing. I'll call it salt. I think it'll be the greatest of all time.
I didn't know there's a ton of gold in the ocean, but there probably is, I guess.
It's almost like they're playing up the idea.
Like you said, Aquaman probably be pissed.
Yeah, he's pissed. I think that he's reading the mind of the ocean. I don't know. So then he walks into town, and he's like, oh, actually, not even that. He walks around the world. Mm-hmm. He's going to take a crazy walkabout, and he's there, and he's like, ooh, look at these. And you get a little bit of that play of like, oh, what are these people doing? Like, they don't have a lot of space, and yet they're building these monstrosities to the sky. And he's looking at a skyscraper. Then he goes to the Arc de Triomphe and knows more about it than I do. And something's like a monument to victory and war. Mars saw its last wars 1,000 years ago. It's like
we're so much better than these measly Earthlings. They still fight.
It basically is the idea. He's going around Earth to throw shade at everything.
It might be
sees.
When this is written, I think this is like a subtle commentary about people.
It's only about 12 years after this stuff going on. The war.
W2.
Yeah, so they're kind of doing the deal. Like you could imagine that you get
a better
like that
place that is past all the trivialities of man.
What you have too, and again, if you're going to play that smart angle, you smarty pants, you can have the idea that a lot of times when these Martians do come to Earth, they're there to invade. They're there to fight. They're there to blast
but
people.
But not this Martian.
And they're
different.
Always so they're always act like that.
Yeah, all these other sci-fi comics with Martians that were invaders that were out there for harm. So it's kind of a cool twist.
He was very nice to Colonel Sanders. He got that. That'd be funny. How did I get here? Well, it involves the 11 herbs and spices, and I cannot tell you that. I will take them to my grave. No! But yeah, he goes, and you almost get horseless carriage talk that I love. Mm-hmm. But he's going around the world. Yeah, he's like, that'd be great. We have 5 wheels. Like, how does that work? You would like to know. And he's kind of
trust me.
he's walking and floating around in his John Jones deal with, but he's invisible.
Yeah, they make a mention of invisibility, but they don't mention like things can pass through him. But it seems like that's the case, or else he's hovering. So either way, they don't really explain that too well.
No. So he's just there, and I like a car bears down on the Martian, and he goes, "Oh, he got to zip away," and he goes, "I forgot. I've been walking around in my extraterrestrial form," which makes it feel like he's singing this Martian Manhunter form, but it must be this like invisible deal as he's
Jones,
saying.
Yeah.
And he says, "It's about time people see me. There, I'm visible again." And I said to you, like, most people weren't getting involved.
And looking at him. Hello, sailor.
I mean, holy shit. Like, the idea is that like plastic woman, because she's rubbernecking out the wazoo. She is like, holy cripes, look at that redhead. Look at that guy. Yeah, really. That dog's like, I'm getting the hell out of here. So he's stumbling around and trying to figure out things. He says, hey, everything here is very backwards. They fight, whatever. Then you just get where he sees one headline in the newspaper, and boy, this newspaper really wants you to get this headline because it's the whole paper.
Detectives search for gangsters. That could be like every day.
The guy who's writing this, he's not real good with the details, so he just handed this in. Detectives search for gangsters. They're like, what's the story? That's the story, Chief.
You know.
What do you need? What else do you need? There you go. So he ends up where John sees this. And again, a lot of people, and it goes back and forth. I've seen something recently where people were talking. I don't mind the thought bubbles. That supposedly people like a lot of times later, it's like, no, you don't use those. If you use those, you're a hack. Everybody laughs at you. But some writers kind of do still, but so slightly.
What's the difference between a thought bubble and a narration box?
Nothing. That's why I like it. I think it's funny. And so he's there and he's like, Earth is far behind Mars in many ways, but that is natural since it's a younger planet. But this evil they have called crime, and he won't have it. I mean, he will not have crime. He's so mad, and he says, Mars, what? I like it's like, I knew a planet that had crime once. He's so angry that they got rid of crime.
Planet.
Oh, my God.
I like to call it Mars.
The crime was French Stewart didn't do much after the third rock from the sun. So he ends up where Mars once had crime.
Boy, that guy took off.
So centuries ago, until the great evolution, we had wicked men who preyed on the good. But our enlightened science made all crime obsolete. I'm like, there's no way there's any. Actually, later on, you'll see, because then you get all sorts of shit happening on Mars. But he says, there seems to be much crime here. So perhaps while I'm stranded on Earth, I can help the Earthians by fighting this crime.
Dude, you're a scientist. Find your own way back.
Yeah. Or go and like cure some shit or help out, whatever. Next thing they're making the super atomic bomb. That's what they do because this Earth is hateful. It says, yes, I think I shall do that. So there's the talk Eric always talks about.
A detective.
Detective. Yes, Father.
I shall become a police
Eric
detective.
gets upset about the idea that Clark Kent just goes from Smallville. Nothing, birth certificate, nothing. He just goes, he gets in the array, he's there, he's getting a job. This waxer, he's like, I will fight crime. So he just goes right to the police station. Just
Hello,
goes
police, sir. I would like to fight crime.
You talk the talk, my friend. And when he goes in,
Excuse me while I light up.
That's the thing. The idea is the first thing on the questionnaire. Do you smoke? No, you're out. We don't need any of you guys here. Everybody likes a lucky now and again. But yeah, this guy's lighting up this old.
If you're not willing to risk your life with a smoke, you're not willing to risk your life in the job. And we don't need pansies like you around here.
Get out of here, Flatfoot. You end up where they do this deal where he shows up. And he's like, spotting a police precinct sign. John Jones enters. John Jones of Mars enters. And he's like, and he's this guy says, so you want to be a detective, eh? You and who else? All right, Buster, I'll send you up to Lieutenant Sanders. He's in charge of detectives. Even the idea.
I think Lieutenant Saunders would be like, hey, you're fired. What are you sending me? Some guy off the street.
He didn't realize that he hates Saunders.
You have to enter like police You got to work on the street as a
That's what I was just going to say. Can you imagine the policemen that are out there working the beat to become a
detective? I've been on the beat for like 10 years.
And then what they do is like, Johnny, what's wrong? Man, I've been walking the beat. That guy has a coat. And he's like, shit. I told my wife we needed to buy a coat and a hat, and she made me buy that crib for that damn baby. He's so mad. He's like, oh, well.
Let Batman pun it.
Yeah. He's like, back to looking at the what's it called? He's doing parking tickets. Oh, yeah, now I'm laughing. But then the guy lights up. Hey, it's time for me to take my smoke break. And John's like, oh, no, fire. The enemy of all Martians. Again, the enemy of any organic being.
I'm vulnerable to flame.
Oh, no.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. It's my one weakness. I'm like, I wish it was my one weakness.
Yes, I wish I had one.
So he walks in. The guy, I think everybody's passing the buck. It's just like, go talk to Saunders. That guy's doing nothing. He's got an office. I'm here on this elevated chair. So, this
they
guy
always have those.
It's like, so far up above. Exactly. Probably when he goes, he pulls out a gavel and starts hitting it like
he's not even a detective.
Judge. I know.
He's a sergeant.
He does have the sergeant deal, but like times 8 it looks like. But yeah, he's like, whatever. But the guy, I think it's the deal that he's so into it that he says, hey, you don't even get it.
I like your Moxie kid.
This is the problem. John's, we didn't know. He showed up to just say, hey, I saw something going on. This guy right away is like, so you want to be a detective as he walks in?
Okay.
All right. So he goes up and he talks to Sanders, who's also lighting up. It's definitely like 10:15. Why must this always be fire? I have to stay away from it. He's like, oh, that's the best too. He walks in, seems like he at least took off his coat, but he's this guy, Lieutenant Saunders is like, all right, Mr. John Jones, you're qualified to become a detective.
Coat when you walked in.
What qualified him? That he's like, I like the cut of your jib. Like, what do you got? What do you got here? Well, I got a London fog and a hat. Sounds good to me.
You're in.
You really show me how it is.
That's 2/3 of being a detective. Solve
the other
one case.
Is a pulse. Let me see.
You're in.
Yeah, so he ends up doing this, and then it's the end. He goes up and says he's a detective, and he doesn't like fire. So then you have this play of almost like a sitcom deal where Lieutenant Saunders is winking at us, saying that the only reason that he did this is because there is a case that it drives
stupid.
Everybody so it makes it to me. He says, I've got a very interesting case for him to go on right away. I'm wondering just how this rookie will make out. Wink, wink. And it almost feels like it's the most horrific thing. And they do this where they have it set up. When some jerk off comes off the street and says, I want to be a detective, they pretend and then send them out on this. You then get next up the case of the magic baseball.
He's going to figure out how Raleigh fingers the throws.
Yeah, that's what it'll be. A spitball. And you'll end up where it's now Encyclopedia Brown. He's going to go up and find out that Bugs Meany has some crazy shit in this baseball that weighs it down or something. I mean, that's it. It ends it. He's
Phil
like,
Necro. How?
Yeah, oh my God. How could you do this, Phil Necro? Yeah. Hey, but they've said that a curveball can't actually curve. What is the deal? I'm telling you, you can't have a rising fastball. The end. I mean, and it says, don't miss the next issue of Detective Comics for the first case tackled by the Manhunter from Mars. The case of the magic baseball. I know that they don't know he's a Martian scientist, but really, he's worth more than this. Like the idea of the magic baseball. And something's going to go with it. He read the minds of the baseball. He'll be like, oh, on Mars, I guarantee, and now I have to read it because he has to have something. On the 4th planet from the sun, we play a game called Graceball.
It's just going to say, ask again later.
Casey Stengel's going to come out and he's going to think it's a doctor. Oh, man, can you do that thing? He's like, well, whatever. I'm in Yogi Berra. Start talking their nonsense. But it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's one of those where this character obviously becomes huge and is still big. Not top tier. People might argue, but I would still say maybe.
I like him on the Justice League.
We should do a tier list at some point of the things because I know that you have to set
but he's not A.
Big thing. No, he's not A. I'm saying that he might be C+, going to B-, maybe depending on the time frame and what books are coming.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and we have Mr. Biscuits, that nonsense.
But I do like him as a Justice Leaguer.
Yeah, I do like him. But he's so overpowered. And you see a lot of the characters, like, you know, from the OG deal, like this would be, powers just get swiped on him. And even in this,
look out. I mean, he's not so overpowered anymore.
Exactly. So, yeah. But yeah, he's basically Superman with like 80 other powers. And it's funny. Also, the power to be a detective out of nowhere with no credentials, but has them. Now, if you did play the idea, but you're not going to want to play the Martian brainwashing people, but I swear there's some shenanigans going on, right? It's weird, but it was fun. But what would you give it?
I really had fun with it. I'm going to give it an 8.6.
Yeah, I'm giving it a 9.
Yeah, it's short, sweet nonsense, but in a fun way.
And
I think, Jim, I think I found my calling. I'm going to go out tomorrow and become a police detective. It seems kind of fun.
Yeah, well, it does seem like fun. You get the magic baseballs. You know, everybody around you smokes, but I guess that's not allowed anymore.
Yeah, I could do that.
You could do a new one. Everybody's vaping. And he's like, oh, no. Well, fat clouds, my only weakness. That's what the worst thing I ever, the only thing I was ever involved with, it was the worst. Me, Logan, Braith, and Tanya went to Target. We get out of the thing, and that's when that's when Tanya first started vaping. And she ends up vaping, and some guy's walking by out of nowhere and goes, nice fat clouds, dude. And I'm like, you got to stop this shit.
Wrong turn.
That's what it was like when he was going to do his thing. Oh, my goodness gracious.
Take me outside. How about that?
I really thought the guy was, I'm like, what's the guy hitting on you? And I'm like, probably not. And then she got mad at me. But yeah, I'll give it a 9. It was fun.
Yeah.
It was fun. And I do like Silver Age stuff, but, you know, to laugh and do. But the Golden Age stuff, too, I think I might like better for fun because things are explained in the weirdest ways. It's not as wacky, but it becomes wacky because of just everything they throw at you.
I think the page length really helped. 6 pages in and out.
But 6 pages of hilarity.
Yeah.
Like they didn't realize that they were writing the comedy 6 pages of all time, but it is funny.
People, like to complain about Bendis dialogue and things like that. This is packed with dialogue, but there's only 6 pages of it. So it's like, okay, I can handle that. And it's hilarious. Every page there's something fun.
What if he wanted to become a TV detective? And he ended up, and it was a crossover to that other story. But that I'm giving a 9. You said 8.8?
8.6.
8.6. So it's pretty good. I'm going to probably, kind of finagle some of these type of things in the poll every week because I do get a kick out of this. It was between this and a Super Buddies JLI issue. Don't think we would have. That's funny.
I voted for this Gardner.
Yeah. That's the deal. That's the one from the JLI Super Buddies where it's supposed to be really wacky.
The one.
Yeah. So that was one, and we had some other things, some things that kind of carried over from last week or whatnot. I was just trying to figure out what characters.
This was fun though. I'm glad it won.
Yeah, I'm glad it won too. It was really good. So with that though, thank you for joining me once again, Stork. And before we go, let everybody know where they can find your podcast and also that your hint of the week that I put. What was it? The tip of the week or whatever? The things that you love. That I put in the show notes again.
You mean like Farscape Season 3? Yeah,
Farscape Season 3. You're a big fan of it. I ended up putting that as a weird placeholder, and then I was going to go back and
I have to look back at other things to see if he's been doing this for a while.
You said that because I wanted to put the link to your podcast, and then I put that, and I was laughing, and then forgot I have to go back later and put it in after I saw you commenting. But let everybody know where they can find you.
It is patreon.com/besottedgeek is pretty much, you can find everything there. If you Google Besotted Geek, you might find some other stuff.
The Besotted Geek is store.
Drinks and podcasts.
Drinks
basically.
And podcasts. He does a lot of things with his wife, a lot of Star Trek stuff, much
Peacock,
to my chagrin, but a lot of 80s and 90s movies and stuff like that as well that are really good. And him and Peacock, obviously. It'd be funny. It's like, you guys have a good chemistry. I would hope you do. I would hope you do.
It's all right.
It's okay. But no, go and check them out. The link will be in the show notes. Also, one of the next bit of Guilty Pleasure for Stork. He's waiting with bated breath to see what that is this week, but we'll get to that. But we're going to go back to the other books.
Cry me an ocean, cry me the rain, cry me my own song, cry me my pain. No, not for you, sir, you're just not that super. You You don't have to be a bird to be heard. You can say I'm unique, that you love how I speak, that I'm all that you seek. But honey, you'll never, never be in my Justice League. And it hit me like an arrow. Arrow, 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 arrow. Like a green arrow. Arrow, 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 arrow.
All right, and I'm here with my man Jared. What up, Jared?
What's up?
I know it's going to be up as our blood pressure.
Oh, trust me, dude.
Woo. Yeah, and when we ended up talking for the first time last week, and nothing was really planned past the idea of, hey, we'll talk about these books. And when we started, I said, well, let everybody know, what you're about, what your favorite things are. And you did say, well, I'm a Wonder Woman fan, and I'm also a Tom King hater. I'm like, all right, you'll fit in pretty well here.
Yeah.
And it just happens. And then at the end, it's funny because I did say so many books and the things of scheduling and all this now, especially since Eric ended up quitting the podcast and we have a lot of guest stars, obviously, is the idea that I'm losing track of when books come out. So I said, oh, you'll definitely be, with Wonder Woman, whatever. I completely forgot it was this week. And I'm like, oh, it's this week. Here we go. And then I ended up where I hadn't read it at first. Again, it's one of the things of reviewing so many books and me being somebody who has the worst, I have a very bad attention deficit, but I also end up, because of that, not remembering things very well to the point that I want to remember them. So what I usually do is read a book right before I record. So we were going to record last night. And so I go to read it and I completely fell asleep and left you hanging. I actually fell asleep reading this and I was still even angry. But before that, what I usually end up having happen is I'll get people say to me, oh my God, you have to read this. Or, oh, that was awesome. Or that was bad. I did see, because you ended up tweeting some stuff. I'm like, yeah, I think Jared's triggered by this issue.
So what I said is, and there was a tweet that went out, and I have a story behind this tweet. Tom King gave Wonder Woman her heroes in crisis moment.
Yeah. And I was like, oh God. Like, again, if you want to talk about a deal where you're going to give something real shade, just throw heroes in crisis into it. And it's one of the worst things ever. So
that tweet was liked by the artist for Absolute Wonder Woman.
Really?
Yeah. I was like, wait, did that just happen?
Yeah. There's weird things. At one point when one of my things that's very similar is when Bendis came over to DC. The Bendis is coming and he's taking the Superbooks. And I ended up some tweet about, and it wasn't like really like, oh, Bendis is a numbskull. It wasn't really like vicious type deal. But I said, it's a shame that he comes over and grabs both Action and Superman because I'm really enjoying what Peter J. Tomasi and Dan Jurgens have been doing in Rebirth when that ended up happening. And both of them liked it. I was like, oh, Dan Jurgens and Peter J. Tomasi are like, yeah, we kind of liked our books as well. And it was kind of funny. So with all of that, though, here we go. And I did tell you were tagged to do this. And I would like to say that it's one of those things that I would say I'm sorry for making you read and review it with me. But the idea is I think it is kind of therapy when you end up going through these.
By the way,
yeah. So
I do it anyway on my show because I do a lot of content on my channel, particularly about Wonder Woman. So I'm going to be doing this anyway. So I figure, hey, it's more opportunity to rant about how much I really hate Tom King.
I laugh too because you will hear, and me and you will probably be doing something at some point reviewing it, and I will yell, I'm done with this book. But I know, and everybody else does, they're like, really? Because you're going to review it the next time because that's what we do for the show. But what I actually mean,
I dropped it, but I don't buy the book anymore.
That's what I mean is I am going to do it begrudgingly. Like, I'm going to do it because I'm made to now. Now I'm a complete, non-fan, but here we go. I'll give the credits before we really rip into this. Because again, this whole, and we'll talk, when we get done the credits, we'll talk about the actual run as a whole and, what he has done and mostly what he hasn't. But it is Wonder Woman number 19. And it is the Fury finale. It says Tom King writing, Daniel Sampero on art, Tomo Murray on colors, Clayton Coles on letters, and you end up having Chris Rosa, associate editor, Brittany Holzer, senior editor. So you have a run that did start out with a certain Amazon, kind of killing some guys at the bar, and the idea that the Amazonians were looked at as enemies of the state. They were rounding them up. They were even almost killing them, and it was war. But that never really happened. And a lot of that in that Amazon's attack book, that ended up dealing with some of that, but that really got, in my mind, pushed aside. And Emil here, I'm actually shocked we even go back to her. But again, it's a Tom King thing that he goes back just to do something else awful. But the idea of it is it's become a deal with the sovereign. And, Lizzie, you have him doing narration throughout, which I thought was just some of the worst ideas for a storytelling.
Stupidest thing in the world.
Yeah, it was so boring. Right. I mean, the idea, it was as boring to me. Also, you spell out that he loses right away. And also, he hasn't really been that much of a threat.
Wonder Woman hasn't done anything with him.
And I'll tell you, with him, and even that, you're probably aware in the idea that you are a big Wonder Woman fan. But one of the things that Tom King said coming into the run was that he realized that Wonder Woman as a book was never really dealing with Wonder Woman. So he was just going to center on her and her alone. And do this.
Literally, he said it was about the love interest or the villains. So he's going to try and differentiate it. He literally does the exact same thing.
That's what he did. And that's what I'm saying. Like, this is why you can't trust Tom King for anything.
Never
he'll
trust
say one
him.
thing. No,
when he was on my friend Robert's channel, he said a bunch of BS to justify his stupidity. And then it's like, I'm tracking it. I'm like, so far nothing you said has gone right. What I think probably happens that when you challenge this man, his ego is so like paper thin that he has to make up all these weirdo impersonations in his mind in order for him to be able to justify the BS that he puts on this character.
Well, what was funny, and you say that when he ended up being on the Seth Meyers show saying, yeah, there will be a wedding, then there wasn't that week. You also have where one of the things that I used to yell about, and again, people who have been listening to the podcast for a while will know, my Tom King stuff, but the idea when he was on Batman and being that big book, that did elevate him, the idea of that going. And he would do storytelling through Twitter, I would say a lot, because he'd have an issue, made no damn sense. It would go against something I already had. And then he'd explain himself on Twitter. Oh, you didn't get that part? Well, it was this. I'm like, you can't make up for it on Twitter. I'm reading what's in the book. And like you said, he probably did the same bullshit when he went on your friend's channel saying, oh, you don't get it. It's this. And you're going to see this. And you're going to, and you never do.
Said, you're going to love this. So he tried to justify Diane and Steve. So one of the things he said the three main couples. So he said Clark and Lois are like at the pinnacle of their relationship. Then you have Batman and Catwoman, they're like at the beginning of their relationship. And I'm like, since when, douchebag?
Yeah.
And then he goes, Diana and Steve are like in the middle. And I wanted to say, then if they're in the middle and Diana's meant to be with Steve, why did you kill him?
Yeah, and do that. And really what he ended up, because quite frankly, they haven't been really that much of a couple. The recent,
they've been broken up.
Yeah,
for
they've been
5
broken
years.
Up. Exactly. And even, it's so funny, even in something as stupid as the Power Girl book this week, they even know that Ziggy and, all that stuff that was swirling around with the Clune and stuff like that. Not that I loved it, but the idea where Steve and Wonder Woman, that was a big thing of Steve actually like sad sack Steve wondering what the hell is going on and what he should do and should he date or whatever. And then Tom King, what he did was in the Absolute Power tie-ins, have them smooch a couple times. Oh, there are a couple again.
Wait. Not only smooch. Smooch while people are being shot at.
Oh, yeah, shot at. And Damien had to keep saying,
what the hell are you guys? Diana's never been this way. And then this week, dude, okay, I'm spoiling this piece of crap.
Go. Yeah,
when she convinced the Sovereign to engage in self-harm, I'm like, not even Injustice Wonder Woman would ever do this. If you're trying to make me think that Diana's awesome, you are doing a horrible job. It's to the point where I'm convinced Tom King hates Diana.
Well, here's the thing, and I'm not going to disagree with you. But what I think, and this is something I've said since the Bat-Cat stuff and whatever, I think that he has a real warped sense of an idea of what a strong woman is. And people look at him as a guy who writes strong women, but strong women don't always, like, and I hate to offend some people maybe, but the idea of, he thinks a strong woman is a bitch. He thinks that a strong woman is somebody who attacks or makes somebody carve something in. Like, that's what he thinks. That's not strong. That's the opposite. That's the opposite of Wonder Woman. It's the opposite of Strum, because if that was something where the Sovereign, in my mind, grabs it and tries to do it to like, oh, I'm going to make like she did it or something like that, she wouldn't allow him to do it. She would say, no, you're a bad guy, but self-harm is very odd. And he has a really odd idea. Even I could go with Lizzie being a little like, pissed up, but even she's pretty violent after all this.
When you want me to like Diana and you want to have her daughter punch her in the face, have Diana punch her mother in the face, and then literally call Diana a toxic parent. I'm like, if anything, Diana should be the best mother ever.
Yeah. And some people did think that it was going to be, revealed in this. And I think he was playing of Emil was actually it wouldn't have made sense because we saw the lifeline and all that. But there were still people still saying, I think that Emil, it's going to be her, that's going to be Trinity will be hers. Wonder Woman adopts it as a deal. But at least that's not the deal. And that's, I think I even sent to you like, oh, what happened that? But in this, you just end up having the end of the Sovereign, and he really hasn't done much. I mean, he's just kind of hanging and talking in narration, even at a point where, things were where it looked like he had an upper hand and Diana goes to, shop in a space mall. The Sovereign just kind of timed out and waited for her. Like a lot of this is just the moments for Tom King. And I think he does try to make wow moment to wow moment to wow moment. He doesn't have any connective tissue. And he does that a lot in here. And that's where I think he gets that self-harm deal and carving liar into the Sovereign. But it's like, that feels just like, it just feels wrong in anything.
Under no circumstances would Diana do that. Then he finally explains where Diana was in the Trinity part. She's dead.
Yeah, she's dead. And I did end up saying,
and the Wonder Girls are dead. It was kind of funny. I put a tweet out and I'm like, is this payback because the fans pressured you into including the Wonder Girls?
Yeah, it might be because he didn't want to. It is a funny play because you did get the story where at the beginning, remember, Batman and Superman, they wanted to get involved. And she said, no help. And like, okay. And then no help, Wonder Girls, until you have a contest that was ridiculous and you go in. And then from that point on, it was all Wonder Girls. Like she ended up like, I don't want you to help do everything. But in the meantime, when you do this, just the idea of this being the end of 19 issues of a story. And you realize by the end, there was really no story. The story is, man, that's Sovereign. He's a bad guy, right? And he controls things with the U.S. And boy, Wonder Woman, she says, no, thank you. There's the story. And then Lizzie says it. I'm like, please, it's not working. It's not working. But you have the whole play where, maybe some people will be intrigued originally. Well, you see the birth of the baby. You see this Emil. She's going through her labor pains. It just happens to be Etta Candy there somehow. But in the meantime, you do have Trinity, who we know that he has been talking to her. And when we go and
also,
see this,
on that with the Trinity thing. So you're telling me that she didn't have the lasso of truth around him the entire time?
Yeah, that's
while
what
she's
I'm
telling
saying,
someone that had the lasso of lies. So Wonder Woman's daughter apparently is an idiot.
It is funny because she's there to get the truth, but doesn't put the lasso of truth around. And he is captured, so you could do that at any point. So she does it here because, again, this is what I'm saying. Tom King, wow moment. The wow moment is to grab him with but it's ridiculous to not have had it. His scenes do not work well once you look under them. You don't even need a microscope. You just look at them, and they never really make sense overall because of the fact that, he does these wow moments. So, and she conks him into the deal. But the big play is he says, oh, you seem like real crazy all, with your nonsense here, but I know, you're the last of the Amazons. You're there. What? I'm like, first off, that's a bad tell. Just pretend you don't know what he's talking about, even if it is true, because he might just be guessing. But we then go to what only, and again, to me, you said in your tweet, the Heroes in Crisis moment for Diana. But this is the thing that a lot of people ended up, if you remember, when Heroes in Crisis came out, there was a Clayman bit of art, I believe it might have been the cover or one of the interior art, where it was sexy Ivy dead. Like you ended up having a sexy pose of Ivy dead. Did he not learn to at least tell Daniel Samperi, like, don't make them like, and that's what it looks like to me. I'm like,
so someone actually on Twitter took the shot of Donna lying dead and did like a meme tweet of like her actually sleeping in bed. It's like, dun,
exactly.
dun, dun. And I'm like, yeah. But the reason why I put the Heroes in Crisis mode, because the Heroes in Crisis thing is like, that is the moment that everyone's going to remember this run for. That's it. And I'm like, what? I'm like, do I really have to wait another year for this whole thing to end? Because this is freaking ridiculous.
Yeah. And again, you see her dead with
It'd be one thing if we saw like her on like a mound of enemies and she's getting swarmed, but she's going out fighting like a warrior.
Exactly.
No.
Nope. Just here and killed by the new baby that we see born.
Tom King's other OC.
Goes up. Yeah,
Remember,
exactly.
He goes from, I am Wonder Woman, daughter of Diana, leader of the Justice League, to this woman that single-handedly killed all of the Amazons.
Yeah. Now, did you get the idea that he's saying that Lissa might be his daughter?
Yes, I did. Based on the dialogue. My co-host Britt was like, we were like, no. It's like, I think that what King did is he heard about that Mark Millar pitch for the violation of Wonder Woman and thought, that's a good idea. I'll use that, but I'll change it for my story.
Now change it to the Samsung, because that's certainly what it seems to be, that his whole plan all along was to set this up so that he could have a daughter who ends up going. But again, why would that? You have this play, but you're only going to get that wow moment, or, it's not wow, but the thing of seeing them dead. But how is this one girl do it? It just doesn't make sense. It's there to upset people. That's all it is. He's very good at upsetting people. That's one thing. But again, she walks into the Oval Office, and we saw her the last issue. She walked across the lawn, and now she walks in. The president is bailed, and it's just a sovereign. And now he's just, oh my God, like, you don't hurt me. Oh, geez. And he's like the worst. But again, that's the villain. That's the main villain. You could tell me that
is supposed to be Wonder Woman's Joker.
Yeah, exactly. No. And the idea, if you say, well, he's doing that because you see that no, I'm seeing what it is. And then she's like, take off your everything feels wrong.
Right.
It does
I'm
not
in a
feel
group
like
chat with like a lot of the main Wonder Woman fan accounts, and someone put in there, oh, that's just Tom King with his shirt off. Like, all of us suspect that the Sovereign is another Tom King impersonator.
Yeah, well,
self-insert.
If it is a self-insert, it actually, because one of the things with him, his mom pretty much raised him, and his dad had kind of ditched. Maybe it's his dad. Maybe he's like, I'm getting you, daddy.
The other thing is, like, someone took, like, the image of, like, Cassie lying bloodied and dead and photoshopped it to be Trinity.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah, I'm like, here's the thing.
I'll tell you, I like Trinity the first couple backups. I was like, she's cute, whatever. But I thought it was just that. Now it's too much. And
here's the problem. I never liked it for a couple of reasons. Number one is because the same story, like, basic idea could have been done with one of the Wonder Girls.
Yeah,
because
it could have been.
The only thing that can't be is the daughter of Wonder Woman. Or you could have brought back Fury from like post-crisis and had that be the daughter of Wonder Woman. But you have to invent an OC because you want royalties on the character, which is never going to be adapted.
No, I don't think so. This character never really had that. What I thought might have had some,
because here's why.
Some legs, but no.
Here's why. I'll tell you why. The reason, if you pay attention, the reason why people were talking about those backups is because of the Super Sons. That's it.
Yeah.
I've asked people on my channel, like, I've asked Tevia on my channel, I'm like, dude, I gotta ask you this.
Are you only will like anything Super Sons?
Exactly. I asked him that. I'm like, if you didn't have the Super Sons in it, would you not read the book? He said, yeah, you're right. I'm like, aha!
And here's the thing. Again, one of my biggest problems is I do think, and some people you might disagree, I think he writes a terrible Damian. I can't stand his Damian. And when he ended up having the Black Mercy and said that it doesn't affect Damian because Damian doesn't have dreams, I was like, get the hell out of here.
No.
That's ridiculous.
Stop
that's
trying to be edgy, Tom King.
That's what it is.
Working.
And it's again, what happens is Tom King has a bad combination of edgy and not knowing a character. So you end up getting things edgy in weird ways, even if a character is edgy. And that's what I thought with that. But again, I'm looking at the pages and the Heroes in Crisis moment really of the carving and things like that. But really with this death in this really does feel a lot like a Heroes in Crisis deal. Though I thought what you were talking about, because one of the most hilarious things ever written was when Harley ends up beating up the Trinity.
Yeah.
And Heroes in Crisis, and I'm like, all right, like, you're
and then
ridiculous.
Superman says, she's good, Bruce, maybe even better than you. I'm like, no.
And if you also, if we're just going to go in, one of the other things about Tom King and not knowing characters at one point during the Everyone Loves Ivy deal, pretty much thought that what's it called? Harley had gone to college and gotten like PhDs in brain surgery, not a psychologist. He had no idea. He's a freaking schmuck. But you end up again. She busts into the White House. She ends up, getting the knife. She calls for the knife. And you're like, oh my God, like what's going to happen? I don't know. I think that maybe if she killed him, it wouldn't have been as bad. Like, it's bad. But the idea that she forces him to carve something into his chest that is true, and you better say it's kind of disgusting. And I'm kind of a prude with a lot of things like that. But usually something like this, I'll go, okay, if there was, but I don't even know of any real character that I would have thought that was good.
Not only this, the dagger part, that's also a character assassination on Hippolyta, because the implication that Hippolyta gave Diane the dagger
to do
knowing what she's going to do.
Yeah. I mean, at one point, I really thought then she's like, oh, she's going to make him kill himself or what? Or maybe,
that's what
I don't know,
thought.
like, what was the deal? Because that doesn't feel like, and what Tom King does, too, and in that of what a strong woman to him is an emotionless woman as well. So when she's always doing these things, that's where you get the
She looks emotionless in this.
Yeah, she has no emotion. So she's going to do this. She's walking across the lawn of the White House, no emotion. She ends up where at one point they end up stopping her. Sarge Steele says, hey, you take each step. We have Amazons. We're going to kill them. Now, she knows that she has, done something. Again, something that was crucial and wasn't Wonder Woman, and it was off panel, which was ridiculous. But she, shows no emotions then and just goes, hey, crashes his hand. You got to get a new hand. Like, everything is mean. Everything has this weird, overtone of just darkness and whatever. And that's not, especially at a point where she's just given birth. Make it so that she wins with her compassion. Make it that she wins with what she knows is the truth, not the idea of I'm going to show him, and really feels like she's won the battle already. This really feels to me, and I don't know how the people in the chat that you're with are more Wonder Woman fans than you are, especially than me. But the idea when somebody is given up and you make them do something like that is just over the top.
That was one of the things that because what I've noticed is that whenever there was, because again, so I don't know if I mentioned this previously, but I started the hashtag campaign to get King off Wonder Woman.
Okay.
So one of the things I noticed is that when we do a trending day, I noticed that there's always one panel, one image that the fan base latches onto and just spreads that. This week, last month, it was the Steve Trevor statue. This one, it's the Diana stabbed and the self-harm, because the self-harm, that is not even Artemis would do that.
Yeah, it's weird. It's really weird. Again, this is where a lot of times when you have a Tom King book, where when he's done, you need it. This happens to Bendis. It happened a lot at Bendis at Marvel, where you have to have almost the recovery crew. Damage Incorporated has to come in afterwards. And when you get a Heroes in Crisis, you legit get 3 series after that to try to rectify everything, makes sense of it, and still goes. Yeah, exactly. And it took how long? It took that long for Wally. I mean, and you had already gone through a flash forward series that they couldn't figure out. Poison Ivy, another one that they had to kind of make sense of, and it takes a long time. It's kind of an evil plan to get more books, but he really doesn't get these characters.
Honestly,
but in the point,
let me ask you this. Would you rather have Kelly Thompson on Wonder Woman, the main book, as well as Absolute?
I would rather than this. I would.
Exactly. Exactly. Because I'm at least that feels like Wonder Woman. With this, the problem is, I do agree with you that, it's going to take a while, unless, which this is something they won't do, but this is something that I would do if I were in charge, retcon the whole damn thing out.
You say that. What they did with this Batman run by giving him a Black Label book to finish it off,
it was
almost
the pity
pretty
series,
much said. And it was a pity. I actually, as an aside, and people would have heard the story before, but I was actually in a group chat with Scott Snyder and James Tynion when that went down, and they were telling me real time of, they're going to give him, at first it was going to be a special, then it was going to be a 6-issue, then it was down to a 3-issue prestige, then a 12. It was all this kind of thing. And really what it was not giving, it was more, and I don't give DC a lot of credit a lot of times. It was more of them trying to figure out what they could do to at least give the fans something to go up. It felt more of that base of,
they were trying to at least complete the story so they don't leave it hanging.
And so they wanted to do that as they were telling me this, it was more about the idea, will fans go for this? And again, they didn't want them to be mad at them either. But Tom King, they had people, and I had word from a lot of people that I talked about that they were like, there were so many higher ups and so many old time writers that nobody liked that run. And I'm sure that this would be the same with Wonder Woman writers.
I'm honestly sure, based on the fact, it could be accidental, but based upon the fact that the artist for Absolute Wonder Woman, the one for issue 6, liked my tweet when I was, the one I
art
called
was
it.
Incredible.
Oh yeah,
it's good art. Holy moly! But,
yeah, it is fantastic art. But with this, it's like, see, here's the thing. Yes, one of my co-hosts said, and I have had this debate, and I've always said that, they 100% could just retcon this or make this an entire Black Label thing.
Yeah, you could say it was a
retroactively
dream.
Just do this because if you notice this with that Trinity series, which is probably DOA, they're dealing with time travel stuff. So I'm like, they could just go back, just tell them to go back in time. Make it so Emily doesn't kill any of those guys in the bar, and then all of this vanishes.
Yeah, you could end up even if you do that. You could even go and have because with that Trinity's like, I'm gonna get that. Maybe just go back in time, become friends with her. Like, hey, let's get out. They end up in a subverted. You could do a lot of things. I want the Bobby Ewing where you just get out of the shower. And there's Steve Trevor. Hey, baby. And we're like, hey, we're good. Let's wipe all this out. Because, again, it's what you get with Tom King where you can easily retcon a lot of things. It's just not a lot happens. It's just
and
him
you notice
doing awful stuff.
It is extremely isolated from the main line. No one references this. It's like even in Justice League when Wonder Woman is on the Justice League, I'm like, aren't you a fugitive right now?
Yeah, really. Because he barely referenced it. I think he forgot about it. So you end up where she gets the there's not much of the issue to even talk because it just is nonsense. You have him write liar, and then you see in the future where he still has that scar and like, for I am Wonder Woman, she said, and I choose love. And I'm like, no, you choose to tell this guy. Like the guy was begging you, saying, you won, I'm done. And she made him do that so that he would know.
He gave up. I'm like, I'm sorry. Even Batman would be pissed off at her if she did that.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I'm there and she's making me, I'm like, and they're like, why are you writing Big Schlong? And I'm like, hey, it's free advertising. I'm telling you, like, and she says, again, just think of what she said. Write something and it better be true. What if he didn't write? What happened if he wrote King? And Baby Wake wrote awesome. Would she have killed him then? Would she have snapped his neck? Hey, I did some extra work too. And ends up to like, what would she have done? Because she does threaten him with the idea of it better be something like this. And yeah, you said like Apollo, there's a lot of levels to it that I don't think Tom King ever goes. He wants the wild moment of seeing Liar. And he thinks a strong woman would do that. Again, that's just a nasty woman. That's just, somebody who doesn't have compassion.
That's something Grail would do. Let's be clear on that.
Yeah, Grail would do it. I like Grail, too.
Me too. I do a lot. So,
and I like her badass deal. But again, that's Grail. That's a villain. I would expect that. And like you said, that would have been a crazy deal. Like, she would definitely make something like that.
I've long said what they could do to retcon all this out. I just say that was Cersei all along impersonating Diana.
Just do that. Just have that and play that out. But yeah, in the meantime,
it would be a cop-out. But at this point, I think cop-outs need to happen because this, and one of my tweets that I said, because I had like a lot of tweets spread out across 5 hours.
They were flying.
Yes, this is going to be like, this is a character assassinating moment for Wonder Woman for a new generation of fans, honestly. And that's what Tom King does. He's bragged about ruining people's characters.
He loves it. And that's the thing. It used to be, and I said at one point, some people are down on Tom Taylor. I actually really liked Tom Taylor at one point. And
I like him on Elseworlds books.
Yeah. He was known as the guy who kills characters. Yeah. So you would get him on a book and you'd be like, oh, who's going to die? And if it's a team book, you kind of joke around or whatever. But when Tom King goes on your book, you just like, oh, crap. Like,
here's the thing.
I mean, we could go down the list. Here's
the thing. I have my issues with Tom Taylor, but with Taylor, way more than King. Yes, he kills a lot of characters, but I still feel the love for these characters.
I think he likes the character.
Yeah. It's like even in Dark Knights of Steel, you could see he loves these characters so much. That's why I look past a lot of the BS from his side.
With this, some BS,
I am convinced Tom King royally hates these characters.
Yeah, I think that, number one, I think it's weird. I think that he doesn't know them well, and then he doubles down on that.
He claims he does, but he doesn't.
And so
the minute he said, "Oh, I know comics really well, and I read a lot of Wonder Woman previous to this," I'm like, "What?
Yeah,
what?
which did you read?
If I were on that interview, I would legit say, "All right, prove it, prove it."
He's like the worst.
Explain all of this BS, brother.
Yeah, it is some of the funny things. I do like when you get interviews. There was somebody, I forget who, was going to do like a couple issues on X-Men. And like, oh, you like I've loved the X-Men ever since the one thing that I know about it, the third movie, X-Men 3, are like, you just named the worst thing.
Yeah,
like, that's what happened.
That's not a flex. Apparently King was a big fan of Wonder Woman 1984.
Exactly. So
and
this
I'm like,
is what I'm
that
saying.
explains so much about the obsession with Steve.
He is a weasel.
And that's
like
the thing.
Said.
It's like, that's the other thing. It's like, by the way, so something you should know about me. My two least favorite DC characters ever are Lois Lane and Steve Trevor. Now, somehow, King has made me put Steve Trevor on the same level of hatred as Lois Lane.
Yeah.
Somehow.
You don't like that Lois Lane, huh? I don't mind Lois. Not
I
my
was
favorite.
more of a fan of Superman with Wonder Woman that they did back in the day. That was me. But my thing is like with Steve, it's like, because here's the problem. The reason why they broke up is because he basically was complaining that you don't spend enough time with me. You're always up. But I'm like, dude, you're a Navy SEAL. If anyone understands this lifestyle, it is you. What are you talking? That's when I'm like, okay, so you generally don't like Diana. Okay, fine. But then all of a sudden, they're like best friends again. Even when he's essentially working for the Sovereign, who is killing her sisters. Notice that when Diana confronts the Sovereign, she says, "Mother, this is the man who killed my love, not this is the man that killed our sisters."
Yeah. Now, the real tragedy of it all was while they were dating and all that, you never had the joke of her blowing a seal. Like, then that's my joke. So when you're going through all this stuff, idea
that's
again,
the other thing. They changed his military branch. He's a Marine now, and then the next issue, he's a Navy man again.
Then at one point, he was just part of a weird checkmate that didn't make sense. A lot of weird things went on. Now, again, you said that you now have a moment where newer readers would be like, okay, I get one. And this is what I said to you last week. The idea where Tom King, you like him until he's on your favorite character. He'll ruin it. But also his fandom will then attack you and say, oh, that character that you've loved for 40 years, I like him more now because Tom King's written one issue and they think they know it and they only go by this. And
what I normally do, my normal response when people say, because I have because a friend of mine said, oh yeah, this is Diana through and through. And I'm like, on what planet?
Yeah.
I asked him, this is when I got him. I asked him, how much Wonder Woman have you read prior to this? He goes, admittedly, not that much. And I'm like, bingo!
Yeah, that's
bingo!
it. So what you have then is, you have that where you also have people who are like, I love Mr. Terrific. You know, the guy who's happy that his wife and unborn child died because that was in the straight, or the genocidal Adam Strange, or it just goes down the line. He just keeps doing this. This is something he seems to revel in and does it. And again, the issues themselves hardly have any substance to them. They're all wow moments, but they're wow moments in the wrong way. So you end up with Liar on the Sovereign. Then you get the baby, and then we find out, oh, God, the baby was born, but that's the baby that's going to kill Wonder Woman. Oh, my goodness gracious. And Etta Candy's there giving birth, but never
by the
really
way,
resolving any of the things that dealt with the meal or that
I want to
whole
tell you
idea.
this. So that tweet that about the Heroes in Crisis moment, as soon as I sent that out, I had like 80 people DMing me saying, okay, what did he do this time? Because as soon as because they're like, I didn't read the issue, but I'm intrigued based upon you saying Heroes in Crisis. I sent it. Everyone I sent it to is like, what is wrong with this man?
Yeah, he's odd. And at one point, I think in the day, you would have people who would like hate read and things like that. I think those days are gone as well. And
the book is like
on Wonder Woman, I don't even know. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Most of the thing, and what I was going to tell you to be, kind of a glimmer of hope is the idea that when he was on Batman, the big play was around the deal, the higher ups, the people in the control, whatever. They just said, listen, we hate what he's doing, but people are buying it. The minute that the sales go down to whatever level they've decided, he's done. That's why at that one point, he was just at a convention. Backstage, they said, oh, by the way, you're off the book because they were waiting for it. They were waiting
but here's the thing.
sprint to get to him to say it.
Will DC wait until they starts making Clunrad numbers, or do you think they're about to do something?
I think that what they're going to do is, I think a lot of things are going to change in September. You have a new Batman. You have a lot of rumors. There's already kind of the deal that Batman and Robin is going to end in September. I think they're going to renumber a lot of things.
I'm so sad because I love Batman and Robin.
Yeah, I know. But again, I hear that. But then I also asked the guy who usually is spot on with the things that he talks to editors and things like that. And I said, now you say that it ends in September, but is there a chance that it restarts at a number one with still, what's going on with Philip Kennedy Johnson? And he's like, you know what? I'll ask. And they didn't know, but that could be a possibility. So
because I want to, because PKJ is he's one of my favorite DC writers. But yeah, I'm saying I really hope this happens soon because honestly, I just want this run to be, there are so many people that have tried to justify this and tell me that this is like going to be remembered as one of the best Wonder Woman runs. And I go, no, this is going to be that run that everyone forgets or is going, oh yeah. Remember when Tom King wrote Wonder Woman?
Yeah, I'm telling you, I say that a lot about a lot of things like that. And you're spot on. I think that in a year or two after it, it'll be the idea of, hey, remember that Wonder Woman by Tom King? Oh, man, she did some awful things. Like, that's all it'll be. It will
and
never
that's why
be.
I think whoever the next writer is, whether or not be Jeremy Adams, Kelly Thompson, whatever, this character needs triage. They need to do a lot, unless they just retcon the whole damn thing out or most of it out of continuity. They need to do some major triage on this because this was a disaster.
And I hope that the next person that they get actually is legit somebody who they don't just hire, that they say, hey, you're doing it. I hope it's somebody who has a pitch. I hope it's somebody who actually likes the character. And
hey,
actually,
Jeremy Adams, you have a pitch.
He begs. He wants to do it, so that'd be cool. And that would be somebody who's already, it'd be funny because then we'd get another thing of like, there he is trying to clean up Tom King's mess again, and he did a good job. So why not?
Adams technically has written Wonder Woman before. He wrote the Justice Society World War II movie. That was basically a Wonder Woman movie, and he was great in that.
Yeah, so that would be pretty cool. He loves Wonder Woman. It's just, unfortunately, at a point, they said you can't do it because you're a man and the deal, but then Tom King's doing it, so it's weird.
Yeah, so I'm like, if anything, you have a reputation of fixing Tom King's mistakes.
Yeah, it'd be great. And he did a really good job of that. I was really impressed when he fixed the whole Heroes in Crisis Wally, which also, again, had been kind of fixed a little, bandaged up, but that really ended up, helping it out. But at the end, you set up the next thing with the Mouse Man, and I'm telling you,
I hate
after
it.
this, like, you end up seeing that, and you're just like, I wanted to curse that. It's just the idea of like, go screw yourself.
It's nice. Yeah, because my theory is that I think the Mouse Man is going to be the last thing he does. Like, they'll do the Batman thing because that's only like 3 issues, so it's just there. But then the Mouse Man arc, either they'll do it to completion or they'll cut it off early and say, okay, end it now, you're done.
Yeah, I think that legit. I think that it ends around September, and you'll get your reprieve. It'll be done, and they'll do a new number one. And with the new number one, you can. And again, why I say that too is because there is a weird play. Why didn't they give Philip Kennedy Johnson that new number one when he jumped on? Because he certainly should have had it. It's a lot different. We talked about this, I think, last week.
What if they give him Wonder Woman?
And it could. I mean, it'd be pretty cool. I hope
would
that
do really well because it's like. I know it was a Superman book, but Warworld Saga was kind of that more gladiator feeling book. And I'm like, that is something that I think he could do well with Diana. Yeah,
that's the worst part of all of this is that there is a handful of people that for a fact could have done better than Tom King. When Tom King was announced in the book, you had a little bunch of people, oh yeah, that's awesome. And you had so many people just groan. Just like, oh no, why? Especially because
here's the thing.
It's one of his first in continuity books in a while too, and he doesn't get it.
Because here's the thing. Originally, I was cautiously optimistic because here's why. That I was one of the people that's like, wait until Tom King writes your favorite characters, because I had, for the most part, enjoyed his Batman run up until issue 50. I even at some point defended Heroes in Crisis. I don't anymore. But yeah, what I had said in my video on Heroes in Crisis was if you ignore all the rebirth stuff that had happened with Wally, all the BS on that, it doesn't hurt as much. But anyway, And I was like, okay, it could go really well or really good. Everyone was telling me, dude.
Yeah, it's going to go bad.
Dude, it's mostly going to go bad. In fact, even like Gabe Hernandez was like, I'm very sorry for any Wonder Woman fan that has to go through that. So the moment I started faltering is when Wonder Woman punches her mom in the face. I'm like, okay, she would never do that. Yeah. Then when she talks about eating rats and describing eating rats.
It was great. Yeah, that again, that's a wow moment that's in the wrong way. It's so weird. It's so
I'm
bad.
Like,
but
what?
Yeah, so at the end, Mouseman. And even that, it's like you end up where the last things are liar on the chest, baby, who we now know is going to kill Wonder Woman. And then we just like, oh, here's Mouseman that he's going to try to do something crazy. And people are like, man, this guy's a genius. Like that. I'm like, go screw yourself. Like, this is bad. It's bad. The art's great. It continues to be great, but it's always wasted. All of his art's always wasted. And again, there are people who are tried and true, Tom King fans, but you can't convince a lot of the fans that Tom King fans because they haven't read anything but Tom King. They're not a fan of Wonder Woman. They're a fan of Tom King. They're not a fan of Mr. Terrific or Adam Strait. They're always a fan of Tom King. So
other people I've heard were like, I haven't read Wonder Woman since like Rebirth, and I'm like, that you missed a lot, brother.
Yeah, you did.
I'm like, what?
So again, I could read I'm never going to read one run and say that I know the character can argue with people, but that's what seems to happen because they're so quick to defend not his writing, but him say it's just weird. He has a cult. It's very odd to me, and I think he does do a bit of a CIA trickery.
That's why I think the carving on the skin comes from, because I think he's trying to work through some like PTSD he has from his time in the CIA. Yeah,
maybe because
that would explain it.
What would you give it?
Okay,
you can give it whatever you want to. 0 to 10.
In terms of the art, okay, the art is a solid. For art, it's about 8 out of 10. For story, it's a negative 8 out of 10.
Yeah. You could do my joke here. You can end up giving it like a 1 and say that you love the. I do that all the time.
Yeah.
But that's your score though. You hated it. I'm gonna go with a regular, 0 to 10 combined deal. It's like a 2, like a 2 out of 10 for me, and that's mostly art. Again, my joke would be, I give it a 2 out of 10, and I give the art a 5 out of 5. So there's where the story's a negative. A lot of times this is what happens with Tom King. And the only reason, if this was say, even that Black Canary book, the best, we're not reviewing it because I don't want to put myself through.
I read one issue of that and I was like, I'm good.
Yeah. And so, but Wonder Woman's Wonder Woman. The reason why, just as an aside to get some cred with you, the reason why we started we started the website in 2013, and then we had the podcast in 2015. But me and my buddy Eric, we started the site because I got mad that I was starting to read a lot of comics and not enough people, I said, were reviewing Wonder Woman. So we ended up starting the site to do that. And then it kind of morphed into everything else, and we followed, everything. But that was pretty much the big, start of it.
With me, it kind of started because I was always a fan of the Trinity. And what made me love Wonder Woman is my friend and I do like a long form podcast called Super Wonder Legacy, where we talk about the history of Superman and Wonder Woman. It's not necessarily the romantic history, but it's also like a lot of Wonder Woman topics and stuff. And learning more about this character, that is when, like recently, unfortunately, it's during a Tom King run, that she supplanted Superman as my favorite. But what's kind of funny is I love how the same, I absolutely adore that the same day that this crapshoot gets released, Absolute Wonder Woman releases and is spectacular.
Yeah. Me and Gray reviewed it right before we did this and loved it. So yeah, and again, people piss on Kelly Thompson a lot just because they don't like Kelly Thompson, but she's doing a really good job. That's probably. I really like the big dumbness of the Absolute Batman, but the Wonder Woman book is what's getting me.
Wonder Woman is genuinely fun and good. It feels like Diana.
Yeah, and again, people argue with me at the beginning saying it didn't feel like Diana. I'm like, don't you get it? She's in hell, and she makes it better because of who she is. That's straight up Diana.
The moment that sold me that Kelly Thompson gets it is when the cave becomes a home now.
Yeah, the home of all the monsters, and then and actually
she's references Diana's ability to talk to animals. I'm like, I've never seen this in so long.
And you're right, and the art this week was great, but Hayden Sherman did a really good job in those first couple issues, and what you had was each time you saw the cave, now there's a rug there. Now there's a painting up, and it was really good that it became a deal. That was one of the things that me and Eric were doing at that point. We loved it. We did, and people were giving us some guff for it. But we ended up being right for the most part. Everybody likes what they like. But I have not talked to anybody who likes this issue or this run. And
I've talked to like a few people, but a lot of my friends that even try to be positive are like, yeah, this sucked.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. And again, I think that.
And you notice.
What's that?
Jim, here's what I noticed. This is something that's very interesting. If you pay attention, you notice how ever since, like I say, issue like 5 or 6, none of the issues have gotten additional printings.
Yeah, that's true. And most would
that's
anyway.
That's probably an indicator of the
deal.
sales, if I may say so myself.
Yeah, and we get weird sales numbers. You get some of the direct-to-market sales, but it's a very slim, pickings of the stores. I think it's like 125 stores, and it has been falling. Now, and you can't go by overall sales because it's not, but you can go by trends. There's enough stores to say, okay, there were these amount of people buying it at one point. They're not buying it anymore. So that has to be a trend overall. And I think people have been bailing on it. And really what you do is this is a jumping off point. Now you end the story, which is already going to be, but then it ends in this way. I think people are like, yeah, like you with Black Canary. I've had enough here. I think I've had enough. And there's some other big books going.
I checked it out because I like Dinah, and I was like, I'll try one issue. What harm can one issue show up? And then,
yeah, you know what the funny thing is? We try to review just about everything. I really like Shiva, and I'm like, yeah, this is all.
When I saw Shiva call Dinah white trash, I'm like, Dinah, she was never going to say that.
Yeah. It's just great. Then he does weird stuff, but that's it. But yeah. I'm glad that you joined me. We got a little thing off our chest. We yelled about it. And I will be sending you will be, just not just this book. We'll start doing, and new number ones are coming out and things like that. Yeah. So things will be open up because again, a lot of the stuff now is still trying to finish some things that me and Eric started. Some things, we don't even have people even reading and things like that. So
I'm down anytime. I have evenings free. Just let me know what to read and I'll read it.
Yep, we'll do it. So, and I will give a shout out to Gray, who said he really enjoyed us talking last week. So that was nice. And Gray, he did tell me twice today. And I said he was watching your live stream and things like that and said he really deep dives.
Yes, I do. Well, case in point, last week's episode of the Super Wonder podcast was 3 hours and 43 minutes.
Yeah, so I like that. Yeah, we ended up, by the end of this issue or episode, we do talk about the Harley Fartacular for an hour. So
oh, my God.
That may be
why do you subject yourself to that?
It may be impressive that. I'm telling you, you're not even getting the thing because I decided not to do it, but I was going to, as a joke, make this whole episode the Fartacular, and I was going to ask everybody, I was going to play a fart noise and ask you what that fart was called. And I'm like, I don't think people will like that. Back in the day, I had a lot more sound effects.
Tom King.
Yes, exactly. There you go. See, it would have worked out. But I have all these, we usually do a lot of sound effects, and I used to have this huge soundboard with the worst things, and Eric would get driven nuts because I'd just play fart songs and their sounds, and he hated it. He would hate it.
That's
but there
great.
You go. There you go. And also in the whole deal, I think that people don't realize one of the things that worked with me and Eric is we didn't really get along very well, hence him quitting. So that's what happens by the end. You have that friction. But I'm glad that we have so many people. I'm glad that I've met you through this. So we'll be doing a lot more. So yeah, it's really cool. So we'll go off.
What's funny is that I know you because I watch Wes's show all the time. So I'm like, I know Jim.
With that. And again, I'm on that a lot too. And he wanted me to be tomorrow, but I can't because I have to record too much. So with all of that though, again, thanks. And I don't know what we're going off to. I believe we might be going off to maybe Justice League, something like that. I don't know. People will find out right about now.
Farting is fine, but farting could lead to shitting in your pants when you don't want to. Farting is fine, but farting could lead to shitting in your pants when you don't want to. Now I don't wanna make you cry, don't wanna make you question why. For shit don't wanna make you question why. For shitting in your pants now, why would I? Shitty pants, shitting them all day. Glad to see you're just like me. Shitting in your pants when you don't want to. Farting is fine, but farting could lead to shitting in your pants when you don't want to. When you don't want to. When you don't want to. When you...
And we're going to continue on with Gabe. What up, Gabe?
What up, Jim? How's the mushmouth this week?
It's great. I want to know how the baby, the attention-seeking baby that is you, is doing. There you are. You ended up being called that this week, but isn't that every week?
Well, yeah, an anonymous reader took issue with my assessment of Absolute Martian Manhunter #1, and they thought I was an attention-seeking baby who talks out of my ass all the time and doesn't know what I'm doing.
I love that they think that any sort of comic review is going to get you any real attention. I mean, we know that really doesn't happen. I mean, so here we are, though, and this is the Weird Science Fartacular episode. So
no, don't do that to me. No, I am not touching that book.
We are doing it at the end, but we're going to have a continuation of all of the fart noises and things throughout, which I don't have up here, but we have Boom Goes the Dynamite. So we could have that. But we're going to start with a big book, Superman. Haven't heard many people talk about it this week. A lot of talk has been on, say, an Absolute Martian Manhunter and other things like that. Haven't really heard Fartacular talk either. But going into it, usually I've heard from people like, oh man, this was really good or great. I've heard nothing. Nobody mentioned the Superman, so hopefully it's not that it's getting lost in the cracks because it is Superman, but it's Superman number 24. Joshua Williamson writing, Eddie Barrows and Eva Ferreira on art, colors Alejandro Sanchez, letters Ariana Mayer, and we do then have assistant editor Jillian Grant and editor Paul Kaminsky, and we get into this where you have Superman and Lois are being called urgently to Supercorp as they go in and find Mercy and Lex making out, which we saw coming from a mile away, that they were going to become lovers, and they are. But there's more to it than that as we go. And one of the things, and you said before we just started, that you do like this issue enough. I don't mind. It's one of these things with Joshua Williamson where you end up where he gets lost in things. The idea of Time Trapper, you said this as well. You have Time Trapper. We just get done the Doomsday, and that was kind of, to me, rushed, as I said when we talked about it last time. And then you get to this, and I'm like, all this is setting up so you have that big 25 issue, the anniversary, where you have Lex versus, Lex Luthor, bad Luthor. But I don't know. It just feels odd because, again, every time Lex goes to be good, he's going to be reverted. That's not going to stick. But every time it's that nobody trusts him. Superman was trusting him, and Lex has done a bunch of things. Now suddenly everything goes wrong, and Superman's like, I trust you, but what are you doing today? I'm like, it just felt really forced to me to really push for Superman, not being a really great guy, to Lex, who has done some things and actually has saved their ass a couple times in the recent past. I mean, real recent past. He ended up doing it with this whole thing with Doomsday and stuff like that. But I don't know. What do you think? Because when you start off, it really is like Superman just comes in pissed.
Well, yeah, Superman comes in, just to kind of lay the foundation of the story for anybody who hasn't read it. He gets called into Supercorp, and Mercy says, hey, we've been trying to use all of your recent battles to try and do some good in this world. Now, this is a corporation, right? We got to make some money. So we've taken the technology and the battles and all the things that you've done, and we've decided, let's monetize that. We'll create defensive weapons. We'll create offensive weapons. We'll do some things that we can sell, and it'll do some good in this world. And Superman's like, whoa. Time out. This is dangerous stuff. You're not going to sell this stuff and make some money. And we're just like, it's okay. We've tested it. It's fine.
It is funny. You say that.
Of course it's not fine. Of course it's not fine.
No, it's not fine. It's not going to be fine. But I'm telling you, at one point, Superman doesn't legit say like, he says, I don't like my branding on this. But even before that, I mean, they come in And Lex says, and Mercy says, the idea, and you have, before they even say anything about weapons, things, Superman says, do your ideas involve indefinite detention or torture, Lex? And that was when they shrunk down, all of that going on in the last issue. The invaders and these things. So this is the deal. And it's Doomsday and the Radiant that are stuck in this bottle. And he's like, everything is cool right now. Time has kind of stopped for them. It's slow. So it feels like it's okay to get them now. We'll figure out the deal. And then immediately Superman ends up being pissed. Do your ideas involve intent? His ideas involved exactly what he said. He had to stop it. We said this before about the idea, like, what was he supposed to do? This fight was going on. People were dying and all this. He puts him in a bottle, and now Superman's already, where you can see even his jaw going. The idea of, what are you torturing them? He's like, dude, like, what are you talking about? And that's what I was saying, too. Like, he's not. He's there. They're doing this thing, and you're part of this. And I just thought, again, it's just to push the idea where Lex is going to say at one point, you never trusted me, so why not be bad? That's
legitimately, Lex's solution to the problem of Doomsday and this invading army that wants to take him. Legitimately, Lex's solution is better than what Superman had.
Yeah.
Because all they had was keeping Doomsday like in a drug-induced comatose state at Supercorp, where he could have just woken up and created a bunch of havoc.
Just at least craziness, right?
Right. At least this way he's frozen in time. It gives him an opportunity to get them out of the population and maybe do some things. Now, is it, I think Williamson's trying to conflate the whole prisons are bad argument again that we keep seeing over and over at DC, like particularly from Tom Taylor, because it's like you're keeping them trapped forever and there's no recourse, but at least they're frozen in time. It's not like they're sitting in a prison and they're stewing and they're going crazy and like solitary confinement.
Yeah, they're
something.
there and it's something. And what you had was a drug-induced coma. Well, why is that any better? And Superman, before all this, he was so like fine with Lex, like, oh, and it's just that I think that a lot of times with Joshua Williamson, you can tell, first off, he does get on tangents and things like that, but also definitely. The idea where you can tell he's done with the story and he will really broadcast the idea of, oh, this is what's going to happen next. And it just is, okay, Lex is bad again. That's what we're going to get. Now, he may, kind of go against that. But even then, it shows. Mercy yells later that it was always Lex trying to be bad. And I'm like, you just kind of wiped out a lot of the things that you set up that I thought were interesting, even though people want Lex to be a bad guy. That's what 99.9%. They want the evil Lex. They want to go with it. But I thought it was interesting with it going on. But in the meantime, Superman's already decided. I mean, the idea that, oh my God, we need Lex's help. Lex, please help us. Please do this with the Radiant. And Doomsday, okay, Bottle City deal, boom. Hey, what do we do next, guys? I'm Lex. What do we do now? What do you think you're doing? Torturing them? I'm like, when did this happen? When are you so triggered by this deal that you asked him to do? And he's involved, and it's right there. Does it look like he's torturing them? They're in a bottle. Like the torture is him not getting Candor out of that bottle for all these years. And
is Williamson trying to set it up that Superman is somehow jealous that Lex did a better job than he did?
No, I just think it's that he's playing really the idea Lex is evil, and Lex will say, I tried to do good. You'll never accept it. So lo and behold, I might as well be evil. And we've seen that a trillion times. Anytime Lex goes anything good, that's what it ends up being. It ends up, nobody trusts me. Nobody believes me. Boom, boom, boom. And in this, you might play a thing with Mercy. But in the meantime, Lena's there and says, hey, let's go see this. And then again, I've said it a bunch of times in Nightwing, that, drones and these don't ever work out. Like they don't. And having the Superman deal of armies, he doesn't like it. And he says, this.
Yeah, as soon as you walk into a room where they say, I'm going to show you all these fabulous toys we built. And the first thing you see is this spider drone that looks like something from a Brainiac ship. You're already wrong. You've already done something wrong.
I'm telling you right away. I keep saying that. I said it in Nightwing. They should say, you guys all saw RoboCop, right? Like all these things always go wrong. And so they're all proud of it. Yeah, we do this. And then you end up Superman who says, no, we're not doing it. She says, we're a corporation. We have to make money. Not on my watch. Well, you are the CEO. You can make the decision, but she's not going to go with it anyway. And then they get this call where, oh my God, there's things Mr. Terrific says there's a play, Markovia. And it's the cons. This is tying in to specifically the Zod stuff as well, because that's who he was fighting. And he even mentioned at one point, ridiculous, where they're like, this is like the powers of that. These are Superman powers. She has the crest on. The cunt should be aware of that. But even so, what happens to Lois? Her face is very odd when she says, I'll do it. Doesn't look like, and then when she's flying, it looks like she snapped her neck to go fly. And I think the art's good in this, but these couple panels are a little off. Also, why doesn't Superman just go with her? The idea that Mr. Terrific, we need a heavy hitter. Hey, and Lois says, I'll go by myself. You don't have to come. I'm like, why don't they just go together and take care of it? He has to stay back and talk about this stuff. Though you could have said, hey, we'll talk about this later. They're just giving this whole play. But, it's all this stuff going on where Superman has to see what Mercy's up to. But then we go to, Markovia, and it looks cool. I mean, when you see everybody jumping out, that's like the classic action pose as they're going. I don't know why Lois goes in with her eyes glowing right away, but she's going with it. And you have Mr. Terrific, Vixen, Ted Corden, Jaime Reyes, Blue Beetles, the Creeper, Hawkgirl, all of them. It's a pretty cool team.
Yeah, I like that they're incorporating this series or at least interconnecting it with Justice League Unlimited. So that's a good way to do that.
Which Green Lantern does as well. So that's a pretty cool deal.
Like you see Superman using the little the card with the holographic projection, and you get the teams coming in and they're using like code names. Well, I need a blue, I need a red, and you're doing all that stuff. That's fine. What gets me, I think, is probably the biggest piece that I didn't quite understand is you eventually find out that yes, the Quinns show up on Earth. They're testing out weapons that they got from Mercy. I'm jumping ahead, but whatever.
Yeah, that's what they're doing.
Why would you go to Earth to
do that? Why
would you go to Earth to do that?
I don't know. And they choose Markovia because it's kind of ripped apart, but why do this on Earth? It's only so that you can have this team go easily. And also, pretty much I know that everybody finds the Fartacular very hilarious, but the real big joke of this whole week was an editor's note that says, in the now classic event Leviathan and Shadow War.
I saw that and I was like, you got to be kidding. Come on.
I don't often laugh out loud, but I LOL'd, as the kids say. I thought, oh classic. My goodness, now classic, really?
You don't put the word classic with Leviathan. Come on.
And the funny thing is, too, they're like, they're talking about the devastation months ago. I'm like, really, months ago? And the idea of event Leviathan, even though we end up in issues like the Green Lantern. We have the DEO, all these things. All that stuff was destroyed. So you bring in one thing about Markovia. Oh, that's still destroyed. But then we have this. It's nonsense. Months ago, please. Really, and I'm going to forget about it. It's like everybody's forgotten about this bullshit event Leviathan, correct? That's what it should have been, the editor's note. But I'm like, really? And it is an editor's note from Paul Kaminsky, by the way.
But, probably. And what's the point of the Watchtower? What's the whole point of having an orbiting space station is so that you can see space threats coming from a mile away
the
and deal with it
through. Gabe.
Oh yeah. The Quinns just walk. They flew casually. They flew casually.
They did casually. They were just like going as they go. Now,
so nobody in the Watchtower noticed a Quinn ship coming from galaxies away to land on Earth until they were already there and set up a base.
There, and only because there was a disturbance because they're testing weapons, which again. Quinns, I'm not saying are the smartest of guys,
no, they're
not. They're doing weird things and they should be just testing it in space, wherever. I don't think that these weapons seem, this is where you get another thing of it is tying into the Zod stuff. You almost get the play that they need these weapons to attack or defend themselves because they think Zod's coming, but he's coming to Earth. So why not have him at Earth? But it makes no sense. They should have grabbed these weapons and skedaddled and went somewhere in the far reaches where they would normally be. And start practicing.
Quinns are turning out to be the orcs of the DC Comics universe. They're cannon fodder. They're the people you call up to say, "Hey, we need a musclehead army of dummies that are going to just attack and do whatever, just to kind of give you conflict."
Dirty cunts.
The worst. They smell
I don't
too.
like the cunts. What is stinking cunts? But they are.
Nobody likes
the orcs.
Cunts. Nobody likes cunts.
They look like orcs as well.
Yeah.
At one point, I was going to say they look like Klingons, but they're not that low on the totem pole. So you end up. I always
and
they're not that dumb.
They're not that smart either. They're not that smart.
Well, there you go. Well, they aren't smart like Klingons, right? So you end up where you have a pretty cool little Justice League battle here. You have Creeper team up with Lois. This is weird. Where Creeper's like, this can't be the craziest setup of the. No, I think it is. The Creeper ends up going really over the top, and I'm not quite sure that I like the deal, but ends up okay, going and jumping into the fray. But they see it's Quinns. Let's see what's going on, and what they end up seeing is they have super weapons. Now, again, the big play is, first off, Mercy's so into the guns, but also the idea that she is doing that before asking Superman permission to do what she's doing, and he doesn't like it. So it ends up with that. But that's, the corporate life, I would say. But again, it is true. They have to make some money. But there's better ways to do it and some of the things. But when Superman, like one of the things that they're saying, weapons bad. But the idea of, hey, we have this bubble. This is what I used to save you guys during absolute power. And I thought, well, we could transport people, whatever. That seems to be okay. Superman has to yell, is it Phantom Zone technology and whatnot? But in the meantime, that's something. And Superman's just straight up against it. I don't want my name on anything. That whole play of branding and stuff like that. But also going with that everything he thinks is bad because it goes down to Lex. And you end up where Lex kind of begs him, like, we're trying to help people. We want to be a force for good. I'm trying to do it. And it keeps going with that idea that Superman suddenly has not trusted him. And rightly so, I guess, because he's going to end up kind of, at least Mercy's bad and maybe manipulating him. But it just seemed forced to me. The idea where I did like where Lex, where I liked it is at the beginning. And this even happened with Norman Osborn over at Marvel. And again, people want their villains to be villains, but I love when a villain says he's on the up and up and keeps doing things that look bad, but then in reality, you see, oh, that's like, you're doing this. And he's like, oh, no, I was doing that. Oh, shit, I'll get you the next time. And then you wonder, but then that kind of got pushed aside. And this is just Lex without his memory's fine. When Lex gets his memory, Superman just says right off, he's going to turn bad again. And poor Lena's kind of stuck in it. Mercy is the head bitch in charge because, boy, she is like really, hard-edged in this and going on.
Before we get to Mercy, help me understand this. So Lex is sort of, let's say he's out on work release. I don't know what you call it exactly, but he's out on work release. He's out on loan because he's helping the greater good.
He was helping, yep.
And he's under Superman's custody, I guess, or something to that degree. Like he's under his recognizance. So because he's starting to get his memories back, that means, you're done? Is that a law? How
Here's
does that
the
work?
Thing. Number one, the original part was ridiculous, but we're comic books, so you would release somebody to Superman, maybe. But again, at points
under his custody,
and you may have him. Yeah, and maybe the play should have been that Lex, while he's not in prison, he's actually in this weird, like every day he's got to go back to a cell, and you have it in Supercorp where
he
it's
has to report in. He's got a. Yeah, he's got like a parole officer kind of situation. Yeah, something like that.
And again, with Superman, you could kind of play the comic booky deal. They'll release in the Superman. But again, this is what I'm saying. The idea where Williamson, it's like you can see where it clicks in his mind of this is where I have to make Lex bad again, so everything's going to fall on him. Again, this will be, I just saved the world, and now they're throwing me back in jail again. When legit, you could go both ways. I mean, the guy has done some bad things, but what was the rules in the beginning to now have it, your memory's back, boom. It's a weird play, but
back in prison
that's what he's going with. And again, it's the idea where I think Lex in all reality will say, I got my memories back, but I'm still trying to do good and nobody will believe him. No, you're the old Lex. And he'll say, screw it. I'm the old Lex.
It feels very forced. It feels very forced.
And it just, everything happens in a row again, because we're getting to issue number 25. And at the end, it says Superman versus Lex. So while this is going on again in Markovia, Lois and the Creeper, they're hanging out. I actually do like the Creeper.
That's a weird combination.
It's so weird.
Isn't Creeper more like a street level villain? I mean, he's kind of like a Daredevil type of character,
he is,
right?
And he's like not a detective, but more like a guy who's like doing TV shows and doing like almost like a TMZ type thing. But he does
detective he doesn't really have like powers. He's more like just an acrobatic
he's
fighter.
He's just crazy deal and jumps around. He looks cool. I always like Creeper. But
don't get me wrong, I love Creeper, but to put Creeper with Superwoman, that
just
seems
was
like
random.
an outmatch.
It was very random, right?
Yeah, very random.
One thing though, I don't know if you'll agree, but it does give you that play of, you could have some cool characters. I mean, Creeper being this shocked me, like, Creeper's in the Justice League now, but it's all hands on deck. And they're doing that so cool, like maybe in the regular book and whatever, but it's just set up to be weird. That's all it is. It feels like what Joshua Williamson is kind of doing is, hey, people really like when Mark Waid threw all these crazy characters in that World's Finest, now the JLU. So I'm going to do that too. Creeper and Lois. And he says,
I don't mind that.
No, I think
weird. It could be fun because, I mean, let's be honest. DC, especially for the last few years, have been really pigeonholed into Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman. and it's just them
And
in their
opening it up
silos
is cool.
and nothing else. Yeah, opening it up is kind of, has potential. Now, I'm not sure Justice League Unlimited for underweight is the best way to handle it. I mean, it's okay. It's a little all over the place, but yeah, if we had more guest characters showing up in main titles, that's fine by me. Sure, go.
And it is funny where Mr. Terrific did say, hey, we don't have heavy hitters or whatever, everybody, whatever they're doing, the stuff in the JLU book or whatever. But in that, you're like, why did Creeper get sent in? There's no real reason for him to be there either. You know, what is he going to do in Markovia where we have this deal and it's just he's there, but he's there with Lois. He doesn't do anything except jumps into the fray before they should to make Lois then go in and take care. They see Kunz. They're like, okay, we're going Kunz, and then find this weapon.
And I just can imagine in my mind up on the watchtower, you have Firestorm sitting in his bunk waiting for somebody to call him.
Yeah, really. Yeah, have him, Hawkman,
he's
around.
so busy right now. And he's just like pushing that button. Anybody need me?
There's so many people's favorite characters are just sitting up there waiting to be called.
Oh, my goodness.
But yeah, so Creeper grabs this thing and says, here, and she's like, oh my God, you got to be kidding me. And it's a Superman branded super gun. And again, the Kunz are even saying when they see Lois, say, the powers are just like that guy on the new kid. It's just that they had been the ones that were going against Zod. So there you go. You end up having that time because Zod is on his way. And then when you go back to Supercorp after Lex was arrested again and taken downtown, you have Lena's like, I wonder who's the mole here. And Superman's like, it's me. I told him again, Superman, you're watching him. And it's that weird play. Again, it's to make Superman not trust Lex so that he could go bad again. And she's mad. Oh my God, I can't believe you're doing this. And then says you should be worried about Mercy. Obviously, Mercy has a power trip going on. Lois shows up with that huge super gun, says this is what's happening. And then they go and confront Mercy, who then suddenly, I mean, this issue like ramps up Mercy, but I kind of like Mercy being good as well. But she ends up having Metallo stuff and says, I grabbed Metallo stuff. She has a kryptonite heart deal of that and ends up blasting them and says, hey, Lois, you like this shit? Like you haven't witnessed this before. How does it feel? And then ends up just knocking him out to get the idea of, oh no, Mercy's lost control, but does say this was Lex's plan all along. Now, again, he might not remember that plan. He might not remember it ever, but I like the idea that Lex was trying to do good. I kind of like that whole spin. Not everybody does, but I like that. Again, if you're going to have the play of he really legit 100%, I'm going to be good. I'm going to do this. I figured out my deal. And then things do go wrong and nobody that's fine. But for Mercy to say, yeah, he was never on the up and up. He was always going to do this. We were going to do it. And then Mercy's like, and by the way, I don't really like just making out with that other Lex. I made up my own Lex. And then you have crazy Lex android deal clone. I don't know, in the blue suit or the black suit. So it's kind of the classic deal, but also slaps Lena. Like, look at that. Poor Lena just wants her father. But yeah, you end up having even the symbol kind of like the Lex deal. And it feels like a lot of things that should feel bigger, but because they're just kind of thrown at you, I'm like, all right, that kind of progressed after we had what Doomsday should have been even bigger. That stops. Lex saves them. And now Lex is just going to be crazed up. And
I think on the whole, overall, I think I like this issue. I mean, I like that things are happening. I don't like that Time Trapper all of a sudden gets put on the back burner. Yeah. Because that was the big deal threat, and now it's on the back burner. I mean, I kind of like that Mercy sort of turned into this weird amalgamation with Metallo, so that's interesting right there. Weird. And the whole Quinn thing just sort of came out of nowhere, and that's a Williamson thing. Williamson's the kind of writer where you really need to stay on top of him because he will get distracted and all of a sudden just start putting things in without thinking through the. Well, how did you set it up? Why should that make sense?
Yeah. And
why
he has really great ideas. I really do like his ideas. Usually are like, man, that's cool. I mean, the idea looks like almost like an Amazo robot of Lex here, and you're like, man, that's cool. But to get there, he kind of rushes things, throws other things away, and like you're saying, some of the things he throws away along the way are interesting as well. And then he loses track of the major topic of Time Trapper and Doomsday. And you're right, and so. Yeah, it's frustrating.
I mean, I like the issue overall. I think it's just it's the details where he gets a little fuzzy and it doesn't quite land the way it should have.
Yeah, and when I start reading it too, I'm like, oh yeah, that's crazy. Oh, yeah, you have an anniversary. That 25 anniversary, it always makes me laugh, but you're having that, so you do need something big. Why couldn't that have been the end of the Doomsday? Why not, actually
why not Time
develop
Trapper,
that
like
more?
a big Time Trapper. Right,
Instead,
exactly.
you have to have Lex, and it's not really Lex. It's going to be this android. So we still say Lex could still be on the up and up, but it seems like we're heading to not being that. And I think that maybe Mercy gets hurt in the thing, and then he gets mad. We'll have to see.
Plus, what's going on with Lena here? Because she seems like she wants to do the right thing, but how did she not know that they were building super cannons and weapons?
Yeah,
and
she
giving
says
it to
at one point, you can't trust Mercy, but almost felt like it was an aside thing, not like she knew specifics. So what were
but
they
she's
doing?
in the lab. She knows all this is going on.
Mercy has her own lab, but she's like, Superman, I wanted you to knock. I'm like, really? I hope that's lead line, because Superman would have seen all that. And also, if Superman was looking and there's a lead line deal, I think he would have looked into it as well. The idea of what he can't see is where the big trouble is. But all in all, it's the, trying to tie in even the Metallo stuff we had. I thought that could have been developed more. Then it's just to get this. Even the farm and graft stuff. You had that just kind of ended, and you had all these things going. Parasite, all that. Still want to see a Parasite still kind of around because of the Doomsday stuff. Yeah, there's a lot of things going on. Remember, he ended up taking down, or at least fighting Doomsday, but he did take his essence, and that was one of the things. Maybe he is now kind of but it kind of and now it seems dead.
Did he die, or he was dead?
But it seems like maybe he'll evolve because of what he did with. There's a lot of cool things going, and you kind of just end up where things just get left behind. But there's always big moments, so I think that people do hinge on that. Like, man, you got to see this one. But then you'll kind of go with this robot, and then that'll fade, and then we'll go back to Time Trapper, and then that. So it's kind of getting frustrating. But what would you give it?
Let's see. So this is Superman number 24. I didn't do a write up for this one, but I think I'm going to give this one. You know what? I'm going to give it a 6.8. I'm going to give it a 6.8.
I'm a 6.5. I'm just a little bit under it. The art looks great, except for Lois in the couple panels, but it looks great. It's just the idea of you keep throwing these big things at us, and people might say, "Oh, this is the biggest thing ever." But we just had Doomsday, we had Time Travel. Like, everything gets thrown at you like this, and kind of gets left behind. So I hope that this develops a little more and makes a little more sense. But speaking of throwing things,
it's got the wow moments. It just the connective tissue needs to be a little bit better.
Yeah. I hope that is the case, and I hope he does kind of settle down with the Time Trapper stuff. Maybe it's like, hey, I want to get past this 25, and then 6 issues of that. Maybe, I don't know, but there you go. You have that. We're going to move on to the next book, which a lot of people love, and it is Green Lantern. Speaking of throwing a lot of things at you, this is an issue that I saw people in the Slack even talking about, the idea of it being like all over the place. Some of the things are really cool, but you don't really get to develop much when you have 15 different things going on. I think it needs to settle down a little. And you have the Green Lantern core book that is doing some of the heavy lifting as well. So I hope that this all works out. But it is Green Lantern number 21, written by Jeremy Adams, art by Jack Herbert. Colors by Romulo Fajardo Jr., letters by Dave Sharp, and you have assistant editor Gillian Grant and editor Paul Kaminsky. And yeah, you got some big stuff in this. And a lot of things in this, like people who haven't had a lot of Kyle Rayner in a while. You do get some Kyle Rayner. He seems a bit of a dummy, but that's fine. You also get Khan, you get Superboy, and you get Odyssey, that new character where when we ended up, they were at the source and they ended up fighting, or at least being, confronted by what's it called? Sorrow Lantern, Nate, and Starbreaker. And again, last issue, we had a lot of like Indiana Jones stuff, and it was fun. So we get to this, and I expected a little more, again, focus on exactly what's going on with Starbreaker, Nate, and also the idea of this fractured spectrum. But by the end, you're just doing a lot of stuff. But you do start where they're kind of goofing off. They're hitting Starbreaker like he's a baseball and things. It kind of seemed a little over the top with that. But Nate ends up going over to Odyssey and realizes, oh, you have the source. Hey, I'm going to manipulate your emotions. But she disappears. She skedaddles out. I thought she used her time travel. I thought maybe she went 5 minutes ahead of time, and then, hey, they'll finish the battle and I'll be there. Seems that she just made herself invisible, which Nate knows, but you go from there because Starbreaker then gets really big, and it's kind of a joke. It's a Jeremy Adams issue. You end up having some side little jokes and stuff with the big stuff, but I kind of wanted a little more. But
here's what I appreciate about Jeremy Adams' run so far. He's not afraid to do some ring slinging, right? this is a Green Lantern book. There should be ring slinging in every single book. We got away from that with the United Federation and Jeffrey Thorne's run and all that. And
well, remember, all those are usually lights out. So at least we do get the deal, right? You can
here,
do that.
They're having fun with it. You get gorillas, you get your baseball bats, you're getting mitts and tractors. So I like that. Okay, so they come up against Starbreaker. He turns really big, and they say, "Ooh, who's this guy?" Because Connell, I guess, never heard of Starbreaker, and neither has Kyle. They get it a little bit over their head. Hal flies in from his last mission where he was dealing with that blacksmith who turned into a Rage Lantern. He shows up, and they fight together, turns the tide a little bit. But Sour Lantern finds out that Odyssey is really invisible, not disappeared, grabs the orb, and they skedaddle.
Yeah, they leave. They're gone. Right. They leave like
quick.
She should have left. And and you get that play. You get that play of she's like, oh my God, I lost everyone. And again, that to me, it's more of a time travel type thing as well. That would be if we do. And I'm sure that this sets up that we're going to have a little aside of what her deal is. And I think, something bad happened. She's a time traveler, all that stuff going on. It's fine. But again, you have Nate and Starbreaker just leave with the source. So everything that they tried to do kind of gets thrown out the window. And now they have to regroup and figure out what they're going to do. And the whole thing, hey, I read about Starbreaker. He's this and that. Like, it's okay. You get in with the idea of he's bad news. He's with Nate. What do we do now? And they go back to Oa. And they end up, kind of having a meeting with even with these new Guardians. They don't do much. I want more of them. I want to find out what they're all about as well. But in the meantime, you're really pushing Kelly, the Teen Lantern. And I think that, and it's not elevating her, but I don't think they quite get what happened with her, that she found a gauntlet in a trash heap and put it on and was just able to do some things. Now it seems like she's the tech wizard that knows all these things and going on. I'm like, I like the character, but I think that it's a weird push. And then she says, I'm getting these headaches out of nowhere. That will be something that comes up, probably that the gauntlet, which was destroyed. I mean, that thing was destroyed in the Jeffrey Thorne deal, and she was going to get a ring, and now it's back, but it's probably eating away at her. It's going to be something. But if they say it's actually Krona's gauntlet, that's bullcrap, because it isn't. It was something else, but we'll see. We'll see how that plays out. They never really
explained. She is wearing a gauntlet in this issue. They never really explained where she got it or why she's still there. They sort of named her as like the head engineer, I guess. Yeah. But I don't know. Did they ever really establish that Kelly was like this super genius, like Reed Richards level genius?
And that's the thing. She seemed to be able to grab scraps and make some things out of it. But the idea that she got this
enough to run a whole planet.
Yeah, and when what happened was Jeremy Adams, and I think that some of these are kind of retconning some things, because again, that gauntlet was destroyed, and you end up though with this. They said, with this whole deal of changing the spectrums and all that, and they said that Kelly was able to harness things and they were using her stuff. It made no sense, but that's kind of the retcon of her. So now she's, straight up the tech genius deal of all time. But again, it's not pushed in the way that some things are really pushed. It's just to get her involved. It's fine. But I think that it should have more explanation. And
it's not obnoxious, but it's like a question mark that's just sort of sitting there.
I like the character. It just makes me like, what's going on? Please, but
she's sort of sitting there, and everybody's just sort of pretending she's not really there because they don't want to deal with it, the kind of thing. But what's even worse than that is right floating right behind her is Ellie. Now Ellie is extremely problematic, and it's come up a couple times that Ellie is extremely problematic. But nobody wants to talk about Ellie.
And she's in this mean meeting. It's very odd. Like, in
she's
my
just
mind,
part of the crew now.
Yeah, in my mind, what it should be is that you should play the idea that she wants to be, but you end up where you don't allow it, and that because you swear she's going to go bad. This is what happens, and Hal has nothing to say about bringing people back from the dead as constructs when that was something that he did that went horribly wrong, and should be talking to John about this, but it's just somebody to hang out with.
Hal Jordan almost destroyed reality for doing the exact same thing, and the Guardians told him no. And nobody's addressing this. Nobody's talking about it.
At a point, so many bad lanterns, even they've tried to do this, and it does not work. And now, even that, I still think she should be full out construct-esque. You should still kind of see her as just a glowing deal or whatever. No,
like an outline, maybe transparent.
Nobody would know that that's actually a construct of John Stewart's dead sister. So, you go in with it's so crazy that play, but again, it's to make this bigger team and whatnot. But they start playing like, hey, what are we going to do? And it's, hey, I love where I'm telling you, Kyle is 2 steps behind everybody. You have Jessica that says, we got to get these batteries back. We got to get the Spectrum now. Now, in that, it feels odd that she's like, we get all the batteries back and everything else disappears. I'm like, I don't know about that. But the idea of being able to contain the energy. And then Kyle goes, what are they talking about? They want to build the batteries, you moron. Like, I love that. He even has like a slack jaw look on his face. Like, what are they talking about?
Now,
it made me laugh so much.
Now, remember, the reason that they have like these different archetypes is Hal is the pilot. So he's the fearless guy, and Guy Gardner is like, guy's guy.
He's the brash guy, the guy's guy.
John Stewart was the architect and the military guy kind of thing. But Kyle was selected because he was an artist. He was basically almost like a comic book artist, almost.
He is,
So basically they're saying the dumbest lantern on the Corps is a comic book artist.
And
so
again,
what are they trying to say here?
The funny thing is, he was selected. He actually was a last-ditch effort. He was in that alley, but he is a comic book artist. And what are they talking about? I love this look on his face.
I don't know what to do.
What are they saying? I don't quite understand this.
Like, come on, Kyle.
I love the look on Hal's face. It's like, really? We got to explain it to this guy. They want to do the batteries. Oh, I get it now. Yeah, so they want to do this and they want to go, but they have to stop Nate Dogg and Starbreaker because they're doing it, but they can get the stuff. And they're going to now start doing what Starbreaker and Nate are doing. They're gathering stuff to make a lantern, but they have to do it quicker, and you got to get a lantern. And the play would be, well, the Red Lanterns, we're against them, but we have to give them a battery. But again, you're against them, but you're all part of that spectrum. So it works out.
It makes perfect. See, the plan makes perfect sense. You destroyed all the power batteries from across the spectrum. Now all that energy is unfocused and going wild.
It's going
so
around.
You have to rebuild the batteries to refocus the spectrum and put everything back the way it was. That makes perfect sense to me. Why didn't they come up with that 3 issues ago?
It's so odd that they come up with it now because
Why is it now instead of then?
And also, we did see in the Green Lantern Corps, like the Red Lanterns are already trying to make their battery. Unfortunately, it's silly as socks.
Yeah, that's doing it. Like nth metal and basically strapping somebody to a machine.
And again, they start talking in this like, okay, we need nth metal, and that kind of does verify that was part for the battery. And yet, there's that huge egg Simon was yelling about, but they're like, yeah, I think we know of this in some black market thing. It kind of feels weird from what was going on in the Green Lantern Corps book. But in the meantime, you need some source energy. Hal says, I know where to get that. They're going to go off and do it. Now, what I would like, and it does go back to the New 52, it'd be really cool if this book envelopes into a new Guardians type deal again. Not these newer, the idea of Atrocitus on a team with, Hal or Kyle and also with Carol and, get all these things going, have all the colors, because it does seem like you would band up to go and try to make the batteries again.
Like some kind of rainbow core.
Yeah, exactly. And that new Guardians book in the New 52, I really did enjoy when it first started. It was pretty cool having all the different lanterns together. So in the meantime, we then go back to the Interceptor. We have Odyssey, who is down in the dumps from what Nate Dogg said. And this was kind of a funny play when you end up having Khan's like, I know how it is. Like, I know when you do this and you act out and everybody wants to say you're like this other big, and she's like, nothing like that. But I'm glad that you're so fucked up. Like, that actually is a really good moment where it would be kind of cheesy to say, oh yeah, that's exactly what happened. She's like, none of that has anything to do with me, but at least I know you're screwed up.
Way to project yourself.
I know. I'm telling you, God, it's so
Nobody
funny when
was
he's
thinking
doing
that at all. Way to expose yourself.
Not at all. So you end up where that is pretty funny. That's a funny play. So
that was
in
cute.
that they're going off to try to find. So everybody's going off to find things, and Hal's going back to Earth. He wants to get Carol. Carol's busy. You have a bunch of things going, but this is the idea too, though. Everything going on in this issue. There's so much. Each little thing is cool, but you're getting lost a bit in these things to kind of go at the end like, man, that was a lot all over the place. But you then get Mind Bomber, this guy who is on Earth, and he's ending up stealing some stuff. And that's where you do get Carol come down with Hal. They're teaming up. And then, Hal has to apologize that he ends up putting police in donuts. He said it's the first thing that comes. Again, these little jokes in that. But really what the big play is, too, is that Carol, she's like, man, this is pretty cool being heroes and stuff. I'm like, it is stretched the idea because she was a Star Sapphire, and she seems to be like almost like they're setting it. All this is new to her. Being on the Justice League is, but the idea she's like, is this what it's like dating? When the deal, nobody mentioning when she was dating Kyle Rayner as a Star Sapphire and putting that under the rug.
That didn't happen.
And then Kyle's on the side. What was I doing? Like I just want dumbass Kyle. I like Kyle, and he's such
Don't I know you
cop.
from somewhere? You look familiar.
Didn't I know you? Oh man, are you Hal's sister or something? So this mind bomber is kind of nothing. It's just to kind of
he's a bank robber with telepathic power. He's got telepathic powers, right?
Yeah, he's got okay. I mean, you're setting up some things there, but it's so Carol and really, what it is, it's Carol and Hal getting the other, but then boom, we got DEO stuff. And I was like, this is what I was talking about earlier about the idea of all these different Event Leviathan pretty much wiped out the whole covert deal community. It took them all down, but here you are. Mr. Bones will survive everything. This guy has died a million times. He's been fired. He's been in jail, and it doesn't matter. DEO comes up and he is in. He is there, and he's there with Hector Hammond. So that's the big kind of side deal to set up, some big stuff. But again, I think we already have some big stuff. This might have been able to wait a little, right?
Now, Hector Hammond is like, well, I won't say he's the Joker to, Green Lantern, joking about, but he's a big deal. He's a mainstay in Green Lantern supervillain lore. Why on earth would anybody think that it would be a good idea to put Hector Hammond on a police force?
Yeah,
Nobody
just end
thinks
up
that's a good
triggering the Green Lantern. Yeah, it's not a good idea. But again, they're always sus. And there's Mr. Bones, who is as well. So you have the deal, but it is funny. You just have him there just taunting Hal, and Hal's losing it. And again, I hope that we delve a little bit. But again, this could have been something. I mean, even if you went through this whole Starbreaker deal, and at the end, they take down Starbreaker and Nate Dogg, and then the DEO comes in and says, we'll take this Starbreaker. And then you could do the deal. It seems like at this point, there's so much going on already that you're going to get. I hope we don't get issues like this every time where we're just zapping away. We are swiping left and right here. But I'll tell you, Hector, he's all into it. He's like, ta-ta. Like, he has that tie flying all over the place. And
this is where I'm struggling with this issue, right? So Green Lantern comic, great. Hector Hammond shows up, great. There are more important things that are happening right now in the universe. Starbreaker is out there with the Sorrow Lantern. Now we've got a race. We've got to build these power batteries before the Sorrow Lantern does, because he's going to permanently fracture the spectrum. That is big deal. That's urgent. That's ticking clock. All hands on deck. I need everybody on this right now. Why is Hal on Earth breaking up bank robbers and dealing with Hector Hammond out of nowhere? Where is the priority? Where is the urgency? What are you doing here?
It is weird. It's the side, and he's like really into like him and Carol hanging and things like that. There's some big things. And again, it almost feels like you could play the idea the Green Lanterns are a bunch of assholes because they're the one entity that, in that they still have their powers. They have the things going, and they just don't care. Like, why aren't they more involved? And Hal just saw a guy kill an entire village and then blow up. And yet he's like, hey, we're having a date night or whatever. That is, to me, he knows not just the idea of Nate Dogg and Starbreaker, the idea that these poor people that are out there are a lot of people who are going to die. And planets could end up because of the idea of becoming raged up. And so he's just like, hey, whatever, let's go do this. Again, you can't always be doing everything, but he just seems to kind of take an aside to say, hang out with Carol and stuff this bank robber, only to set up that this DEO with Bones and Hammond to then get to the next step to say, I don't trust them. Let's go see what's happening. We got it. And then out of nowhere, you get Dove. And Dove shows up, which is cool. Again, we talked about the Creeper, but this all of a sudden it's like, what is happening here? Because Dove's there. She's going to infiltrate this deal with the DEO, and you find out that indeed Hector Hammond's not on the up and up, and he's doing crazy brain extraction deal to shove into his head so he can be a big-headed nonsense monster like he usually is.
Why did they need Dove? What does she do that is so special here that they needed her in the first place?
I think Jeremy Adams might get a kick out of Dove. Maybe it's just something to go. But again, why do we have Creeper? We keep saying this. Yeah. It is weird. Like, what is the play here? There are a lot of other heroes. And you just show, too, where Dove goes in, sneaks in, and then sees something and says, oh, no, superheroes. We need, and then they just bust in anyway. So it's not really like it was that needed. They could have just busted in, but
it would have made more sense if they got somebody like Plastic Man or Elongated Man, somebody who could like sneak in stealthy and do his thing without anybody realizing it. But Dove makes no sense.
And still Firestorm's just sitting there at the watchtower. Yeah, he's like, come on, Gabe. Throw me a bone here, Gabe.
He's like he's like scrolling through his pad. You know, he's pushing a button. He's calling into HQ. Hey,
he's transmuting things just out of
he's turning flowers into puppies.
It's always flowers too. So he's sitting there, and somehow I would say Mercury from the Metal Men's hanging out with him, and all he keeps saying is that he's liquid at room temperature, and it's annoying Firestorm so much. So he's mad.
Mercury, guess what? Now you're iron.
Now you're not. You're iron. Get out of town. Go talk to the Iron. You got Iron Junior. But yeah, so by the end, again, these things are. Hector Hammond's huge. I don't know yet. At this point, it feels a lot like what we said about Joshua Williamson, but I still like this issue. Almost as much. I like Jeremy Adams, and I like some of the things. I like some of the fun. I had fun with Slackjaw Kyle. And then all that going on. But when you go to the bank robber deal on Dio, it just seems like, okay, this is a little too much. Let's do
it's like a distraction.
First.
If that was the main issue, if that was the main story, it would still be fine. But it feels like a distraction away from something that's much bigger. Hector Hammond compared to Starbreaker, it's no contest.
Well, yeah, no, and Nate, and even that when you have Hal again say to Carol, I think you need to join us. This is Nate. He's wacko. He's doing all this, and you might be able to talk him down. And the last time he asked her, she's like, no, I'm doing Justice League stuff. So maybe this is getting her back in. But it's weird to do it like 2 issues, and then she's back. But we'll see. Again, it's heading to 25. So maybe the Hector Hammond stuff is now set up here. For the 25th issue, we'll deal with some of the Starbreaker Nate stuff, but I want to get to that. And I want that to be big. I don't want that to end up where, like a lot of books, at the end, we're like, oh man, that was rushed at the end. Why did you do that? This is huge. This is like, this Fractured Spectrum stuff, this is like big stuff, like all-time big stuff. When you start doing this, this could really be an all-time deal, especially because we like Jeremy Adams so much. But dealing with all these and these new landers, it could be really cool. I hope it doesn't get rushed because you're busy doing these other things. But what would you give it?
Yeah, so I gave... I think originally I said that I thought the Superman issue a little bit better. But now that I think about it, I think I like this one better just because the pieces together make sense. So what did I give this one? I gave this one
7, I think you gave it.
Yeah, I gave it a 7 out of 10.
Yeah, I saw your review. That's what I am.
It's not a big difference. The individual pieces I like. What I don't like is that they're all crammed together and they're sort of like competing against each other. You've got a really big problem on your hands. Focus on that. Don't stop distracting with these side plots that are really almost irrelevant to what's going on with the bigger picture.
And it is funny. Yeah, because I think that some of the writers don't realize how big some of the things they're writing are. Like, they think they have to add, you get Hector Hammond in a Green Lantern deal, especially at this point, that kind of feels like, you said, it's like the Joker. It's not the Joker, but it's kind of like the deal. That's huge. Like, that's big. You don't need that yet. Like, that's like you're playing all your cards at once. You can kind of let that lay a little. And so I'm actually going to go up to a 7.5, though, even as I say that, because I really do like the art. And I really think that it's one of the better books. I do like it. And he's able to juggle some things better than some other people. But it's still, I wish it would focus a little more. As I said, you have the Green Lantern Corps book that's going to do some of the heavy lifting as well. So I hope that you can kind of, let that do some of the deal, but let's concentrate on the big stuff, the stuff that's huge here.
This is one of those circumstances where I think it would have worked better if Starbreaker and Nate Broom was the Sorrow Lantern and all that was the main book, and maybe this bank robbery Hector Hammond thing was like maybe a backup.
Well, it felt like a backup to me. I was actually going to say it felt like that was like a start of a backup story, and maybe do that to separate the deal. I will say one thing too. I think that what you get in this from Nate, I was going to say it earlier, really feels like Nate when he's talking to Odyssey. He doesn't want to distract. He wants to just get rid of all of his sorrow. It seems like he's playing this where he wants to do this to forget everything, maybe die. Like the idea, I'm going to do this, and Starbreaker has different plans, really. And I think that by the end, you are going to see Nate say, I just want to not be this way. I thought that doing this, maybe getting a battery, I can control it and get rid of it. But the idea where I think Starbreaker, obviously he's using them, but I think that he's not as nefarious in his plans. I think he just
I think
he says, yeah.
I think he's going with it because he's like in pain, and he's like, this is the guy who's going to fix my pain, and I can get rid of it. And so if they'd done something like make it a backup, I think that would have been a perfect opportunity to give Simon something to do, because Simon is just standing around doing
he's just
nothing.
standing around doing.
You could have sent him to Earth, and it's like, hey, why don't you deal with Earth stuff because we need a lantern there, and then you could have given him some focus without having him do nothing.
But maybe. Yeah. Simon was really into protecting Kelly in that Jeffrey Thorne run. We need to develop these characters a little more and give them something to do. So, yes, Simon would have been good. But when Nate did, the part is she's like, oh, my God, they're all gone. He says, don't worry, soon those feelings will fade, like all emotions will. And I think he thinks that if he does this, then all the emotions shut down and then he could stop being sorrowful and sad. So I think that's his play. It's not what's going to happen. And I think that he's going to end up turning on Starbreaker by the end to make himself almost like he had his turn and he's not as bad as they are, because he really is just a guy who ends up sad because he got left at the altar in Vegas. So, you can feel for the guy. But by the end, I think that he'll end up being, kind of the idea of, he was a good dude. But we'll see. We'll see. Because he seemed really good before. He was like all happy and he was never threatened by Hal. And then all of a sudden shit went wrong. But that is it for me and you. I'm going to go to a 7.5 though for this. But yeah, we like them enough. It's just kind of, you need some more focus in that. But we're going to go off. We're going to take a break and then we'll continue on with the Fartacular special of all this week. Eventually getting to the Harley Quinn issue, which is the last issue, which is technically on the show, usually the worst one. So it fits in that spot pretty well. But with that, thanks a lot for joining me, you big crybaby Gabe.
Yeah,
everybody go check out Gabe's reviews and tell everybody where they can find you.
Oh, yeah, of course. Follow us on Weird Science, DC Comics, Weird Science, Marvel Comics, because I write reviews for both. And if you want comic reviews that are awesome, that have nothing to do with the big two, like Conan, like Space Ghost, like everything from Titan Dynamite to Flash
Speaking
Gordon.
of Jeremy Adams.
Absolutely. Yeah. Go to Comical Opinions, follow our YouTube channel, and you'll be glad you did.
Yeah, and I think that most people that are listening would be on the maybe the positive side of some things we do. But it's legit. Sure. If you have a problem with Gabe and you say, Gabe, this review said, don't go in as anonymous. You already are basically telling everybody that you're just a pussy and won't say it. Say it to his face and give a name. At least go with the deal. And if you have reviews or whatever, let's see what you got going on. And I do oftentimes when I fight with people about that, when they're like, you're the worst reviewer, you crap, but whatever. I'm like, what's your review? Like, you coming in saying this, give the fact, like, say, I think this is where you were wrong, boom, 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 and then you could discuss it. It comes in with these anonymous crybaby and just making these, telling people names. Doesn't work.
Here's the big difference where what I do, what you do, what we do collectively with Weird Science and Comical Things. Here's what we do different that I think most other reviewers don't. If we like something, we tell you we like it, and then we tell you why we like it. If we don't like something, we'll tell you we don't like it, and we'll tell you why. And it's never like, this sucks, and who cares?
Yeah.
This is trash.
This is that, yeah.
We break it down. We tell you they did this wrong, they did that wrong. They forgot this, they did this the wrong way. Blah, 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 blah. So you can never say that we're just like shilling or we're just trying to
agree with us.
Or, you may not agree, or we're taking a dump on something just to take on a dump on it. We give you reasons. So that when you're getting an assessment, you may not agree with the assessment, but you're getting a complete one. And I think that's what makes it special.
And when you go to reviewers and reviews and stuff, everybody has like, I always agree with that guy or whatever. But even so, I've said, with my over 3,000 written reviews, Gabe, I haven't done one in years, but still, the idea where I always thought that you had to really justify a bad score way more than a good score. When you don't like something, then I would have to really go into it. Like the idea, because I want people to realize that I'm not such a hater. Good scores, people you say 10 out of 10. Don't say anything. And there are ones there, even AI reviews there on the roundup right now. But the idea where you say to somebody who gave a 10, shit, a 10? Why would you give it a 10? What, it's so bad to like something? That's usually their defense. I'm like, no, I want reasons. Like, what do you got? It's great. That's all you get. So screw that. But yeah, if you go and yell at Gabe, go in as yourself. Go in and have some balls and say, hey, I don't agree with this. I think you're nonsense. And actually set up where you could maybe discuss things, whether or not, you're ever going to agree or whatnot. It's just such it's calling somebody a baby while you're hiding behind an anonymous comment that nobody cares about. I mean, seriously. And that just gets on my nerves. And I was gonna lash out at the guy or girl, but I didn't. We're just gonna let that lay, and they can stew as they keep checking, and nobody cares. But that's it, Gabe. You get out of here. You got stuff to do. You have
All right,
plumber coming, which may end up leading into a Fartacular thing. I don't know. Everything does this week. But
who do you got?
Simon, drunk Simon is doing the Fartacular. He's going to be drunk as hell.
Sucker.
He's doing that in Power Girl this week, so he's got all the great books. So we'll be doing that. But we have even, some other books this week that we haven't covered before and things like that, and plenty of fart songs and noises. So we have it all. It's a Fartacular. I thought that everybody was into it. But all the fart fetish people will be coming. That's what I hear.
DC Comics. How low can you go? How low can you go, DC Comics?
They are odd, but we'll see. Maybe Simon will like it. I don't know. I haven't read it yet. So we'll be reading. I'll be reading that later tonight. So
he'll be too drunk to know the difference.
Hilarious. Yeah, he won't know. He'll probably be just sitting there loving it and just laughing. So with
fantastic.
that, though, Gabe, you get out of here. We'll probably see you next week with some of the books. Next week's a weird week. Not a lot of books, but we'll see what me and you are doing. But I hope everybody enjoyed our little discussion of those two. And we're going to take a break and then come back with more books.
Sitting up at night, wondering what he's doing. Something's not quite right. There's a big fart brewing. That's when I pick up the phone, put it up to my ass, and I call his home. I saw him and her acting silly. Nothing left to say, just eat some chili. Then I pick up the phone. When he answers it, I can hear him moan. Sending my gas through the telephone line, making him wish he didn't leave me behind. I always thought it could last, but now all he gets is just a blast from my ass. We can fight all day about how it started, but I'm the one who ended shit when I farted. Had me convinced I was a true believer, but now I'm just left with a smelly receiver. About how it started, but I'm the one who ended shit when I farted. Had me convinced I was a true believer, but now I'm just left with a smelly receiver. Sending my gas through the telephone line, making him wish he didn't leave me behind. I always thought it could last, but now all he gets is just a blast from my ass. Sending my gas through the telephone line, making him wish he didn't leave me behind. I always thought it could last, but now all he gets is just a blast from my ass. From my
All right, and I am here with a surprise book and a surprise guest. I am here with my man, Gray. What up, Gray?
All right, Jim, are you genki?
Hello, love.
Hello, darling.
Oh, my goodness gracious. It's Japanese AI straight from Manchester. That is my favorite combo ever. And you had said that since we are opening up the doors to a lot of books that we haven't been covering, you asked me if I would join you for the Batman, The Long Halloween, the last Halloween.
Yes.
A title that never goes right with me. I just think it should have been Batman, The Last Halloween, I think. But they want to put the Long Halloween. Yeah, they want to put that in the title. And it's funny, too, because with Jeff Loeb, with the big thing with Hush 2 and all that going on, this kind of got lost in the cracks a bit. And
I think so. Yeah.
It's funny because this is definitely the Long Halloween is huge, right? In my mind, that is way more of a big.
I prefer Long
story.
Halloween, Jim, to Hush. There you go. Controversial take, maybe, but I think it's a much better story.
I don't think it's that controversial. I think that I think most people do. I keep saying Hush is one of those things that people will mention, and then I ask people, "Hey, did you read it?" And they're like, "Yeah, I think I did."
I love the art really, Hush. The art's awesome, but the story's kind of like, "Oh, it's okay. It's okay."
Yeah. And me and Matt Razor, Dr. Matt, who we already heard talk about Hush 2, we went through Hush. And we're just finishing up on the Patreon. Yeah. And really in it is amazing when you do go back and you keep saying, like, where's Hush? When are we going to get to Hush? And it's more of a story to get to that at the end. It's very odd. But the Long Halloween is one of those things that when I first started reading comics and DC specifically, and hey, what are the big Batman stories? What are this? This was one that everybody kept bringing up. They do constantly. It's like year one. And then almost like Long Halloween. Everybody has their picks or whatever. But
Long Halloween, Dark Knight Returns.
Dark Knight Returns.
That's a trinity,
like that. Yeah. So it's one of those things that was really cool. They've adapted it, all those things going on. So you get this last Halloween come out, and I didn't really get that much hype from it from the beginning. No. But then it just disappeared. I'm telling you, when it comes out, I'm like, oh, that came out again this week. And I don't know, not many people are reviewing it. It's kind of a shame. I ended up catching up. I'm reading it. I do like it. Again, it's not something that I think is the greatest thing ever, and I'm going to tell everybody that it's better than The Long Halloween or that you have to read it, but it is cool, and it is, a decent deal of having a play for Tim Sale and giving shout-out to him where they have artists each issue. A new artist comes in, supposedly trying to mimic or kind of, doing a little homage to the style.
Yeah, homage, paying respects to Tim Sale. And then we get his covers, don't we? We get some fantastic Tim Sale covers.
Yeah, they really are. And I like the way they're framed. It all looks almost like a movie poster at points too. And you have like the iconic deal with the lettering and stuff like that. So I have liked it. I'm glad that we're doing it. So it maybe if I would have caught up last month, and we would have done it if we would have known. And
well, that's right, Jim. I was raving, wasn't it? Last issue 5, the Bill Sienkiewicz art on that. I really enjoyed it. A really good Joker story. So I suggested let's do it. And it kind of reminds me a little bit of Batman Robin Year One that Mark Waid's doing with Chris Samney. It's got that kind of feel to it, hasn't it?
Yeah. And again, last issue, that was a banger. That was pretty good. And
really
you had
good.
The Joker. You had really cool art. And this one's not bad, so we'll go into it. It's Jeff Loeb writing, as we said. Enrico Marini on art. I'm not familiar with Enrico Marini, but it seems like they are getting some pretty big people. So I'm sure that a lot of people are shaking their heads saying, you don't know Enrico? I'm like, no, I don't know
It's younger brother to Enrico Morricone, the composer.
Exactly.
Good, the bad, and the ugly.
Yes, Dave Stewart on colors, Richard Starkings on letters and designs. I will tell you that whole theme of the good, the bad, and the ugly it used to scare the crap out of me. I don't know why. It would really scare me when I would hear it as a kid.
Those spaghetti westerns, they were awesome, weren't they? But when we were kids, they were quite scary. I know what you mean.
They were, and they were like really, again, as a kid who had problems paying attention to things, they were also very slower paced than things that I was used to. But I did like them. I did like them for an odd deal. But again,
those
that was at a point
close-ups. Right up your nose, Jim. There you go.
Yes. I remember when I would watch like even some of the other ones and just, I thought I was scared of Clint Eastwood too. I have to admit, I thought I like the idea that he's a badass and things. he just scared me because he didn't talk much. He would always weird me out.
He's the antithesis to you.
He
Unbelievable.
is. He's just kind of like
much.
not talking. He's kind of laid back. He doesn't get people. Well, he does get people pissed off.
And he's tall as well. Ooh, shots fired.
Yeah, exactly. Oh my goodness, you never even met me. You
I must be drunk.
Eric's not here. I'm 7'2". I'm taller than Shaq. But when we get into this, you end up starting out with Gilda and Harvey, and they're in Harvey's place. And the whole play of it is that you do notice the art right away, and it is pretty cool. I do like the art in this issue, and it does have that Tim Sale type of deal, but she doesn't know what's going on. And Harvey has a gun to her head even, and says, like, Mrs. Dent, what are you doing here? And she's like, Harvey, is that you? And you have that play, and I do like the narration.
Harvey Dent
too.
is dead.
Yeah, and he's like all like,
he's all Two-Face, isn't he? He's in the Two-Face mode.
He is, and I thought things were going to get sexy. They kind of do, but
there's a great sexy scene where she jumps on top of his back here.
She jumps up, and before that, she takes her belt off. I'm like, what are you doing? What are you doing, Mrs. Dent? But she whips him with it and actually gets him, and
she knocks his gun out of his hand and like scratches his face.
And the cool thing about this, she hits the Harvey side. She actually goes because she wants Harvey, and Two-Face is taken over, and she actually attacks the Harvey side and actually almost scars the Harvey side, and that's nothing. And says, "Why are you doing this? Why are you saying this?" As if the idea is that Harvey could come out and just isn't, and she's mad because she says, "Give me back my husband." Then starts riding him like a cowgirl. And I'm telling you, she definitely does like Kegel exercises. She's got a vice grip on him, and also
he's in trouble, Jimmy, at one point.
Oh my God, yeah, he's, and because she's choking him. I mean, she really is agile too. Really can go. She takes the belt, whips the gun, whips him, and then gets him and is choking him out with legs that might be 10 feet long. Those things are so long going, and it's a funny scene too. And I really like the idea of it. And again, I don't know Enrico Marini, but I can see the storytelling pretty good because
it is good.
You have
I love his style, like you were saying.
It. Yeah,
it's a kind of simple style, isn't it? But the panel progression is the storytelling is really good.
And he's going with the Tim Sale deal, but you see Solomon Grundy just sitting there. You see the doctor in the deal, but you also see Harvey's chair and this wine and stuff. It's a really cool scene in this play. I like Solomon Grundy. I think that Solomon Grundy looks pretty cool here.
He does look good. I love the way he's doing nothing. He doesn't move, does he, until like Two-Face calls his name.
Yeah, exactly. And he calls his name because he needs help. He's like, get her off.
He's in trouble.
And you can't even say at one point. He's trying to just say Solomon Grundy. He's like, so, and he's not reacting. He's not like, oh no, in trouble on a Tuesday. And ends up going. He is just there. and she's like, let Harvey take control. And this is the problem in this is that she says, let him take control. He always does. He's always able to take control, but he can't. He's there. And that's when just drooling Two-Face. And again, I like the play of this where you end up mostly in the scene seeing the Two-Face part of it. And it says that, and it goes through the deal. If you didn't know Two-Face's story, it does give you, the rundown of it as it's going on, but it's kind of a cool play to go with her trying to get Harvey back. But Solomon then just grabs her and just yanks her off and they take her out.
He doesn't react, does he, until like Two-Face says his full name. I don't know if that's the thing, Jim, or not, Solomon, and then he reacts.
And he reacts. It just is weird. And also the idea where she's yelling, Solomon, don't. Like there's that, background with them. And so I think that he might not want, or maybe Solomon Grundy's there and he wants Harvey back. It's a weird play, like the idea of what is going on, but they lock her out.
At least he escorts her out, like kind of politely. He doesn't throw her against the wall, or smack her down. Like
he doesn't kill her. He doesn't, grab her. He actually yanks her off, and you think, oh my God. And then he kind of goes and shuffles her out. It's like if you went to see Elvis, they'd shuffle you out afterwards. He's telling you, they shuffle you out. That's what happened to the Beatles. But you end up where, it gets locked out, and she's yelling, Harvey, please, I need you, Harvey. And then boom, they slam the door. And it says almost as if Gilda could not see his madness, or she had succumbed to it herself, about the idea that she's desperately wants Harvey back, but it's Two-Face.
Yeah, she does. I like that line that I need you. You know, after really fighting him, you know, it proves that she still loves him. She loves Harvey. She wants him back.
She needs him, and she's, you know, we know that she's got problems and things like that. So maybe the need is something even more. But whatever's going on, I think she just wants her husband back, and just let's forget about all this nonsense and whatnot. And then we go back to Batman and Jim Gordon, and this ties into the last issue where the Joker ended up stopping them with Mario Falcone, who they're trying to get, and the car ends up a wreck.
He does. It was shot by the Holiday Killer, wasn't it? Who we didn't see. You know,
and that's the
took
big
out
thing,
the drivers.
is the 22 that keeps popping up, and it's you know, perplexing Batman, obviously. But then they go through, and there's some good detective work. It's not full out like, hey, I'm going to get. But you do figure out here through this where they're trying to figure out these FBI agents. Why don't they have their badges? What's going on? They don't have their guns. All this goes on. And then from off panel, you get, because they didn't work for the Bureau. And there is 70s looking, you know, badass Amanda Waller, who looks
good,
kind of sexy.
Like straight out of a blaxploitation movie.
It does look like straight out from the deal. And so when she shows up, like, you know, Cleopatra Jones here is pretty sexy, and then starts doing the sassy talk with Jim Gordon too. I love the idea. It's like, hey, you just got personal with you, Gordon. When your son was kidnapped, you should have got a hold of me. And then he's like, well, yeah, you should have got a hold of Batman. And I love the panel. One of the best pieces of art in this is how big Batman is to Amanda Waller. He has to like bend down.
He's towering over her, isn't he? Yeah, it's awesome.
And she's not scared of him, you know, and ends up saying, you know, what's going on? These agents, they're not agents. You could ask me. I would have told you all this, but they were working for Mario Falcone. That's what Batman kind of says, allowing access to everything with this. But Amanda Waller, big thing is just like, hey, Jim, you know, you should have ended up telling me this is.
Jim, what about that line where she says, like, oh, Jim, you know, you're still relying on men, a grown man wearing pajamas? What a dig at Batman. You know, that's cool.
So good. And at that point, he's just standing there between them. That's why I think he bends down and like, who are you saying that to, lady? But ends up saying, you're still dead set on relying on grown men with pajamas. And then you have them say, because they're talking Chicago stuff. And that's kind of a cool play to go with Chicago and saying you're still relying on the things like that. And it's kind of intriguing of all that. And you end up where Gordon says Gotham City isn't Chicago. Whose fault's that? And then the whole thing of, you know, getting some information. Then she's just like, I'm out. Like you can be with your capes and clean up your stuff, but I'm out. And then they're just sitting there. And it's one of those where I swear to God, she was going to say, listen, you might have not liked me coming here, but you're going to really like me walking away, because they're staring at her as she walks away.
Batman's like, you and the wall have history. The wall is in quotes, by the way, so that's cool.
Yeah. And he says, I did. And I want to discuss it. I don't.
Yeah, don't. No thanks.
I like, too, where this is going on. So he knows about her, but then also knows, because Robin shows up with the Ivy. He was off checking out things. And the big play is, I think we're going to deal with that lady more in the future. Because, you know, Robin's like, who was that creepy lady? Which is kind of funny. She didn't seem that creepy. But while that's going on, Jim Gordon is kind of like, maybe I am relying too much on you. You know, I don't know. And he's all up in arms because of his son being kidnapped, because of Jim Gordon Jr. And the idea of, I was distracted. I got to get my head in the game. Hopefully nothing happens to Robin like this. I'm like, oh, well, you just jinxed him.
Uh-oh.
You just went and jinxed him. And then that's right on cue. Robin comes in, hey. And I like, he has Ivy, and then he has, this stuff is like poison. Right? That's kind of a funny line with the poison Ivy. And he's actually, Batman's pretty nice to him and actually gives him a lot of, you know, the detecting tips and things like that you have old school stuff. But he ends up saying, you know, you did pretty good. And I like where he's like shocked, because Batman does not hand out compliments very much.
No, he doesn't.
Because he's like, you did well, Robin.
One.
Yeah. And the idea is he so the Ivy was grabbing, it looks like, you know, you could think they were pulling, you know, Mario with the Ivy. Hey, we tied him up, but we know what it is. The Ivy.
Well, that's what we saw, didn't we, the last issue? That's how it ended.
Yeah.
Like, you know, the Robin found some Ivy, like, trailing off from the car. So, okay.
And he traced it to the sewer.
Yeah.
And they say, oh, man, I love the idea of all this shit going on. And Gordon's just like, oh, man, they're using the sewers like before. I'm like, yeah, they are. I mean,
Robbie's
there's so
like,
much
before
crazy
what?
shit. Yeah. And that's the thing. Batman keeps interrupting and doesn't really want him to know a lot of this stuff and this dark stuff and things. And also with Jim Gordon saying, I hope this stuff never happens to Robin. Obviously, we know a lot of stuff like this always happens to the Robin, but he kind of seems like he wants to keep Robin a bit away from the deal. But I like the idea that he says you did well, Robin. I think that was just him trying to make him stop asking questions about
again,
stuff.
this is
But
early,
it is a
isn't it, Jim?
compliment.
It's early in the whole Batman like career and stuff, so it's early days. We've got to remember that.
Yeah, and I think that he's just like, I don't know. It seems like he wants to try to keep like real dark stuff away. It kind of plays that out because of him asking. Yeah. And it is funny because he says that. And then he's like, yeah, we're going to do this. The whole play of the 22 bullet we need from the one guy's head and whatever. And he's going to go off there and he disappears. I'm surprised he disappears on Robin. Because then you have the funny play where he does disappear and you have Gordon and Robin both say, I hate when he does that. And it's kind of a funny
I think that's why they did it. Because, it's weird that he'd do it with Robin. It really is. But
especially
just for the
in
joke.
the early years. Yeah, it's for the joke. But again, he just ends up in the bad stuff going on. The idea that anybody could get shot at any point. I thought it was a little odd, but it was for the joke. It was for the joke. But I'll give it to you then because he does go off. And the thing is, at first I thought, he's just going back to the Batcave because when he's talking about the things, I'm like, what a jerk. He didn't give Robin a ride.
See you later, Robin. Make your own way.
Because he does say, we're going to check into some things or whatever. But I swear to God, they were going back with the Ivy right to the cave. But when Robin did say, Robin seems to know he's going somewhere else and says, hey, where are you going? He goes off to Roman's penthouse. The whole deal of the play where all the stuff happened in this with where he gets shot, all these things with Roman. But you go from here because Catwoman's already there in the classic purple outfit, of course.
She's looking good, isn't she? Very sexy there. She's in the safe.
Oh, she is. And I mean, Batman walks in and all you see is butt cheeks.
And he's like, curiouser and curiouser, he's saying, looking at her butt.
Yeah. And I'll let you go from here. But what happens, Catwoman goes in and opens the safe, and it's behind this painting. She wants the painting you get, but there's money there. There's a lot of money.
But there's also this like weird looking handgun. It looks like,
and that's
like a
what
Luger,
she's grabbing, like a Luger. Yeah. It does look
looking
like a Luger.
for this, Batman.
Yeah, and it's funny that's what she grabs. Like she doesn't care about the cash. She's grabbing them. But again, it's a Batman thing because this is the gun he wants to find. He wants to match up things and whatever. And she goes, I'm telling you,
I love this like head to head between her and Batman. It's a really good scene, good writing. It's very funny. It's kind of like a little bit sexy. They're kind of flirting with each other, but they're also, like almost like, are they gonna fight or not? You're not quite sure, are you, at this point?
The other, I'm telling you, that's what it's like.
We need drunk Simon to use those words, don't we?
Yeah, really. He doesn't know what he's saying. He agrees to podcast. He doesn't even know he's going to be on. But yeah, you go from there because he wants the gun. I mean, really, at one point, I like the idea because you think, just grab it, Batman. But she says, if you really wanted it, like you would try to grab it, but you wouldn't get it because she is pretty agile. But it's funny. I think that the scene really gives you a really good Catwoman, though. Because she's there, she doesn't like. She's doing it to toy with Batman a bit.
She is. She's like, "I'll give you this gun. You want it so badly, and I get the painting." So she of course, she wants something out of this as well. She wants the value of the painting. And later on, she's like, "If you could have taken it, you already would have."
Yep. And
just teasing him.
I'd like to, where she's like, "Can I ask you a question?" He's like, "You just did. That is a question." Like they're playing these like riddle me this game with this, and then it's like that was two questions because he says, "What do you want with the family portrait with whom you have no relationship and a bullet hole from a 22?" That's two questions.
That's two questions. Yeah,
just tosses him the gun.
This whole double page is really good.
It's really
great.
good, and just tosses him the gun. And you see also just how big he is still.
But I like this line here, Jim, where she's, I think she's talking about Robin, isn't she? She's saying, he really cares about you. You don't let that happen. Is someone special?
Yeah. And that's kind of a crazy thing. And also, I like the idea that it shows that she does pay attention and she's watching things.
Yeah,
and
she's
knows
noticed.
Of things
like that kid you've been working with, she's seen them together. Is she a little bit jealous there, maybe? What do you reckon?
Yeah, and the idea
just
that
for the
she
attention
even plays with Batman like he doesn't really have feelings for anybody, and like, hey, what's up with this kid? Because he really does care about you. That plays out later. He remembers that. But also, she was talking when she was in Rome. All these things going on, which was part of the deal. And then he just leaves. I mean, the legit. You have to be a little, self-conscious if you're a lady. And the guy jumps out the window to leave. Yeah. Like, they're not even like that. I've had some dates like that, but still, they're flirting. And then he just dives out the window.
You never told me why you went to Rome. And then he's gone. He's out the window.
Yeah, he dives out the window. Batman. It's like he dives to his death.
It's classic.
And then you see it's the classic glider deal. It glides away. It's really good the way that it goes. And she has the painting. And then the play is too. She goes, damn you. But I really like the idea, even when we see what's going on and whatnot, that she's saying damn you to Batman, or she might be saying damn you about the painting and why she had to get, that sort of thing. I thought it was really cool.
Well, my first reading, I thought he'd taken the actual, the painting part and just left it the frame. But no, I think it's still there.
Yeah, he dives out. He's got the painting in his back pocket. Now we see that you're going to play kind of the times. And it's not big, but it made me laugh because you end up back at the Batcave then where Robin had to hoof it. He's like, I took 2 buses and I had to walk a mile, you jerk. And it ends up with the Harvey and it's the suspects on the deal.
It's
but
Harvey, it's
there.
Gilder, and then who's the third one there, Jim? Is that?
I think that might be Mario.
That's got to be Mario, wasn't it? Yeah, I wasn't quite sure.
And he goes, what? Gilda Dent? Why is she up there? She's just a girl. It's such a little kid thing to say, but
it's Catwoman and Poison Ivy.
Yeah. Batman's all business, right? Until he's not. Until he makes a kind of like a little.
There's no
joke,
such thing as a just in Gotham City. That's awesome,
and it is pretty cool. And you're going to get what I do like in here. First off, the Batmobile looks cool. The old long Batmobile.
Oh, it's a cracker.
And then also the Batcave and the thing, you got a couple computers and things, but you still have the microscope that I love. I love the idea that, look, I've even discussed this. I think it was Josh from the Aficionados when I was on his year one. We did like a Batman year one thing on his channel. And we were talking, and I said, I love the Batman with the Batcave and the training where the Batcave is a microscope and like a telescope. And what his training was him doing curls with one dumbbell, smoking a pipe. Like, that's the greatest thing ever for Batman. And at points you will see him with, like, he'll do a little dumbbell over the head, and then he might do a pull-up. That's his training.
Whatever happened to his pipe, Jim?
But
Where's it gone?
He's always smoking that pipe back in the day. I love it. But yeah, with this whole play, they're still trying to figure out. And this is where he's trying to ingrain into Robin without telling him too much.
He's trying to teach him, isn't he? He's really cool.
And so you end up where he's like, he's trying to get Robin to figure some things out.
It's not the right question,
Robin. And he keeps doing that. But also Robin keeps messing up, and Batman wants to make sure. And again, this is one of the things that he's teaching Robin. You can't just say somebody's not a criminal because they're a woman. Like, that's not detecting. You have to figure this out. So he keeps even saying him. Hey, I think his or her. He keeps, and I thought it was good. I thought it was really well done the way that he goes. And it is really goes on and on here with the, okay, what's next? No, you're thinking of the wrong question. You're going there and all that going on. And then at one point you do have the idea of, man, what's going to go on? Shouldn't we be out punching some snitch? Like, he wants the action. And instead of doing this, and then Batman goes, you can go upstairs and punch Alfred if you want. And wait a minute, was that a joke?
Yeah, did you just make a joke? He's so surprised, isn't he, here?
I'm telling you.
That's cool. That's a great line.
He's pissed at Alfred and wants him to punch him because he never laughs, but he wouldn't laugh. But he's making a joke. But
then we get a great teaching moment, don't we, Jim? A great reminder. He's like, okay, Robin, with any crime, what are we looking for? What are the 3 things? And Robin's like, motive, opportunity, and means.
Yep. And says what happened on New Year's Eve. And nothing. I mean, I broke Catwoman out of Arkham, but it was because you were shot, and and then we've moved past that. Since Halloween, no one's seen Two-Face. And on New Year's Eve, Gilda Dent was in jail. Mario Falcone was presumably at home recovering from injury. He was at home after I beat the living shit out of him. That's basically what he's saying. He's like, he's recovering from the injuries I gave him.
Yeah, the idea. It's like no one was shot. Why? It's a good question.
One of the plays that this page reminded me a bit, it's a weird reminder, but it reminded me of Death Note, where you have in Death Note a lot of the times with the main character, he will be going away or doing, and he'd have to think ahead because you don't want to have a time where somebody knows that you're, somewhere and then the killings stop, because then they can go. And he's saying like the killings stop and these three were at certain spots where they couldn't kill anybody. So is that the reason why? What's going on? But the big thing where you have is the motive, all this stuff. And he says, what did Catwoman whisper to you that night? Goes to motive and said, she said, you're on the wrong side. And then he says, that's what Calendar Man told me. And it's a good way to go into this next scene, which is gang war. That's pretty much cosplay gang war going on, which is funny. But the whole play of the you're on the wrong side. Yeah. I mean, that really does, surface
level. Is that to do with the Two-Face, like two sides of Two-Face, like or, the good side, the bad side? It's not quite clear, is it?
Yeah, so you end up where you then have Two-Face gang versus, Freeze and his guys, and you're going to end up having just a standoff at a bank. And the big play is there's always banks getting robbed in Gotham. Everybody needs their money, and you get a bit
What should you do? Follow the money.
Yeah, and you get a bit of the Mr. Freeze, background. In this, it does a pretty good job of, hey, there's Victor Freeze. That's what he does. He ends up needing money for his wife, all this stuff with Nora. So you go through there as Batman and Robin come in, and you can see that Batman does trust Robin. He has, you take the gunman, and they're just shotgunning
Jim,
away.
That's a pretty cool
guys,
double-page spread, isn't it, here? It's simple. It's minimal, but it's really action-packed.
Yeah, a lot of this stuff is just, it looks to me like a little grittier version of the animated series at points.
Yeah,
some of it does look like that. And and it's a really cool thing. And you see everything's frozen over. You see the two faces. You end up seeing the vault, and then Batman just goes in and, pretty much kicks
Batman's shadow against
Mr.
the wall.
Freeze right in the gut, and then starts fighting him and says, what, yeah, I like it. And there is one part that's coming up that is really good, because as this is going on, Batman does wallop Mr. Freeze, but it is the helmet, and then ends up talking to him, it's blood money. You even have Freeze say that, and which is the greater evil, keeps saying these things, and then gets shot. You see the gun, the Luger.
You don't see who it is, of course. It's it's a different color as well. It's really cool. There's a really small panel. It's in red and black. It's it's the Holiday's gun going off. Blam! It catches Mr. Freeze's helmet.
Yeah, and that's the play too, because you did spell out he has to wear the costume. He has to wear that. That's what keeps him survive. So
it's Darth Vader, isn't he? Basically, yeah. He needs to breathe.
And so I love as he's getting shit talk, Batman then gets out the epoxy and fixes the helmet.
Super glue, quick!
Yeah, I'm telling you, it's so good. At the first time I read it, I thought Mr. Freeze. I'm like, oh, that's smart of him. He keeps the epoxy there, whatever. It's not. It's Batman. He's actually saving his life by doing this pretty cool.
Yeah, because you see him,
kind of deal.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he's doing it himself, Freeze, but you see Batman in that panel before, he's pulling it out of his utility belt, and he's
that's cool. He's like, super glue it? I got to go buy super glue today to fix my glasses. I need Batman. But he does save him. I mean, that's Batman. The idea, and he's there. And again, he's really trying to find info is what a lot of this is. And yeah, they're committing a crime. But the idea of this, Mr. Freeze, you don't want him to die just because of this. And he ends up doing that and says, Victor, you're not going to die tonight. And then he's yelling, Robin, I need your help, Robin. And he's like, oh, damn it,
Robin.
He ran after the Holiday Killer. Yeah, and so he's running, and you do see him chasing down and saying, stop. Hey, I told you to stop. And he turns around and shoots Robin.
Bam.
Now,
Robin gets shot, Jim. We don't see where yet, do we? But he's shot.
The thing is, I was shocked. I thought that this was going to be a weird red herring, that it was going to be he shot like a sign, and it fell. Something weird that ended up where it would distract Robin or stop him. I didn't think he would get shot. And he did. And as you have Batman's just sprinting down the alley. And again, there's another alley with another loved one laying there bleeding to death. He gives
a huge scream. This is like, Robin is in massive letters. He's, oh my God, he's worried. He's scared.
You know what else I really like that you don't see a lot? I like that he uses that stick. I like that he has that long stick deal in this, which he did use as a Robin, but you don't see that a lot.
No,
even
you don't.
In the year one, you don't.
It's rare to see that,
and it's really cool, and I just like the look of it as he uses it and things like that. It kind of sets him apart. Yeah, there they are in the alley again. And again, this might be the idea that as Batman thinks about it, whatever, it's like this holiday killer drew him into the alley, whatever it would be, like to try to get this whole play down. Because he doesn't kill Freeze, or her, as Batman says, ends up just shooting the helmet to distract Batman, to then know that Robin would go and chase him. But yeah, you end up where he goes, and at least you got the Jason Todd
He's
scene
shot,
there.
but it looks like, hopefully, he's not killed
shoulder,
him, because there's blood pouring down his left arm. That's all we see, isn't it? So yeah, probably the shoulder. There's a gun on the floor, and in the background there's a Happy St. Patrick's Day poster and 4-leaf clovers by the gun.
There is the idea of the holiday. It's the St. Patrick's Day deal, and you don't really deal as much with the holidays. And this, especially this one.
No, it's not as obvious, is it? It's not as like,
Yeah, so with that, though, we don't end, because then we go, and it's April 1st now, so we kind of double up and like, hey, I'm nobody's fool. You know, the old Cinderella song that Poison Ivy is waiting because Catwoman comes, has the painting.
For your loving, no more White Snake.
Yeah, exactly. And then looks through the bullet hole that was on there, but looking through, and even the idea of talking to Mario, because you kind of could guess Mario's there. He's tied up with, in Ivy, and Ivy's there. And you have that like crazy play of like, hey, has he been behaving himself, Pam? And she goes, as you would put it, perfection. I'm like, all right, that didn't really work that great, but we'll go with it.
She's looking good there, Ivy. I just got to say, got to comment on that.
Yeah, they're not toning down the sexiness here. And she's just there drinking on that, almost the throne of Ivy and stuff. It's just a chair, but I like the way it looks. I also like the idea when she has the full out like Ivy hair. I think that's cool too. And then the Ivy outfit. But Catwoman kind of reveals some stuff here, says to Mario, where's your mother, Mario? She's no longer living in Rome. I want Luisa Falcone in Gotham City. So there's this.
Why is that, Jim? That left me like very intrigued.
Yeah, and that's why she was in Rome, all that stuff going on.
And she was looking for,
Yeah. And again, this story, as it was before, like there's a bunch of suspects. You end up adding more. You wonder, and it's a lot of why are they doing that? Who's doing that? But I like that. And it is, 12 issues. So you have plenty of time. We're halfway through, and it's just setting up the thing going on. And Batman is kind of behind the 8 ball. He can't figure things out. He's trying to. He has to watch Robin. He even says at the one point, he does say, I'm glad Robin's here. Robin's great, but I'm also distracted by him. I also end up, because he has my back, but I have to get his back too. And then what happens is he runs down the alley and gets shot. It's pretty crazy. So yeah, I liked it. I still think last issue was a lot better. And I'm kind of wondering, and it's a shame that more people aren't seemingly reading it and talking about it. It's pretty good. It's not great, but it's good. And it could get even better to the deal. I don't think it'll ever rival Long Halloween.
No.
I think that's just such a classic, but this is kind of a cool little edition of it. And it's not like, it might be a cash grab, I guess people would say, but it's so long since the deal that it's kind of cool to have, that sort of thing. And kind of reminds me of, we have a lot of these, even that year one that we have with Mark Waid with Batman and Robin, but it reminds me of when we had that before Watchmen, where they had that whole series that some people liked, some people hated.
I didn't
but the
read
idea
that, but
of
I've heard of it.
things,
I know what you mean.
I read a couple, but it kind of feels like that. Like, okay, it's not necessary, but if you really liked it, it's kind of cool. And I always like seeing early Batman and Robin. That's like
me
one
too.
Of the
it's
things
not
that I like.
necessary, but it's like what would you call it? It's very, very good, solid Batman and Robin storytelling.
Yeah, and it's like a almost like what would be like an extended cut thing kind of thing. You know what I mean? It just feels like if you like it, you're gonna enjoy it and you have some fun with it and whatever. But you don't have to read it. And I think that might be
it's not essential.
Kind of maybe it'll play better in trade or whatever. But I think the title it's just a weird long title to try to jam everything in as kind of the deal. But
Jim, does it bother you with like the different artists on each issue?
No,
it doesn't bother me. I got used to it pretty quick.
Yeah, I think that it's kind of cool. And the reason why I don't mind is because you have that holiday theme each time. So it does kind of give you that, okay, well, what are we going to do in April? What are we going to do? And so you have that cool idea like, okay, the art changes. It kind of fits because you're changing months. When it's just a story and it's a continuous story that takes place in 1 week, but you have 6 artists, that starts to get to me a bit. But when you have something like this where you have definitive, things that set up, it's, not that they did much with the whole idea of St. Patrick's Day.
No,
I really was like, I'm reading
the green at the end of the ivy.
I'm reading it, and I really wanted to talk about like, oh man, like you must have loved this, Gray. You're drunk. Yes.
Where's Sully when we need him? Sully, if you know St. Patrick's Day.
I would have brought up the idea that my mom never once did she ever mention anything Irish and not just badmouth Ireland and Irish people for like 10, 15 hours. I'm telling you, you two would
lucky.
Come on.
I never got that, like going from the UK. But my mum and dad, luckily, they didn't. Maybe because my dad was from Liverpool, my mum from Manchester.
Yeah, and that's kind of
a close connection there.
Yeah,
Liverpool.
A lot of a connection, especially Liverpool.
Yeah,
and so my mom from Bournemouth. Down south, I don't know.
Down
what it
south.
was.
Oh, there you go, Jim. The Southerners hate the Northerners.
They hate them, and I'm sitting there like
me as well.
Like my mom, I don't want to, say bad things about my dear mother, but she's a moron. She's an idiot, and to me, I actually would think to myself, where would she get even like? Where does she get to the point of even talking? It was weird. Like I'm telling you, she grew up in England and Bournemouth, and I swear to God, she probably didn't even know Ireland was a thing until she was older because she's so dense. She's a dummy. Here we go. I'm telling you, I wish my mom would listen. My mom would listen and sit there. Who is he talking about? That's how she's so ridiculous. I don't like my mom. But with that, here we go. What is your score?
Okay, for a score, before I read this again and talked about it with you, I was a strong 7, but I'm going to go up to 7.5 out of 10.
Yeah, I'm telling you, the last issue, I would say I would have given like an 8, but I think
that was an 8.5.
I think that if we would have talked to it, I would have given an 8.5.
Yeah, I really enjoyed
we usually go up, so maybe you would have even gone up to a 9. Because usually we do tend to go up a little when we're having fun talking about it, but it was really good. And I'll tell you, up until that issue, I was like, yeah, this is okay. This is, pretty cool. But then that last issue, I'm like, oh yeah, this is really good. Then you get to this and it's good, but it kind of pulls it back a little.
It does.
You have to do this whole, deal with the holidays and things, but almost like the Joker stuff should have been like more near the end. I'm sure we're going to get more, but
there hasn't been a bad issue, but it's been, like you say, it's been kind of up and down. There've been some peaks and some okay.
Yeah, I think I can't remember which. I think there was one, maybe 2. I forget what it was, but I would have this is like a 6.5, but all of them are like 7s. And then last one was really good. And I'll give a 7.5 to this. I thought it was good. And I really do like the art. And it's not again, where I know that I don't mind the change of artist is at the end, sometimes in these sort of things I say, oh man, this sucks. I really wish this artist stayed or whatever. I'm kind of looking forward to see. I don't know who was solicited as being the artist next, but it's been one of those it's kind of cool. And they play a thing. Guys they're trying, but they are doing kind of a style with the Tim Sale style. So it does kind of go a little bit. Yeah, so it's not like they all look exact, but it works better. Yeah, you end up where you can see that kind of goes with the deal. I'm looking at the end if they actually say who is on the next deal.
Apparently the artist on this, Enrico Marini, he was saying that, of course, he loves Tim Sale's work, and he's done a piece called Batman the Dark Prince Charming. I didn't know that.
That sounds like some Elseworlds thing.
It does. So I have to have a look for that.
Yeah, maybe me and Tom could do that at some point because we got to get back to doing that. So I will look at the solicits to see what is next. So I'm looking forward to it. So I'm glad that we did talk about it. So yeah, I hope that people are enjoying, a little extra coverage, some of these other books. And we still, again, we're going to talk, we still have half a year to go through this. So we'll be talking about it each month when it comes out. But also just to say, I do keep forgetting, but one of the things me and Gray end up doing a couple podcasts. I mean, first off, we do our absolute, DC podcast every Friday at 7:15 p.m. on a live stream on YouTube, and then we have it up as a podcast as well on the regular feed. But if you didn't know that, that's a fun time that we have, and everybody gets involved in the chat and things like that. But we also, me and Gray, have a Grant Morrison podcast on the Patreon, and it flip-flops between that and a new Usagi Yojimbo podcast, which one of the episodes, as we're recording today, will come out today, which we really enjoy. And
awesome.
On the Morrison deal, we're getting back to Animal Man, which we're
going to go back Animal Man next issue 22. Looking forward to that, Jim.
We're finishing up Grant Morrison's run. on Animal Man, and it's pretty heartfelt. It kind of gets you. It's pretty dark too, with the whole thing. Not to spoil things, but with Buddy's family. But in that Grant Morrison deal, we also talked Doom Patrol, Invisibles. What else? We had a bunch of different
They're
things.
the main ones. We did a little bit of the Klaus issues he did, for
we
Christmas.
did that. We did a little of the X-Men at the one point. And, once we get done Animal Man, maybe we'll mix something else in. But we're doing like the big ones that we really enjoy. So with that, though, also tell people where they can find you on the YouTubes.
Okay, I'm at Wacky Zashi's Tea House, which is a crazy name for a comic book review site. I know that, but yeah, I do comic book reviews and I do live streams sometimes with Jim from Weird Science Comics guesting.
And sometimes with Sully.
Yeah.
Good old Sully.
Sully.
So, we have that. So we kind of jump around on each other's channels and things like that. So I will put a link in the show notes for a Gray's channel. Please go check it out and subscribe. That'd be awesome. But thanks for joining me, Gray.
Cheers, Jim.
I don't know what we're going off to, but I think we're going off to something. This is not the end of the podcast, because the end is obviously the Fartacular, which you are shocked that me and Simon are doing, as is everybody else.
What a way to go out.
Yeah, wait till people, oh my goodness gracious, when they see how long we talk about that. But we'll be getting to that eventually, but we'll go off to something right about now.
I was in school and I smelled something really harsh. Be you. I didn't hear a thing, so I knew it was a silent fart. Be you. I stood up and yelled at the class, who is the one with the smelly ass? The teacher shook her head, and this is what she said. The person who smelt it, dealt it. It's been that way since the dawn of time. The person who smelt it, dealt it. Now everyone thinks that fart was mine. How will I ever leave the shame behind? I wish I'd have known. I would have kept my mouth closed shut. It's true. Now everyone I know thinks that I have a smelly butt. Be you. I tried to plead my case, but nothing could cover up my mistake. I wish I would have known, 'cause my reputation's blown. You see, the person who smelt it, dealt it. It's been that way since the dawn of time. The person who smelt it, dealt it. Now everyone thinks that fart was mine. How will I ever leave the shame behind? I tried to plead my case, but nothing could cover up my disgrace. I wish I would have known, 'cause my reputation's blown. You see, the person who smelt it, it dealt it. It's been that way since the dawn of time. The person who smelt it, dealt it. Now everyone thinks that fart was mine. How will I ever leave the shame behind? I don't know how I'll ever leave it behind. The person who smelt it, dealt it. The person who smelt it, dealt it.
And we are back, and I'm here with my man Brad. I hope that you enjoyed that Blast from the Past. Blast from the Past, indeed, from the 60s. I believe that was Maya Buttreeks who sang that one. Yes, indeed.
Lean into the name. Yeah,
the classic swinging 60s singer that was kind of like a Petula Clark or Dusty Springfield wannabe, I believe, is what I've heard. That's back in the day, though, but continuing the crossover that we're getting to by the end with the Harley Fartacular, because that's the book that everybody is grabbing this week. Yes. But before we get to that, me and Brad are going to talk about two books, one a little more important than the other, but it's a book that, I don't know, Brad likes Green Arrow a little more than me, so I was happy to talk to him. And I'm not hating it. It's just that what do you get? And we talked about it before we even started. It's going to be the question of, do you get enough of a story in each issue to warrant, going out and paying this money and are you satisfied each month? And I think that this will read better in trade. And I rarely say that, but I think that this is one of those where it's a feel maybe. It's hardly, it's weird. It's a story, obviously, and it's about this freshwater killer.
It's a story, yeah.
But at the end, you kind of get like, okay, that adds like a little smidgen to that, and it feels like it could have been better as maybe a graphic novel, even released like that.
That was my thought.
Yeah, something.
I mean,
along
Chris
those
Condon,
lines.
he's clearly doing. At first, when I first started reading it, I was like, "Oh, he's like doing like a longbow hunters thing." But kind of as I did a reread of it, getting ready for the podcast and everything, what jumped out at me, I think his his biggest influence for this was more like True Detective, right? Like this has like a really, really strong True Detective vibe. And the thing with True Detective is, if you've seen it, I only seen the first season. That's the best one, supposedly. But it's got a slow pace. It's very talky. It's very moody. It's not even as much about the mystery as it is about the characters and the character work and the impact that this mystery is having on the characters themselves and how they're reacting to it, how it's influencing their lives. And it's like, that's really good. I think I think he's doing a really good job of mimicking that. I don't think it works well for a month to month. You pick it up, at a comic, you pick it up, you get one chapter of the story once a month, and then you put it down, and it just doesn't, you don't get enough in any one given chapter to make it worth laying down $4. But when you put it all together at the end, and, for one graphic novel or story, I think it's going to be great. But, at an issue,
it is one of those. I mean, we're a bunch of issues in, right? Again, we didn't renumber, and that's another thing that I was going to talk about. The idea that Chris Condon, who writes it, has come out and said, hey, this is another one. Tate Brommel had said it about Batgirl. These were kind of aside things. These were not announced like officially, that a lot of these books, whether we know it or not, especially these newer ones, say maybe not the Batman and Robin, because that's big enough, but that seems to be ending straight up in September, they say. But a lot of these books are like, hey, these could end at 6. We could get one trade, and if the sales are good or we like what you're doing, they'll continue. And it almost is like a manga type way of doing it. The idea, hey, we'll wait and see if it goes, but if it's not doing well, it's done. This month, and we mentioned it on the Patreon Spotlight, the solicits came out for, I think, June, and there was no Metamorpho solicits. That might be one. And also, the Two-Face had a weird thing where you had Christian Ward come out and say, hey, I had more story, but we're ending at 5 or 6 or whatever. So I think that a lot of these newer ones, because I do think, and me and you were talking before, I do think something big, or at least renumbering, is going to happen in September when the new #1 Batman comes out, when Mark Fraction jumps on that. And I was just even thinking about it more this morning, of the idea, if you're not going to reboot, but you're going to get a new #1 on Batman, a new #1 on Batman is going to get people in the shops. They're going to go and get it. They're going to go. And so with that, you have a bunch of other new #1s, and then people, I got this. Oh man, they're starting a new Green Arrow. Maybe I'll grab that, or maybe a Nightwing, or whatever.
It's almost like a relaunch without being a relaunch.
Yeah.
Right?
Now the problem is, when they do it, everybody's going to scream and yell. There'll be 50 videos of, they rebooted again the 10th time this year. It always happens, but it will be like, no. And it's just, when you come out of Absolute Power and you end up having all these books and all these things like the Atom Project and, wacky stuff that we talk about, the idea, like, okay, that's going to get you to the next phase. Yeah, Brad books. Yeah, not quite Simon books, but Brad books. You're like,
I'm a step above Simon books. Yeah,
Simon
just
right now
above.
is going to be tagged as the drunk Simon who had to do the Fartacular book. But at that point, I thought, well, you're doing this all in, like, why aren't you renumbering? Because this has nothing to do with Joshua Williamson's deal. But
that did drive me nuts. But this and Batman and Robin, like everything about it, the tones, the stories, right? Everything's completely different. They didn't get a new #1. I think it's really hurt Batman.
I actually, one of the few times I got off my ass and made a video, I'm like, these should have been #1s. It's not helping them out, especially this book. And people do like Chris Condon, who is a indie guy and didn't even know he was on the book because it wasn't really a big to do, and then you don't renumber. But it makes sense then if you're going to renumber everything at September. You can't renumber 17 times. And lo and behold, you may still stick with this, creative team. It did happen. It did happen. Rebirth. Ben Percy continued Green Arrow. It was the Green Arrow book. He continued on the run, and me and Eric were like, oh boy, like, why are they doing that? And yet it got better. Ben Percy's Green Arrow actually got better at Rebirth. So I don't mind that either. And so when you
doesn't Zdarsky gotten a new number 1 on Daredevil like 3 or 4 times?
Yeah, well, that's the thing too. These are the things that drive people nuts. You get that. You get a new number 1 Fantastic Four coming out by Ryan North, same creative team, and in the best ever. Speaking of Ryan North, one year I believe it was that Squirrel Girl got 2 number 1s in 1 year with the same creative team, and also
Marvel is
like
worse
things
about
like
that than DC.
They're big on number 1s. They don't care.
Yeah.
They'll give it to you. Even Jed McKay on Moon Knight, they changed the name a little just to get like a new number 1 and then come back with another thing. And it's still the Jed McKay Moon Knight. But so you have all this going on. Again, if this was the play of, okay, I'm going to tell this long form kind of story and go aid it, whatever it would be, I get it. It's just not each month. It's not something, this end Batgirl, which I mentioned, you end up where in this book, especially, where are you saying at this point, oh my God, I really liked issue 3. Oh my God. Remember issue 2? If you asked me, like, tell me what happened in issue 1 and then 2, I would just tell you the grand story of the Freshwater Killer, and I wouldn't be able to really tell, but it wouldn't be very long. I could pretty much sum
you could
this
lay
up,
it out in,
very quickly. And so what I do want more of, and you kind of have gone away from it a bit, what you said, is the idea of Oliver going into this thing where he is very responsible for what happened. He ended up signing some papers and not paying attention to what he was signing. He was busy and things like that. That's the intriguing. Like you said, the Freshwater Killer part, I'm really not that intrigued by about this town. It really plays out like that first arc, that 3-issue arc of Dark Patterns, even with the
I didn't read that.
Wound Man, where they have a town where everybody got sent and they're doing this and they're signing, and it's almost the same. So that, okay. But it's the more for me is, man, Oliver, you're implicit in all of this and you got to, make it. But in this issue, you kind of step it back a little. You have a little play of I still think that Chris Condon's writing Green Arrow a bit more like a Batman light. I mean, when he's getting in, he gets like the police, he's going to pretend he's this wacky CEO, rich guy and whatever. It's okay.
I actually really liked it. I thought it was pretty good, especially the part where where he does the finger guns to the cop.
Yeah. The thing that I get, like the cops in the background, they're like laughing at him, and I'm like, we are dealing with a serial killer here. Like, you stop laughing. But even so, you end up.
You know what? I'm glad you pointed that out because I totally missed that. I'm looking at it right now, and yeah, there's the part like the cops are like cringing at him. Then he says his shoulder hurts. They're laughing at him. But I was talking about the part where like he puts his hand on Detective Hartley's shoulder.
Puts his hand on him. And
the art's great, and he like just glares at Ollie's hand.
Hartley does not like that hand on his shoulder. It's pretty funny, but it is the
the next page, the finger guns killed me. I still laugh about it. See you later. Like,
he's like, hey, everybody. He's just being, Mr. Playboy crazy guy or whatever. But it's Green Arrow number 22, written by Chris Condon. And art by Montos. The art is pretty good. And it's good. Funny because next issue we have Mitch Gerard on one of the stories in the Peacemaker book. And some of these actually did kind of give me a vibe of Mitch Gerard's as well. But it's
a little scratchy, but it's good.
It's colors by Adriana Lucas, letters by Hassan Atsmain Al Howell. And we start off with this whole play where you have, again, with the pacing of this, we kind of just get more of this group that's getting together and saying, hey, Freshwater, they ended up screwing us over. And we actually get the kid who had the epileptic seizures because the benzene in the water. I thought the kid was dead, but here he is.
Yeah, I thought so too.
Yeah, he's having a support group, and he does mention, hey, my mom died a couple months ago. I saw some of you at the funerals, and we're here to have this, get together, this support group for this.
Yeah, this is one of the minor issues that I've had with this book is, because like I said, I went back and reread it, was in the first part of every issue, we get a focus on the Freshwater people and the stuff. I'm like, I don't have a problem with that. I think that's good setting up. I mean, there's some good emotion, stuff like that. You understand their motivation. But one thing they did in the very first issue is they said Ben for that part. And then they said now for the current part, for the Green Arrow stuff. And then they stopped doing that. So every time I picked up the issue, I'd be like, wait, is this now? Is this then? Is this a flashback? And I wasn't sure. And then even here, I think it kind of muddies it even more because it's like every other time it's been a flashback, even though they didn't say it. But this time it's not a flashback. This is current, or at least more current, right? Because he's grown up.
Yeah, he's grown up, so it's a little more current. But is that one lady there the one that ended up dying in police custody?
Yeah, she is. That's definitely her.
That's what I'm saying. You're going back a little, but this seems like it should say 2 months ago. You know what I mean? And the thing where
I think
all
that would
these
be
people
helpful,
going,
yeah.
and as they're going, you see that these like-minded and people who have been screwed over by this whole freshwater deal, this is where they're kind of getting together. And it's a good play. And in the deal of it, it plays out. First off, I think that this guy is setting up the play, like, let's take it to the streets, like stuff like that. We kind of get that. But you also get the play of, and unfortunately, a lot of times when you have like, support groups for, drug addiction, things like that, some people go there, they go there to get more drugs. Like they're not on the up and like they end up where, okay, we're together and we'll do this or whatever. But these people seem to get together and they're going to get inspired to just take it to the streets and take it as.
It's a big leap though from like, oh, they're bad, we should do something about it, to let's murder people. Like you have to assume it's a subset of this group that like this Kenny guy worked out who in this group is like the most angry, right?
And so
like,
when you get that, and he's angry, his mom's dead, so he's real
pissed.
angry. So with that, though, you start to, get that gray area as well, which I don't mind. It's just when I talk to Eric and he says that serial killers shouldn't be arrested because they were wronged at some point. I mean, this guy doing this, you see, and they're setting up the idea that this freshwater. Now, where I go and wonder about a couple things in this issue, the idea that you have a dumping site and then you build, a community over it. I wish you got more of the idea that they did that to hide this. It almost feels like they're like, let's just build a community over it anyway. Why would you do that? You could just dump and leave it. But the whole play is they seem to want to cover it up. So they're like,
I think it was like a profit thing, right? Or it's like, cause like, like they have a lot of things, and like, you might have a park that used to be a landfill that they turn into, like they do that kind of stuff all the time. And I think this is sort of like that, right? Only there was some corruption with the senator, right? Who's like, oh, I need affordable housing. And then, but you have to connect the dots though. Like they don't lay it out.
And again, if me and you were part of the city council and we decide, hey, what we need is a park on that dump site. Hey, we'll do this. Let's look into it, whatever. It just feels weird that it's like, okay, you have this chemical company that dumps it and then also decides to build the thing. I'm like, it's just too centered on like, why would they do that? And again, like you said, there's people with money and things like that, but it also is a lot down the line that Oliver should have been paying a little more attention to some of this stuff.
100%. Well, that's one thing I wanted to...
In a community already. Like, there's community, but nobody cares about them. They're on the outskirts. But they actually build it on there themselves. Just kind of a weird play. But
that's one thing I wanted to ask you is, so, because I don't, unlike Eric, I don't speak for Green Arrow fans.
Yeah,
right? I'm not.
We don't have that anymore.
I haven't read a ton of Green Arrow, but in that issue where he talks about how he signed off on the paperwork and he wasn't really paying attention, he said, like, I was too busy interested in investigating the murder of my friend, such and such.
Yeah, that was a part of an older run. Yeah,
that's what I was wondering about that. Yeah. So I figured.
Might have even been Quiver. The deal. I forget the whole
was
play.
It Quiver? I think I've read Quiver. I don't
it's
remember.
Weird. I thought it was something with that, but it was a past run that he was talking about. That was something that
Condon has cool dropped a couple of past run stuff in there that I thought was clever.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely is giving you the deal of the longbow hunters with the look and things like that, but he's dealing with a lot of other things as well.
Yeah.
So in that, you just have this meeting. You do see the lady very framed there that ends up that we already know died. And then we go to the play that, Oliver ended up getting beat up. He ended up where this killer, and he has to pretend how he stopped this guy and, with the whole deal. So he's like, I gave him the left and the right. And that's where they're like, and then the next thing he's like, oh man, my shoulder.
Oh, so good.
And they're laughing. Everybody's sitting around laughing. I know that when you're working on something like this, even with a serial killer, you kind of have to desensitize your stuff and laugh. But I thought it was just odd that they're back there laughing. And that's the panel for some reason remind me of Mitch Gerard's, especially with the word bubble. It kind of had that look. But this Hartley talks about, and this is the thing, Oliver's trying to find out what's going on, what they're investigating and things like that, so he could join in with this. And he's like, hey, where's that partner of yours, Harley? And and again, he's like, he shouldn't tell him. Like, the idea is like, I shouldn't tell you, but he's off at the freshwater community checking things out. She's doing that. He's like, oh, okay, well, I got some laundry going on, and goes up. Just the idea I have laundry running is an odd thing. Running. It's almost like the idea of having the oven on.
Yeah, right. He goes, hey, sport, and puts his hand on his shoulder. So good. So good.
Yeah, so he's playing the idea. He's, hey, look at me, rich guy.
Obnoxious, obnoxious asshole.
Rich guy. And then he's like, hey there, great to, see I got to get
later.
going. Boom. And then off he goes, and he starts jogging through, and then goes where his motorcycle is.
Yeah.
And he gets his outfit on, and off he goes. I don't really love the new outfit.
I don't like it.
When we go, he looks like, actually, in my mind, a lot of times, a green vigilante. And I mean vigilante,
he does
the
kind of look like, yeah, he does. I've got the cover of Vigilante sitting right next to me, and I look at it. It looks very similar with the V-ish kind of shape.
The V deal, that's not something you want to emulate.
No,
that character.
no.
So he zips over, and he's going to go off to meet her at this whole freshwater deal. So
he wants to check up on her.
Yeah, and she's already there, so you have that play of if he's going to get there in time, because she's going to run into some trouble. Because when she gets there again, they're just like hanging. Like, she's at the freshwater deal. And the weird play is when I keep thinking of this and going, when they go and attack her, because they come out in, these masks and everything. I'm like, why? You could just twist this a little. And if they were smart enough, work with the play. I know they're serial killers, so you're going to have some problems. But the idea of try to figure out or lead the cops to something else.
Their motivation seems very clear, right? They were wronged by Horton Chemical, and they want to kill everybody associated with it. But it seems like that they wouldn't necessarily. I mean, obviously, they don't want the cops to stop them from doing their plan. But why would they attack? I mean, couldn't they just not be in freshwater at that moment, or go hide somewhere until she finds nothing and leaves? I don't get what they benefit or how it helps them to attack her.
That's what I'm saying.
That's the only thing.
When you get there and she's investigating, why not leave evidence? So I know that you think the system's against you. You've come to your wits' end. Is what's happening, and they're doing this. I also think that when you said about that group, talking about who is angriest, I think you're also going to find, like the woman who ended up dying, the first bit of the freshwater deal, I think you're also finding people who have nothing else to lose. I mean, that's the thing. Exactly. And I wish I would have said it to Eric. The idea that me and him were arguing about that, and that woman, and I said, she's a serial killer. And he's like, oh, these people, what they're doing, I don't think that they think to themselves, well, in the end, they'll figure out that we're good. I think
they don't think so. No, they just,
and I think that lady specifically, she basically in her mind, and again, I didn't say this to Eric, and afterwards thought about it, the idea that she's going to kill some people because she doesn't have long to live. So it's like,
and she thinks they deserve it.
Yep, and I want to do this last thing. They killed me. I'm taking them out before I die. I know it's wrong, but I want to get vengeance, and for everybody else as well. So I think that there might be some terminally ill people like her in this group as well, and they'll be upset.
It was interesting listening to you guys argue about that, because you were both right and you were both kind of wrong at the same time. You know what I mean? It's like one of those situations where just because they're killers doesn't mean they're not also victims. And just because they're victim, they have a victim, doesn't mean that person's also not a killer, right? Like they're both good and bad and bad and good. Like it was really interesting. I don't know. It was funny to listen to you guys argue.
Again, one of the things about it is that some people have specific jobs. The police here, they're not there to go to the court of public. They're there to stop a serial killer. That's it. They're going to stop a serial killer, and then the courts have to work things out, and whether or not they're just there. And that was my big point. It's not like they have to be like, oh my God. And she even said, when you ended up having the deal, she said, I know that it's a shame or whatever. I feel bad, but you got to stop a serial killer. So when she gets here, like you said, it's weird that they just straight up, like, why not leave her? Why not lead the things? Or maybe throw her off the case. You don't want to get arrested because you want to get these people who you don't think could ever go to justice. So you're doing this. Why not try to do something that would lead him away. The minute that they take her, now the police are more involved of catching things. And I think that what Chris Condon really wanted
bringing
in this
extra
scene,
heat on yourself.
Yeah,
you don't need that.
and you don't need that. Again, they
and
may
she
not
told her
care.
partner where she's going, so they know,
Yep.
And it's not like their secret base is super secret. They're the freshwater killers in freshwater.
Freshwater. And
it's like the first place you're going to go look for them is in
That's
freshwater.
what's odd that she goes there with her dog, but still, the idea, I think what Chris Condon wants you to do and to go from that beginning, and again, this might read better as we get the whole thing, is he wants you to see legit. We know there's more than one freshwater killer, but there is a mob of them.
There's there's a lot, which was a surprise to me. I didn't expect that.
And I
thought
think
it
that's
would be
what the scene's for. I think the scene's for to show that there are dozens. We're in double digits here of them. So the idea where they go, but you end up having Arrow the dog ends up, ripping away from her, and she ends up
to protect her when she's getting surrounded by the mob. Yeah.
It goes and attacks. And I think some people will be upset. This dog is a beast, too.
Yeah, he's awesome.
Yeah, he is.
Because he attacked the freshwater killer before. Remember when the other lady got caught?
Yep. And these people, they beat the crap. I'm telling you, I'm really surprised that one of the guys doesn't die. Because that dog is not letting go and chomps down. But they end up...
yeah. I mean, that's a pit. I mean, he's strong. He's got strong jaws, he's all muscle.
And
man.
so I think that to play the story, I think that he kind of gets taken down a little too easily. And I think people will be upset that he starts getting beat up. Now, one of the things I think Chris Condon shows as well, in just a weird silhouette deal, you see a gun. You see the one guy with a gun and it flies out of his hand. And I think that's to show, look, these people aren't trying to kill the dog, but they need to stop it. Even later, you have the one guy like, why'd you beat up a dog? And he's like, it was near him.
That's right. He's like, I felt bad. I didn't want to do that.
I'm telling you, I have a little dog. Our dog, Mia, is very little, but in some strange way, when we ended up getting her, it is part pit bull. It's the weirdest. It's like the weirdest mix of a dog. And it was a rescue dog, but it ends up being like a British Terrier. I'm telling you, somebody ended up getting some problems along the line. Like this British Terrier mom.
Happening.
Yeah, some weird stuff happened. But she ends up having that demeanor. And I'm telling you, she had bonded with pretty much Tanya, my wife, just her. If you go near Tanya, that dog would not, I said to you before, if there was a bear that came in, that dog would fight that bear until the end. It would try to stop it, whatever. And I can get the idea maybe they knocked the dog out.
Yeah, I think they must have knocked it out or
It's like
something.
such a weird play that you kind of feel, because I don't think that dog would ever stop.
No, I don't think he would stop. They must have knocked him out or something.
But that's awful, right? It's so bad.
You just concussed the dog, you monster.
Yeah, and then in that later when Green Arrow comes in, it's like, man, you should be a little more concerned with this dog. And then he puts the dog in the car, and I think people go crazy about that. But again, it's what it is.
Hopefully the window's cracked.
Yeah, and the dog does need to rest a little. But even then, I think when the dog wakes up, I don't think it's just like, I think it's going nuts. It's looking for her and maybe following. And it's kind of a shame that you don't have a way that they grabbed her and let the dog kind of continue with Green Arrow. Would have been a cool little...
Yeah, it would kind of been cool. Yeah. Arrow and Arrow, Green Arrow and Arrow.
It would be pretty funny. But yeah, so he goes to see this.
Before that, I want to give credit to Condon. I think he's smart here when he shows the in silhouette, both Benitez and the dog getting like mobbed, knocked out, hit with pipes or whatever it is. And then he leaves it there and you're like, holy crap, did they just kill that dog? Like you're wondering. So it kind of gives you that tension as you're looking to get to the next part.
And then you're happy when you see him. Right?
Yeah, you're happy when you see him. Yeah. You're like, okay, good. You're like, surely not. Surely they didn't kill that dog in this comic book. People would be upset.
Yeah, I was really hoping they didn't. Again, it would be the play of, and again, but you are playing the idea of these freshwater killers are not bad people. They just end up doing something that they think their back's against. Again, that's the whole gray area of it. They are killing people, but they're killing specific people because of what they did to them. So they're just at their wits' end. But to beat up a dog and then maybe kill it was like, oh my goodness. And you do have that bit where, again, I think to go that route, because I think Chris Condon wants you to feel bad for these people. Oh man, why did you attack that dog? You have that little bit just in there to go, but
you didn't have to hurt the dog.
Yeah. And he's like, it was me or him. Like, we didn't kill it. It reminds me of Bendis at one point. We're in the Action or Superman when he came over and he had one of the gangster guys use the, I'll say the word because of what it was. I think the guy said, "Oh, you're a retard," and people, oh my God, whatever. And then Bendis did say, "These are bad guys." Now, but this, you don't want them to really be the bad guys. You want to actually go with the idea that one of the bad guys is Oliver. Because of him not paying attention, he was distracted, all that. So that's the cool.
The paperwork.
Pretty much through every issue, that's the rub of the deal. That is the hook. It's the big thing in the book of the idea of Oliver trying to stop something that he created and should have been better with, but he's a good guy. Like all that sort of thing going on.
And that's why he's so invested in it, and that's why he gets so got so upset and so angry when that girl died in custody. And he was like, she didn't deserve this. And then he was talking about she didn't know. He wasn't referring to, dying in a jail cell. He was referring to everything that happened because of Freshwater, because he saw the dossier, knew she was from Freshwater, and made the connection.
Yeah. So when you have this, he sees Arrow. He puts him in the car and says, "Hey, I'm going to go find Benitez. I'll find her." And they're just dragging her. And then they end up, she's waking up.
They get a couple of silent panels in here, pages actually, a couple of silent pages, and the art looks great. But it's, again, when we talk about the pacing issue, it's like, all right, well, I paid, I don't know, like $4.
We'll get to the thing, which is the Arrow, the Green Arrow part of this book is so funny. But
he does nothing.
No, and so when he gets there, you do also have the play where Benitez is hearing, she's waking up and hears, okay, Arrow's okay, but he's, hurt, whatever. But it's at least she knows the deal. Yeah. And they say, "Where should we take her? What's going on?" "Oh, of course, we're going to take her to school. Let's go. Lessons in school time."
That was a good line, though. Where do you go when you need to learn a lesson, detective? School. We're taking you to school. And they literally go to a school.
The detective doesn't really need a lesson. I mean, no. I guess it's going to be.
I don't know.
The lesson is going to be, this is why we're doing it.
Yeah, I would assume so. I guess we'll see, right? Hopefully there's a plan.
Yeah, and maybe, try to, spin the deal. Hey, we can't be stopped because we have this mission to do, but this is why we're doing it. And then she'll realize then that can be hand in hand with Green Arrow, with Oliver. But the Green Arrow part of this issue is that he's looking to see where she is, comes to a wall and decides to shoot arrows into
to climb
a crazy telephone pole.
Yeah,
and he hits it, boom, 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 and climbs up. That's the Green Arrow part of the issue.
Yeah,
that he shoots the arrows.
Here's what Ollie does in this issue. He acts like a jackass with the police to preserve his secret identity or whatever. Then drives on a motorcycle to Freshwater, finds a dog, puts it in the car, and then climbs a electrical pole, shooting arrows into it.
Shooting arrows.
That's it.
Yeah,
that's all he does.
Yeah, that's it. That's what he does. And I would think there's funny little like editorial edicts. I have heard, me and Eric have talked about it, and Bendis mentioned it again. Old Bendis. I heard he was coming at one point, but you end up where you have to have Superman in he has to be Superman doing a Superman thing in each issue. So that's why you ended up at Bendis' point where I'm going to punch asteroids. I'm just going to do that. Hey, it's almost like he found the loophole, whatever. I could imagine that Green Arrow has to shoot at least one arrow. He's got to do something. So he's like, what can I do this? Okay, it's kind of a cool little play to shoot arrows into an electrical pole and climb up, but that's it.
I guess.
He doesn't do much in it. And again, because the story is so paced out this way, you really feel like I didn't get much of Green Arrow at all.
It's such a quick read. Like, we spent far more time talking about it than you do reading it. Like,
I'm not the quickest reader, and I read it in like 5 minutes. I mean, I'm in and out, right? But
like, every time I get to the part where they start showing the credits, and I'm like, because they would do that at the end of the issue, every issue, and I'm like, oh crap!
Yeah, that's exactly what I thought. And then I'm like, oh, at least we got 2 other pages. I actually thought, oh crap, that's it. Like, he didn't do it. Oh, he shot the electrical pole. He did that. So at the end, I agree. The thing that gets me upset about it, though, is, again, if you're reviewing individual issues, and this is one of the problems with, and I've had a lot of creators argue with me and a lot of other people of, is it proper to rate an individual issue? And some have said, hey, when it's done, why don't you do a separate review of the whole arc, the whole trade, whatever? I'm like, I don't have time for that.
Yeah,
I get it. But some of these things are, better read because, again, this all kind of melds in. It all swirls together as one thing in the idea of, okay, freshwater killer, and you're going to be very, particular and really with that pacing, it's just very slow. So at the end, you don't get much Oliver, but I don't feel like I hated it. It's just, again, the idea of not getting much and reading real quick. So it's trouble.
Yeah, it's definitely, to the question of, does it make sense to review month to month? Does it make sense? Should you just wait till the whole story? I mean, they're selling it month to month. I mean, they're putting an issue out on the stands for you to buy. So it's a fair question to ask, hey, should I buy this for $4? And it's for me, if I had to say, did I get $4 worth of story in this issue? No. Do I think the whole thing is going to be worth, I don't know, whatever a trade is now, $20, $25? I think it'll be good. I think there's a lot of things that are going to click a lot better when you just sit down and just read it and not read a chapter, put it down for a month, read 20 other things, read a chapter, put it down for a month. Like, I think it'll be a lot better, but for this particular thing, it's a struggle.
Yeah, it is. And Chris Condon, he's known a bit for writing Westerns. I told you, Enfield Gang Massacre, that Texas Blood. And those are really, really good. But that has a different pacing to it. The Westerns are a little slower paced, and you kind of get that feel in that. But here's the weird thing is if somebody said, what are they? I had a video about that. People should read it after the issue number 1, that it was a shame that or his first issue. It was a shame they didn't renumber. I said earlier. And if somebody said, hey, what are the good books that are coming out with this all in and stuff like that, I probably would mention this book. But I'm going to read it. Ooh, I'm not saying read it yet. Like it's one of those, like, I like it, but don't read it yet. Wait till it all comes out.
Wait till it's done and grab it all at once or grab
Get
a trade.
It as a trade. You'll save some money. And I think you'll read it because I think some people may jump in and say, like, it's all going to be on your temperament and how you like an issue if you are patient enough to get through some things. But if you're here for Oliver and you're here for Green Arrow, I think some people are probably a bit disappointed. But again, there'll be then other people on the other side.
I think his voice for Oliver is really good, though. Like, every bit of dialogue with Ollie, his characterization, didn't really so much apply to this issue because we didn't get much Green Arrow this issue. We got Ollie acting as a rich asshole. But he wrote a fantastic rich asshole Ollie.
Well, and to point out where you have certain people arguing and you have this fight and whatever, this isn't the idea, because I think I said it the last time, I say it a lot, the idea that somebody said, when I did that video, said, I read that Green Arrow, but I'm afraid he'll be woke. And I'm like, first off, I hate that word. Also, it's Oliver. It's Green Arrow.
He's the original woke. I don't know about that. But
he's not. Again, whatever the word is. But if you're going to say social justice, he's the poster child here.
He's the original social justice warrior. Also, if you ever use the word woke, you lose all credibility for anything you say after that, in my opinion.
It's the idea that you end up with I hate catchphrases of any sort. I hate the idea of lumping things. And then when you say, well, what does that mean? And everybody has a different definition.
It means something I don't like. That's what it means.
Yeah, basically. So it's the idea of, I'm like, I don't go for that. That's why I never say it unless I'm referencing things with that. But the idea with it, though, you have rich asshole Oliver. But it's not pushing a social message. It's not saying,
he's just being a jackass.
Now, in the meantime, some people have said, him not paying attention. They're just, no. That was because he was doing Green Arrow stuff. I think that's a smart play of the idea of sometimes the superheroing does get in the way, especially if you have a job as a CEO. And he just thought the problem with Oliver in this whole situation, he thought that everybody else were good people. He didn't realize that they were not on the up and up, so he was signing off on things he should pay more attention to.
The clever thing about it is that it's something that he would be very for. Affordable housing, repurposing. This is something that Ollie would see come across his desk. I think that they tricked him
that way. You know what I mean? Yeah.
And the other thing he said is he was like CEO for, what did he say, like a month? So he didn't have all of the background of the history of what happened at that land. All that happened is it came across his desk. And it said, hey, we're going to create affordable housing.
He sees that great.
He's like, there's nothing more up Oliver's alley than affordable housing. He's going to sign off on that in a heartbeat. And he, like he even said, I should have done my research.
And he didn't.
Why are we doing that? But he didn't, because he was distracted with this other Green Arrow stuff. That's pretty smart.
He's implicit in it, but didn't know, so he can get out. But again, at the end, he still needs to learn and do better. But this was in the past as well, so he has. But in that, what would you give it?
I'm going to give it a 6.8 out of 10. I like it. There's a lot of things I like about it. I think the art's great. I like Oliver's, the way he acted at the beginning there, the finger guns, all that stuff was so good. But again, it's the same. It's very consistent. It's the same how I felt about every single issue of the series so far. I like what it's doing. I love the tone. I like the way Ollie's written. I like all of that. It's just a slow pace. And that's why I think it's going to be a 6.8, 6.5, 7 out of 10 series. But then if you sat down and read it and trade, it's going to be an 8.85.
Well, this is the weird. The way that you said that, you stole my thunder, you son of a gun. Because I'm giving it a 6. I'm giving it a 6. Okay. And again, it's because of the idea you don't get a lot of other. And I think that this is going to be one where, again, not to always bring up Eric now that he's gone, but it's one of the things I would have said to him. This is where, when you get done a series, a thing. At one point, me and Eric did give, what do you think this was as a whole? What do you think the trade would be, whatever? And Eric would just go and get his scores and add them up and divide. That's how he would do it. He would never. And I would say, really? Because things can change or whatever. And I think this is definitely going to be rated higher as a whole than it is the individual deal. But because of the idea that it's coming out monthly and you're not getting a full deal with that. But yeah, he would do that. It would drive me nuts. It would drive me insane when he would do that with the ending deal. Because at one point we did even on this site, because that a couple of people had said we did try at one point to kind of bundle we didn't re-review, we put the reviews and then had a deal. But yeah, he would just end up, going and doing the stats with that. So with that, I'm a 6. Again, it's still good, but are you getting enough each month? And I don't know that you are, but
I'll say though, if you are in the middle of the Venn diagram of True Detective and Green Arrow, you could probably go pick it up now. It'll be right up your alley, but otherwise,
I think that the idea it is weird, but I think it's another one of those books that maybe it's better paced for older readers as well, people who did go through some of the back deal and how it used to go, because it's definitely not going to be for an action.
Yeah, and that's one of the interesting things about it is so DC's doing some different things with some of the different books. Like this is not a superhero tights, capes and cowls story,
which I like for Green Arrow.
Yeah, no, it's good, but this is a crime fiction story. You know what I mean? And then some of the other books that DC's doing, like Metamorpho, I don't know, it's a mess, but it's a parody story, right?
Thank you. That's what I say. It's a parody. I don't mean a parody of a parody of a satire. And even different things, though.
Yeah, and even Fire and Ice, right? Which I know Simon and you, that's the whole thing.
He likes it a little more.
That's not a capes and cowls story either. That's a sitcom slice of life story. Yeah, it is. But I think that's a challenge that you have when 90% of all the books that come out are capes and cowls stories, but then you segment off this 10% as this is something different. How do you set that expectation with your audience? And I think that's a tricky problem.
It is tricky, and that's the thing with Metamorpho. I even mentioned, because that was on our Patreon Spotlight, I talked to Jason, who really likes it, loves it, I think. But I even said it feels like that Wonder comic imprint. Again, to mention Bendis, the things that have Wonder Twins and things like that. And it's odd to just kind of come out when you have this, but it is cool to have different things for different people. They can go and grab some things.
Well, yeah, I know you're a big manga reader, right? There's all kinds of different manga, right? It's just American superhero is just capes and cowls, but manga's got tons of stuff. They got food stuff.
They have everything. I'm telling you, the idea when people say manga, they think of the shonen stuff, and they think of, My Hero Academia or Chainsaw Man and things like that. But there are, boy love. There's food, there's just everything. Now, again, it's not one company either. I think that a lot of people end up just getting this weird idea that there's this huge company. There are a million companies doing a million things, but you can always find something. Again, in comics, Western comics, you can find a lot of that in indie and stuff like that. In the indie side, so it's kind of cool, but it's just weird, why some things exist and why things are going and whatnot. But also, you have things like our next book. I'll segue into that.
why things exist. Yep,
this is a weird play. It is a Black Label book. It says, though Black Label kind of was pushed aside.
They dropped an F-bomb in here, and I was like, wait, is this a Black Label? And I flicked back to the cover. I was like, oh, it is.
Yeah, it is. So it's really playing like it's the death now of the Black Label books, because that's kind of being phased out to be the next phase, and the Vertigo coming, whatever it is.
Vertigo,
but they really put this on because there's F-bombs. Now, it is Peacemaker presents Vigilante Eagly double feature. You have 2 stories. We'll get into it. But I really like, me and you both like the Kyle Starks Peacemaker Tries Hard. It was so good.
It was fantastic.
And if you read this and you're like, oh, that was kind of funny, whatever, and you haven't read that piece, everybody should go, if you have the app, whatever, just go and read the first issue. And I think that if you have a certain sense of humor, over the top deal, because that got over the top. At one point.
What was the Snowblind was the villain with the coke? He just stuck his whole face in a pile of coke. So good.
Snowflame, the deal
Snowflame, that's what it was.
The new Guardians book way back, which we'll probably end up doing as a retro review at some point. I have parody songs for him and all sorts of things for that guy. That guy's the best, fueled by cocaine. But even then, like, it fit in that book so well.
It did.
But also you end up having really over-the-top jokes that some people may not even like the idea. At one point, there's these kids and tell he's like, hey, go F your mother, whatever that. Yeah. He's like, my mother's dead, and then goes on and on about it. Like, holy moly, like, what is going on? So in that, again, this is not quite as good as that. It still has its thing. It has whatever. And the big play is that James Gunn is the story consultant. They're trying to push that. Some people will be turned off by that, maybe. But you get that same kind of feel that you have with the Peacemaker Tries Hard. It's just not as
Well, did you watch the show, the Peacemaker show?
I did watch the first. How many seasons are there? Is there just,
I think there's just one.
Okay, yeah, I did watch the one season of Peacemaker, and I liked it. I thought it was cool. The only reason I watched it is because Peacemaker was upset that he missed out on Blackpink, so I'm like, I'm in. And I end up in one little line. He's like, man, nobody told me about Blackpink, and I'm
Somebody had to name drop Blackpink, and Jim's in.
And it is, again, that's sort of over the top. You know, I like that. I do laugh. I mean, I make crazy songs that are basically
that's the foundation of Sus Records.
It is.
Actually.
So I do really like that. I like John Cena too, and he plays the part really well.
He's really good.
And what they end up doing in these, especially Peacemaker Tries Hard, which I said I'd never really hear the voices in my head, but I could almost. I mean, the idea of that character was straight up like 100% John Cena. So
you picture John Cena, you hear John Cena's voice. And it's true for here too. They do a good job of saying.
Yeah, they do. So when you get into this again, it's a new number one. That's why we're doing it. Yael was questioning while we're doing it that maybe people might not be into it. It's good enough. I think I'm way better than, say, a Flash by Cy Spurrier. I had more fun with this than I ever have with that. And even the Gronbach Catwoman that I couldn't find anybody. Also, I couldn't find anybody to talk about in these new number ones. We'll at least do a number one or a number two, like we'll finish with the Harley. See,
that works on multiple levels.
That's
good job,
jokes there. So here we are with Peacemaker presents the Vigilante Eagly double feature number one. The first story is written by Tim Seeley with art by Mitch Garrard. And I'll just tell you, the other story is Rex Ogle with pencils and inks by Mateo.
Yeah, I don't know Rex Ogle.
Man, actually, probably the better story of the two, though it seems like, I don't know, it's probably like split down the middle, but that seemed very much quicker. It seemed like the big play is this Vigilante deal and story consultant.
Well, yeah, they got
James
Mitch
Gunn.
Gerard's on the art, too, which is crazy.
I said that. It is crazy. It almost feels like he's slumming it because it's this book. But again,
like a tie-in book to a show.
Deal, but it is James Gunn. I think that maybe Tom King's like, hey, you consult on this and also get my man Mitch Gerard some work because he hasn't been doing it because I'm too busy to give him work because that seems like all he does. But it looks good. I like Mitch Gerard's art. Great. It looks great. And it's Vigilante. And he ends up where there is, a gang meeting, and you get what you're going to get from this sort of thing, the funny characters and the crazy over-the-top deal. And you have
very violent.
Yeah, it's very violent. They're having a meeting at an axe throwing called Axe Me Again, which is kind of funny. Again, that's the humor of the show. So they go there, and even then they're like, I hope that you realize that this is, and you have the Italian group, and this guy looks like he's straight from Jersey Shore.
Oh,
he looks
does.
like the
He very much
situation,
does.
right? He's there like, hey, we're here because it's, symbolic, where we're between the target and the thing. And then all of a
Yeah,
sudden,
he has this very philosophical approach, which is a funny bit of character work for this guy that I'm sure we will never see again.
no, and this guy is just over the top with these glares. It's just the situation. And the guy next to him, they're in the tracksuits and things like that. But they also, each side here, and then the woman in the wheelchair, you end up where each side has their own superhero guy or villain costume dude. And you do make the joke later that Saber is a guy who shoots guns and Cannon is a guy who with swords. So again, this is the humor of it. It is funny. Good. It has some cool chuckles in it. This one guy next to, Paulie here, it ends up just getting an axe right to his head. I mean,
right
just
to
done.
His face.
And then Vigilante just comes in and it plays out the Vigilante.
Murdering fools.
And that's the funny thing. If you haven't seen the show or whatnot, with Vigilante, he thinks it's like Peacemaker. He thinks he's doing well. And he's just murdering people straight up, and he thinks he's the hero,
but he is a vicious murderous
murderer. And when he thinks about it in his head, it is and does it well. Mitch Gerads' art, where when he's thinking about things and doing it, it's him and Peacemaker back to back shooting with butterflies flying around. He's like, we're doing the God's work, and it works out. It works out, and then he's ending up fighting Saber and Cannon. You kind of go with that deal, and you have him.
Yeah, I can't tell if he kills them or not. They did show a foot stomp. I don't know if they're dead or not.
Yeah, the one moans and the other guy's there because, he does stomp them, but I don't know. They're pretty bad. And again, this plays out like, if you haven't seen it, again, it's almost like a Deadpool-esque deal with Vigilante. And again, Vigilante is a character that we even had a miniseries that was one of the few that we just ditched at one point, me, Eric, and Reggie. When we were doing it, it was that bad. It was so bad that and then it was a miniseries that never ended. It was a 6-issue mini that got canceled. That's how bad when does that happen? It got canceled, and then they actually put the issues in the app. People from long time listeners will remember how much there was. Oh, it was the worst. But Vigilantes that, nobody really cares. So it's fun to see this whole play, and that's the whole point of the whole Peacemaker deal, is having these D-list, Z-list characters, and him thinking he's the hero of his own story.
And also, he's a complete idiot. That's the other thing, too.
It's so much. And he does mention it. Well, he's like, I don't really get people. I mean, you can't be more straightforward at one point. But he goes to this guy, I think it was that first guy, and he's like, hey, what are you guys planning? Because everybody leaves. They run. And he gets this one guy. The guy can't talk. He's got an axe in his head.
Because the cops show up.
And so Vigilante, and Vigilante's like, tell me, what's going on? Who's the leader? What were you doing? He's like, Khan. He can't talk. He's got an
axe in his head.
And he's like, oh, right, Khan. I thought he was going to go to, I thought he was going to head off to like a Comic-Con. I really thought that's what it was going to be, and start murdering people dressed up as villains. And that wouldn't have been that
Which would be something
crazy.
that he would do.
Exactly.
Actually, he kind of does that later, in a way.
He's there working, and, Busboy and this girl comes up and they, Busboy, I want to screw the brains out of you. And he's like, oh, that's weird. Like, what are you going to do? Like, grab them and eat them? And like, it makes no sense.
That's
and then
gross.
she's like, you're disgusting. And she's like, what the fuck? Like, dude. And then you end up where the boss, hey, Chase, you head home. And he's like, I'm not going to do that because I'm going to my buddy's house. He's like,
is it okay with you if I don't go home? I'm going to go to my friend's house instead. Like, manager's like, what?
Yeah, it's like, they don't even understand him. So he goes off the Vigilante's deal, the trailer, and he's not there. And he forgot that this was appliance night. And what Peacemaker even says then, after a big thing where Peacemaker's like, yeah, I'm not there. I've been captured. And in Vigilante's mind, he starts to make up the story of what just happened to Lee and Khan's controller. Yeah. And everything with Peacemaker is just like, he'll agree with everything that is happening.
Yeah, because he's trying to blow him off. He's trying to blow Vigilante off.
Because they're heading to Alaska, and he forgot about their weekly appliance night. So he ends up, and he says to Eagly, who gives him the evil eye, and he says, you know how he gets when you say you forgot things and stuff like that. In the meantime, we all know that what is happening is it's just setting up Vigilante to murder 8 million people. So we will see how that goes.
Well, he did the worst possible thing. He told them that there were robots who look like humans. So now he's going to kill everybody to see if they're a robot.
The controller, the deal where he's like, I'm going to go to the old folks home and cuts off his face.
Yes, he cuts off the security guard's face.
Oh, it's so bad. He just cuts off this guy's face and says, I'll tear off every face in Evergreen if I have to uncover your evil, cold, maniacal deal. And so he cuts off a face. It looks crazy. The art's great. And it feels right. It feels like the whole Peacemaker
It feels like the show. Yeah, if you like the show, you'll probably get a kick out of this. It's a very quick read.
And again, this is like we said, I really like the Peacemaker tries hard. That felt like it could be episodes of the show. This feels like it's a little spin-off type deal.
Yeah.
You know, you'd have like a couple episodes of like Vigilante by himself, and it's cool. It's a setup, and it involves Peacemaker to set this up, so he's involved in a bad way. But then we'll get Vigilante just going around, and at the end, you know, that Peacemaker will come back from Alaska and say, "Oh my God, I just escaped! I got." It'll be like everybody's going to be murdered in town.
Yes.
So it's funny. So you end up.
I do want to call back to one thing that made me chuckle, which is on the last panel of where Peacemaker is talking to Eagly, and like, you know how he gets or whatever. They're on the airplane, and the bald eagle is in a chair.
Yeah, he's sitting in a chair,
and there's a guy in between them.
I know,
so
and he hears all this. You see him even before. He's like, he doesn't want to be there. Also, you have Eagly,
so funny,
almost like he's yelling for more drinks or something.
Yeah,
and the stewardess, he's like all upset.
And the eagle's like half in his space, and the guy in the middle's space, and the guy in the middle's just like, what the? Oh, it's so good.
Yeah, because again, it is Peacemaker in costume.
He's in
talking
costume
to an eagle. He's talking to him and like, I know, right?
And he's talking past the dude in the middle seat to an eagle. It's so good.
It does tie in to the deal, too, because what he says is the idea earlier, one of the running jokes is the idea that when Vigilante says, yeah, I don't really get people, because at one point, Peacemaker said, take a shit. And I was like, man, you can't tell me when to take defecate. But he actually said, take shit.
Your shit.
Your shit.
Take
He's
your
like,
shit.
Oh. And he's like, oh, my God. And then Peacemaker's sitting there and he goes back to that saying to Eagle, you remember when
he
I told
did that?
Him? And he's like, you can't tell me when to defecate. That's my thing. And this guy's just in between like, what the hell is going on? So it was pretty good. It was pretty funny, and I actually am getting more chuckles as we talk about it.
Yeah, I'm enjoying it more as we talk about it, actually.
Yeah, so we get to the next deal, and it does kind of continue the deal of, Peacemaker and Eagly, and you're going to just, again, this is straight up comic booky fun type deal, and you're fighting pretty much lizard Nazis that they're fighting. And again, Peacemaker is yelling, eat peace, mother effers, and punching through them, but also
I love the Hitler lizard guy, by the way, with the little mustache.
He's got the
visually
mustache.
fantastic.
He's going full out. And
so good.
Yeah, he's like the idea where it starts, and he's like, listen, we're going to do this easy or hard. And usually by do it, I mean sex, but I'm not having sex with you guys because you're slimy and your scales are rough, and I don't like that. And then the big play is, we're not slimy.
We're
get
scaly.
upset about that. And he's like, whatever. And then they just start going. And then Eagly jumps in on his own. Whoa, wait a minute. He's yelling to him as he goes and attacks. And then you have that play where they're all going. Eagly kills one of the guys, and Peacemaker
like ripping the tongue out of Hitler.
Oh, my God. That's all he keeps doing. Yeah. And so he's really upset. Peacemaker's like, dude, I have to do all of these. You only got one, as he's like eating the dead remains.
He literally eats Lizard Hitler. That's great.
Yeah, it's crazy. Again, that's the cold open. It's a crazy cold open. And then you go where they're kind of hitting the deal. And you see Eagly, who is the one setting up their Alaska adventure. He's on the laptop and he's like planning the trip. And yeah, you end up like, hey, we got to do things. We're not together. We need a vacation. Eagly goes right to Alaska, and then he's like, Alaska, great idea. Let's do it. And then we go
the last place
deal.
where you can be a man or something like that, he says.
Exactly. So he's going to go. Now, I will say that when he gets on the plane, the art difference between that last bit with
completely
Mitch Gerard's,
changes.
Yeah, it ends up where it's almost like, ooh, I kind of like the Mitch Gerard's art a lot. And that,
yeah,
but this is
it's not a good transition.
No, and it's very cartoony. And suddenly, even the weird play with the mask on, You have Peacemaker. It looks like, but when he takes the mask off, yeah, he looks weird, and the deal.
He looks like clean cut and like handsome and like put together, and like that's not how I picture,
I do like that he says that Eagly is his support animal. Using all that,
really
and he is.
They give an explanation for why the eagle is on the plane, which they didn't even have to do. If he would have just been sitting there, it would have been like, "Oh, this is just stupid nonsense." But they actually give an explanation. He says he's my support animal.
Exactly. So you have this play of, and with that, he's so over the top as he is, doesn't realize he's offending people. Starts talking about, the idea of, hey, I'm a bird eater and dinosaur-shaped chicken nuggets. Those are dope as
I'm a breast man, not just chicken, but women too. And like, there's a woman behind him. Like, did you just say that?
And so in this, you have to remember, in the show itself and in this, most of the people are tropes. Most of the people are the idea. So you have these two women, these feminists behind that end up, hey, ally, are we going to take that? And she's like, I don't really like that you saying this. And then he ends up basically what Peacemaker says, and it's full out 100% accurate. He's like, listen, I like broads. I like nailing them. And I like this. Like he's trying to convince like the idea. And he even says like, I get insecure around pretty girls. So I overcompensate. But look, dub, peace, harmony for everyone. I'm into it. But he's so much the bro.
Yeah. Over the top, bro. Yeah.
You have that funny play. So then you end up having a steward, one of the deals comes and says, hey, you got to sit down. The thing, I thought he was going to have he actually, again, it's Peacemaker. So he's like, oh, we got to sit. This guy is in control. Like, you better sit down.
He's the last bastion between order and chaos.
Exactly. And Eagly yells, and then this guy's like, hey, that goes for you too, Feathers. And they both have their heads sunk.
They both look chagrined.
Eagly looks really good as being shamed. And it's best to always listen to a flight attendant in the air. They're the only thing standing between order and chaos. And they seem they're shamed. And again, this is so quick because then suddenly you end up having gas coming from above, the idea that something's going wrong. And you end up where Peacemaker kind of reacts and is like, oh shit, usually I don't mind being drugged, but only with my, my consent, and then passes out. Him and Eagly passing out together.
They're like snuggled up together. It's so adorable.
And so you end up where targets acquired. It's a ninja. And says targets acquired proceeding to phase 2. Now you assume that it is Peacemaker. It might just be the whole plane and everybody in it, whatever they're doing. But
I'm wondering. Your first assumption is that it's going to be Peacemaker, but
you're wondering what else it might be.
It could be anybody on the plane. It could be some high value target on there.
Those two women behind them. That might be something. It might be like you said. It might be that somebody in there is rich, and the idea that you almost assume that they're not there, and Peacemaker is going to kind of not be upset, but think that he's the one, but he gets pushed aside. That's what I guess.
That's probably where it's going to go.
That's what I guess. Or it's just, the idea of targets acquired, because they say targets. It might be just, hey, we have to kidnap everybody here. But I do assume that it might be those girls. I don't know. But we'll see. But it was worth the read. It was pretty funny.
It was fun.
And it's not anything that's going to blow your mind. But again, this is the sort of fun that I like having when I talk about Metamorpho on the Spotlight with Jason. Like, that just feels like it's just trying to make things too much of a joke. And it's just, hey, look,
you're trying to be clever.
This is just straight up, potty humor, have a good time. And if you like the show, you'll definitely like it. What would you give it?
So talking with you about it actually made me like it more. So I think I'm going to go up to like 7.9 out of 10.
Yeah, I'm just an 8. It's just
I could go with 8. I'm going to go with 8.
I like Mitch Gerard's art a lot in the beginning. The art kind of takes a dive at the end, but the story's still pretty funny. And that's actually the second story I like more, even though it's so quick. I kind of like Eagly. Eagly's pretty good.
Eagly's fantastic.
Yeah, again,
if you're a fan of the show, and you read comics, there's no reason not to get this. Yeah, it's enjoyable. Exactly. You'll have a good time with it.
Yeah, and if you are down on things like, this is too serious or whatnot, and you also get mad at Metamorpho, get this. It's like, if you're going to choose to treat it, I definitely have fun with this overall. So I'm glad we did it. We haven't had in the Slack, kind of questioning why we were doing this. I said it's because it's a new number 1. That's really why we're doing it. But I had fun. I'd rather talk about this than that Flash or some of these other books. Some books are big. I don't know. Just nobody seems to be reading Flash right now. with that whole play, there's not a critic review up for Flash yet while we're recording. We're recording a day after these books came out. And I think there's one user review. That's it. Nobody's reading it. It just is a book that just is nothing.
I love Flash. And so I mean, like, when I was like 6, like my Halloween costume was the Flash from the John Wesley Ship show or something like that. That was a big, I love the Flash. And I haven't had, I mean, aside from that Jeremy Adams run, I mean, not getting a lot of good Flash. It makes me very sad.
People seem to like that Joshua Williamson run more than I did. Me and Eric kind of, it started out pretty promising.
I liked it at first,
I think that the problem was that each arc started out strong and then fizzled by the end, and you kind of kept getting
Typical
that. But some
Williams.
people do, some people do like that. Or at least
and it was like
that
super
run,
sad sack Barry every arc. Like he started off, woe is me, everything's miserable. And then you get to the end and he's like, I'm going to be better. And then the next arc starts and woe is me, Barry, and miserable again. I was like, oh my God, I can't do this.
I think that when I really realized at the one point when you had that Speed Force, when he went on the quest to find out the different, and came back and said, found nothing. I
was done. I think that was the last time I'm like, I'm not doing any more Williams anymore.
And I really like the idea of having that like Speed Force crew and things like that some of the characters came back and then didn't and then did. But when he came back and he's like, I didn't do much and I'm all out of ideas. I'm like, yep. I remember at that point, Iris was sending him information from the library and things that she was figuring stuff out. But
what was that? What was that called? It was called something. Was it Flash War or something like that? It was
one of those deals that, like, I think it had something to do with Quest or something like that. Or
Force Quest?
Yeah, Force Quest, maybe? I think it might have been. Because then you had the Flash War later that a lot of people told me. Then you had Paradox. I got some. I did get a couple, what's it called? Parody songs out of that run. But in that, and even got to do some grunge stuff, what I did with Paradox. But hey, it rhymed with Man in the Box, so I'm like, I'm getting Alice in Chains up in here. So I was really excited about that. But when you have all that going on, well, there you go. I like this book as what it is. So I think that we'll continue with it.
If you go in with the right expectation, right? You're not getting book of the year. You're just a silly fun time.
Yeah, it's a silly fun time. So yeah, if you want to check it out. But yeah, thanks for joining me, Brad. We'll obviously we'll be checking out things, and you got. Green Arrow isn't really the bottom of the barrel, so you actually got a good one. This I thought might have been, but yet probably one of the better reviewed books that we have this week. And we get to go off to Drunk Simon now, what everybody's been waiting for. I don't know how this is going to go. We have not recorded yet, and it's me and Simon talking about the Harley Fartacular, kind of reviewing it as almost a joke, but who knows?
Well, the book's supposed to be a joke, so I suppose you might as well review it as
Geek
one.
Dad gave it a 5, so, strap on and strap in, because that guy doesn't go that low. Holy moly. But that's what we're going to. We'll end the podcast with Harley Fartacular.
I was eating chili just the other day, and I think I'll go and shit my pants now. It was horrible, it all started to spray, and I think I'll go and shit my pants now. In my life, it seems like such a crime. I shit myself all the time. It is not fine. I can't let a chilly dog go pass me by, and I think I'll go and shit my pants now. I was looking for a toilet, started to sigh, and I think I'll go and shit my pants now. In my life, it seems like such a crime. I shit myself all the time. It is not fine. In my life, it seems like such a crime. I shit myself all the time. It is not fine. I was eating Chinese just the other day, and I think I'll go and shit my pants now. It was horrible, it all started to spray, and I think I'll go and shit my pants now. In my life, it seems
And it's the moment everybody's been waiting for. It is Drunk Simon. Drunk Simon showing up for the Harley Quinn Fartacular, Silent but Deadly. It's called, oh my goodness. And yeah, everybody.
Neither of those things.
No, and everybody I talked to, it's definitely not silent. There's a lot of yakety yak going on in this and not much of jokes. And we'll talk about that in a minute after I give the credits, but also say that people think we're insane for doing this. But I think it's one of the big things this week, even if it's not good. But again, a lot of people ended up really being upset about it. And then when I read it, I'm like, it's really worse than it's bad in another way.
Yeah,
you know,
it's fascinating. Like the internet got like immediately up in arms about the entire concept of the book, and it's been a running joke ever since it was announced. But like the book is bad not because of the concept of it. Like the book's faults are entirely divorced from the concept
from the idea of if people, and I said right away, there's videos from people who I consider friends that end up with, this is for fart fetish people. Well, they don't consider me friends. I consider them friends. And so they're
people I stare longingly at over the internet.
That's the thing is, if I watch a video, we're friends, aren't we? Doesn't that make me friends if I watch their videos? But the idea.
That's what the like button's for, isn't it? Like,
that is true. We're friends. That's why still nobody's my friend. But you end up where fart fetish. That's all I kept hearing. Oh man, I even saw it in comments of why are they dealing with fart fetish people? I'm like, where are you getting this concept? Like in a comic book, like first off, if I was a fart fetish guy, and I will tell you, I love a fart joke. I think that I'm a guy, right?
Have you people ever been around children? Farts are funny. Farts are one of the fundamental like comedy angles of everything ever.
If you're a guy, you can't tell me that any time in your life, I am an old man. If I fart, I will laugh. I will giggle, and I will do crazy stuff.
Do you want to know the 4 funniest words in the English language? Fart, butt, poops, and pee.
Exactly. Yes. There you go. And I even just recently had Zach laughing it up because I forget what I did. I made some crazy gesture. You know, you like jump in the air and fart. Or I farted and said that, where's that tree frog? That's another thing that he gets a kick at. But it's just that stupid stuff. Or one of the other funny things is when you're out and about and you fart and then blame it on your wife. Like, oh my God, honey, what was that? And make it all, it's hilarious.
But you blame it on the dog. Like, farts are universally funny.
You say that. I've been listening to a lot of George Carlin, and he has this bit with the idea of a dog farting and this couple arguing. And then finally the guy or the lady's like, well, I saw his asshole. It opened up. I was like, why are you staring at the dog's asshole? It's really funny. So it like takes this weird route. But in the meantime, this is not going to get a fart fetish person excited. No. Why would it? It's a comic. I say this, and I hate to say it like this because then they're like, I think Jim's a fart fetish. But I'm sure there's a lot of places you can find some stuff. I don't even know. Is it that you have to smell it?
Are we going to have to spend a lot of time, Jim, with you going, as someone who doesn't enjoy a fart fetish?
Yeah, I'm like, I'm not really a fart fetish guy, but boy. No, again, is it the sound that people like? Is it the smell? I don't know, but you're not really going to get either, especially digitally, where we're reading it, and it seems like it's a scratch and sniff. But listen,
this was the big thing when it was announced. Like, it was a scratch and sniff issue, and like we're both reading it digitally, but we don't know where you would scratch and or sniff.
Maybe there'll be like the idea, and I made the joke way back because this is a tradition for Harley. We had a couple scratch and sniff. The one where you had different things and the one smell was hot. And then the big play was, oh my God, some people got stopped at the Canadian border. I remember the whole nonsense. I don't think it was true. I thought it was all just ridiculous. The dog sniffers went in and whatever. But in the meantime, we don't actually get that. Maybe you have stickers and stuff. But that was a thing, a Harley scratch and sniff deal. And in that, I believe you might have had a fart. I know that you had like puke or something like that. You know, that crazy thing. And the way that this is played out, it really ended up getting, really a big to-do about nothing. I mean, it almost goes in line with those Harry Potter jelly beans that say, oh, this might be snot or whatever. It's just like gross out.
The disgusting jelly beans where it's just like, we fucked up here, eat this, it tastes like garbage.
Eat this, it tastes like garbage. It tastes like raw fish. And that's the big thing. And in this, I mean, there are traditions of gross out comics. That's all it was kind of announced as. And even though it is March 27th, as we're even recording, but it came out the 20th. This is an April Fool's type deal. April Fool's is coming up. So it was much to do about nothing. And then when you get into it, you end up like, if it's going to be something that people are going to lose their mind, then give me something that people lose their mind with, right?
My biggest complaint about this is it's just like it does nothing with the concept.
Kind of tame. Like it does nothing.
It's not funny. It doesn't make a lot of fart jokes. It doesn't lean into the gimmick at all. Like it's just
really what happens in this. I'll give you let's go through the credits here first, but I'll give you the basis and the pitch of what it kind of is. But the idea, it's written by Joanna Starr. It is the Harley Quinn Fartacular, silent but deadly #1. And again, the people, I hope somebody out there listening was one of the people who lost their minds and went and made a video, whatever. You played into their hands. That's all you did.
Yeah.
You actually
gave them the outrage marketing. Like, hey, here's a fucking idea for all of you people. If you don't like something, ignore it. Stop giving things free publicity. Stop fucking blowing it up in outrage. Like, this was probably the most well-known comic book for the last 3 months, and it's shit. Like, just stop talking about it.
Yeah, and actually that goes with the concept there, Simon. It is shit.
No, see, that's one area they never stray into.
No.
They
they
never
don't.
let a fart turn into a poop.
That is the play here, too. This isn't really that gross out either, because it is written by Joanna Starr, who does the Fire and Ice. Simon loves her. You also have and it's Stinky Script by Joanna Starr. I'm like, at least they're telling the truth. Right?
Hey, no
that
lies
made
there.
me laugh. That made me laugh that I had that, but it also has aromatic art and crowd clearing cover by Branton Stein. All right, I don't know why that's second. You have cheese cutting colors. Even that, like, there's some of the like cutting the cheese. Like again, as a dirty song guy, Simon, what you end up doing is I will at points, like, I'm going to make songs for this, all these fart songs that I guess people would have heard already. But what I will do is go on and I'll put funny puns about farts. I'll put sayings about farts and then work that into something. That's
what this book is. This book isn't about farts. It's about Harley Quinn coming up with different ways of not saying the word fart.
Yeah. And you should have a lot of those, like cutting the cheese. You should have a lot, but in that she should legit be cutting cheese. There's a lot of things you can do that they don't do.
To any of it. Like, she never says things like cutting the cheese and, like you say, cutting actual cheese. She doesn't do any of, like, the visual puns for it. Like, there's a scene where she's sat opposite Plastic Man and just, like, reels off fucking metaphors for farting, and it's just like, stop.
And so in that film, when we get to Plastic Man, I'll ask you a couple things about that. He seems to be the one that might have the fart fetish. He's real into it. But again, they play him up as this, goofball, whatever. It works out.
He's got a modern reputation of being a weird sexual deviant, and I don't really know where it's come from. Like, he's always been a little bit odd, but like...
Yeah, actually, you say that. He also plays out a lot like he became very Deadpool-esque as well, or even Harley Quinn-esque, when before he was just kind of a sad sack that ended up having these powers and just couldn't get ahead. But, you have lettering by the Lingering Letters by Lucas Gattoni, and that's it for the deal. We do have editors, Ariana Tortoro. I say that because we're going to have about 7 million.
She crops up several times.
7 million editors' jokes, and at first I thought, okay, that's kind of too much.
We don't have several editor jokes. We have the same editor joke repeated several times.
That's pretty much the deal. Now, we talked on the end of the spotlight where I said I wasn't going to spoil the idea, but here is the biggest craziness of this. It's not farts. It's not scratch and sniff. It's that this is over 40 pages. How is this that long? And when you get done, you feel like you have heard, you said the editor's notes. There are 3 jokes that it just doesn't get past that and keeps going. And then you're like, holy moly.
This book, and like, this is a phrase I'm not going to use very often in my life. But there are times when you're reading this book and you're just like, get back to the farts. Like, what are we doing?
Exactly. And again, when you go in, it's almost like, I don't know, Joanna Starr, we actually, and I'll even admit, the first issue of the Fire and Ice, me and you both thought, man, that's a little more clever than we thought. Again, a big to-do about nothing when people ended up screaming. People will argue with me about the book, and I'll tell you what I can't stand. First off, a book that doesn't tell good fart jokes. But besides that, I hate when people argue with me and then reveal I've never read the book. I'm like, well, what are you arguing? Because that happened a lot with that Fire and Ice book fell apart. It really did. It fell apart by the end in my mind. But
yeah. But again, it was her first book at the time. Like, you can cut people a little bit of slack for their first book. I told
people you love her. See, here's the thing, too.
I've never met the woman.
Remember that first deal, that first issue of that? It had some funny concepts that seemed to go against what we thought. Like the idea of people like, oh, she's going to tell this type of joke. She actually seemed to turn it around and actually make fun of some of the things that maybe fellow writers do and things like that. I mean, you were having jokes about people in wheelchairs and stuff like that. You don't get very often. And it was funny. And then I think
she didn't elevate the disabled guy in he was self-deprecating and leaned into it, and there was a lot in that series.
I think this series needed more of an editorial leash on it, where she kind of got lost and there was too many characters, and I think she didn't quite get the lay of the land of a comic book.
It had weird pacing issues as well.
Again, I'm not here to defend her Fire and Ice. We're going to be doing the sequel. And I hope it's good, but we will treat every issue as we do. And so you go into this, I'm waiting for over-the-top Harley craziness.
We're going off tangent here, but I saw a solicitation for that Fire and Ice series that had Etrigan in it, so you're going to fucking love that.
It's going to be rhyming and well, I do like rhyming and stealing more than backwards word magic, which indeed happens in this issue. And I'll tell you, wait till you hear what I thought. It's like 3 words, right? Completely got it wrong.
Still hated it. Yeah.
I got it wrong. I'm telling you, wait till you hear what I thought. If I can remember exactly, I'm like, holy crap. I thought it was dirty, but it wasn't. My mind was dirty. But the whole play, here's the concept. Harley's hanging out with Poison Ivy. Poison Ivy farts. It smells like roses because it's Poison Ivy. But Poison Ivy will not admit that she farted. And you'll get a weird little progression of this issue where at first Harley wants to fart in solidarity, but then she wants to then prove, and it becomes this weird play. Me and you will talk about it a little more.
There's a moment of conflict between the two of them where Ivy is embarrassed by the fart and Harley leans into it and completely invalidates
and then, and says, and
Ivy's feelings.
What the weird play is that, like, come on, keep farting. Like, she wants her to keep farting. Again, says it smells like roses, and it's kind of a funny deal of Poison Ivy. I think says daffodils at one point. But the idea...
Later on in the issue, she says daffodils.
There is that weird play of, come on, fart more. You can't tell me to fart. You can't tell me to like farts. But then there's this little bit, and me and you, I said, we're not going to argue about it. But there's this little bit where it almost feels like, oh, the male... dominant society is telling the women they're not allowed to fart. And it says it at one point and then gets away from it. I actually thought that's a funny play. I thought that was the funny play of like Harley saying, damn it, I'm going to show these men that I can fart and go for it. And then that pulls back because it's all over the place. You end up, it's just a fart. It shouldn't be all over the place. You have one mission, farts and jokes.
Every scenario you can imagine, fart jokes. And every character you can get farting, get them farting. Every scenario they can be in to be farting, get them farting. Just have random cutaway gags of Harley stood in line at a bank when she farts.
Well, you want to hear what I thought it was going to be, which is almost that. At first, Harley can't fart. She's trying to fart. I thought it was going to go like the randomness of everybody is farting and it's driving her nuts.
She's the only one that can't.
She can't fart. When you think going in, she's just going to fart and then at the end, everybody will leave, maybe whatever it is. They'll have a farting support group. I don't know. She ends up, and then she really rips one, but nobody hears it. I thought that's all it was going to be. But instead, you just kind of, and I hate to, I don't hate to treat this book seriously because we do every book. But the idea where people might be saying, well, because the progression and everything is off, you just kind of just meander about for the whole entire issue of Harley just doing things. Now, when you read it again, you do have to notice that the gag at the end, the final joke of what it is, does make sense because she is going heavy on any sort of milk-based thing. She is eating a lot of ice cream. But again, that's not that
twist
funny.
Happened and we went back like, I looked and I was like, okay, she does it in a couple of places, but it doesn't feel like enough.
No, that's what I'm saying, and it's too late, and it doesn't connect great.
And I would have liked to, you know, you have those movies or those books, and they give you the final twist at the end, and you're like, and then you go back and reread it. And
The Sixth Sense.
Yeah.
You watch it that one extra time.
You go look at all the little details, and I kind of wanted that with this book. Like, as fucking stupid and dumb as this book is, I kind of wanted to go back. Yeah, I kind of wanted to go back and be like, oh yeah, like she is like drinking milk or eating a cheese sandwich or like every time that it happens.
She keeps eating as well, so she has that. But
and she does it in a couple of places, but not all the time.
No,
so
and even in that, it's like it doesn't make it funny when you go back and see that it's just that she's lactose intolerant and she doesn't know. So when she eats these things, but the problem is she's not going out and doing anything different. And it's never been established, and again, taking it seriously, that she's a big farter. Like the idea that Poison Ivy's farts and says...
People can develop lactose intolerance. It happens. Not to scare you, Jim. I know.
Well, Tanya, it ended up... it develops until she actually wants Ben and Jerry's. And it disappears somehow. And I'm like, well, I don't know if this really works here. But again, when you're doing this, you don't set anything up except that, Poison Ivy farted and Harley. But Harley's going around... Not really, like, you would almost think that, hey, Poison Ivy, come with me and I'm going to prove you that farting's great. And then maybe you do some things. And what ends up happening, we do go to James Joyce, a well-known fart lover, but that doesn't really fit in with anything else. And then there's a curse. And it's all over the place.
Yeah, like the entire plot progression of this and like the motivation just feels like, again, like, we're in a stupid fart spectacular April Fool's issue.
Not really spectacular with the farts.
Your job is here's 36 to 48 pages to 5 hours of my life of fart jokes. Like, just fill it. And just so, like, we waste so much time of Harley just going, oh, she's upset with me.
She's
like,
upset with the farts and I want to fart. And then this big thing with, hey there, Fred, it's Carl. This is the guy who runs this snack, ice cream truck, whatever it would be.
Yeah.
And that's one of the running gags. Hey, Fred, it's Carl. Hey, Fred, it's Carl. Hey, Carl, it's Fred. That's it. It's that simple and nonsense. This is why, again, much ado about nothing. Like, if the people who lost their minds read this, they're probably not going to get through it, not because they're disgusted. This is bored. Because it just meanders. And it feels like there's like, I'm going to, not even the idea, like you said, like, get your jokes lined up. Here's all my fart jokes. Here's all my visual gags. And then, go through that. Instead, it's like she has to get to the James Joyce thing because she thinks she's blowing people's minds to tell people that James Joyce, the famous writer, was a flatulence lover and could.
Yeah, and this is like a very famous thing with James Joyce. Is like he wrote these letters to his wife, his lover, that he was infatuated with bodily odors and bodily functions. It wasn't just farts. It was also sweat and musk.
Yeah, but it was all that. He just was really into her, and again. It was a thing that, like you said, he loved the scent of her and things like that. But
my frustration is that we first of all, we spend 4 pages setting up just getting to the museum, which is a fucking travesty in and itself because this whole issue drags. And then when we get to this museum, it's like, it's a whole museum around farting through history and like fart in the arts. And I'm like, oh, fucking brilliant. Like, let's go. I'm sure there's a ton of like really interesting things that we can do here. Like I wasn't expecting to have knowledge dropped on me in a fart issue, but let's go. And then it's the only thing we get is the James Joyce letters. Like there's nothing else in the museum.
Most people, like I said, most people are aware of those.
Yeah, and it felt like another missed opportunity, and it like.
And I've actually at one point I was going to do because I had the effed up history that I did a couple times, and I was going to do an episode on people and their crazy kinks like, and things through that. And it would have been something
you hear about like the penis museum in like Iceland and stuff like that. And you're just like, it's stupid and a little bit gross. But like if I got a flyer through the door being like, oh, there's a special fart exhibition in your local museum. I'm like, I'm going. That sounds fucking brilliant.
And you're waiting for like these crazy things like, did you know that the Egyptians thought the farts were a kiss from God? Something like that. But you don't get anything.
The ancient Greeks used to jar their farts and use them in special ceremonies.
Yeah, but you don't get any. And even if you're going to make it up, it'd be funny. And also, I do want to point out too, only a couple times in this does Harley break the fourth wall, and it's just ridiculous. At one point, she's like, see, kids, anybody can be an artist, toot toot. And you're like, okay, you didn't really do much there.
And again, also, she then goes into the thing, and like, there's no art to do with farting. Like, there's a couple of pictures on the walls.
Yeah, like you want that,
like,
but it's like they can't go too far.
Like
because
they've not found like extensive, like various, like great works of art that are real from various times and gone like farting this, like just like everything in this book is a missed opportunity. I want a better fart book, Jim.
I do too.
Get me a better fart book.
There's one other thing. You have James Joyce, and the one other thing that I'm aware of is the Le Pantomime. He is the most famous farter, and he does play musical notes and actually would perform and do these performances. And I said to you that, again, because for some reason, again, I'm not a fetish but I have like researched
just a man with
things.
Interests.
I end up with weird things. I did have a book that was like one of those like crazy book of lists. And I do remember one. It's like people who were obsessed with farts, and James Joyce, number one. But this guy, not that he was obsessed, but he did play tunes through his ass with the farts. Like, and he used it. What I told you is he would eat charcoal. That was the way he did it. But there's the interesting fact of it. If you want a fun fact, it's not walking by a guy tooting with his music deal. It's like go a little with and whatever. And
she obviously knows who this guy is, or the artist knows who this guy is. Someone knows who this guy is for him to appear in the thing. So turn that into a thing. Do something with it. Oh, this is a guy that can literally play music out of his arsehole with farts. That's 6 pages of comedy.
Exactly.
Go with it.
And do something like Harley's inspired to learn it. I don't know. Like, do something.
Here's an idea on how I can get back in Ivy's good books. I will fart a love song to her.
Yeah. And have her do it, and it ends up, really being bad. She accidentally farts out, "We Built This City" by Starship. Nobody likes that song, right? That's a bomb. And then, again, you don't even have like a joke of saying, "Oh, that stinks." Like, one of the things here, one of the plays is instead of she's upset, she drops her rum raisin ice cream. It's like this has nothing to do with. In this, she jumps into this crazy statue to get out and bring out her mallet. And the only funny thing that they think is funny is she comes out the ass.
Yeah. And like that's a terrible rendition of the Ace Ventura joke. Like, sorry, like Jim Carrey did that better than you.
And you say that, watch Ace Ventura make up like that. Oh God, there's so many things he could do. So then she runs into this Dutch woman, and only Dutch because she wants to use the Dutch oven deal
joke.
Completely and over the top, over and over. This woman's voice, she's trying to give her a Dutch accent, but it kind of goes in and out. It's very odd. But she ends up where her husband ended up having the Joyce letters and actually was infatuated by this whole thing, but then ends up dying and giving them to her, which curses her to fart, and it makes no sense.
It's never clear whether it's actually a curse. She says it's a curse.
She does have, she actually does like rocket jetpack out of her ass, but even then it looks like it's on fire.
Yeah. And like Harley Quinn makes the point of like, if I could like fly via the power of farts, I wouldn't want to get rid of that. That seems like a great superpower.
Yeah, and then actually,
again, like you could have had a whole shtick of like, oh, here's a
lighting farts jokes is hilarious.
Here's a troop of like shit tier villains that have various power,
and
like,
they are shit tier. See, it works.
Various fart powers. Like one of them can fly through farts. One of them can like manipulate things from a distance.
Here's the thing. Jason loves Metamorpho. That asshole should have been in here, and then Firestorm's transmuting shit into farts. To play with it. But in this, she's in this statue, and then she's ripping things out, throwing, and then finds a mint. And then we move on. What's going on?
Like, this annoys me because, like, again, the twist is that she's actually lactose intolerant. So that's a perfect moment where she could have been like, oh, a bit of cheese. Or something.
And like, hey, and then somebody yells, hey, don't eat that cheese. It's mine too. You better cut the cheese.
Yeah. You better share it.
But in this James Joyce deal, what you have, Harley keeps saying is, oh man, let me get this letters from this freakazoid. And then there's an editor's note. Editor's note, we're really sorry to the James Joyce family. It just is too much. And it's just, and so you meet this woman who's in her
The
clogs.
Dutch woman does make one entertaining joke about Harley looking like a stripper if a stripper was a baby.
Yeah, that's kind of funny. And Harley says, that's what I want to look like.
Ruins it later on when she makes the same joke about Plastic Man. And I'm just like, like there's a difference between a running joke and just telling the same joke twice.
So again, it seems like the fart's the curse, but it has nothing to do with Harley. She wants the letters because she thinks that if she shows Pam these love letters about farts, then Pam, again, this whole play is just to have Pam accept and admit, like the joke would be for Pam to really be like, I didn't fart, and just keeps farting. And then at the end, that wasn't me. And then there's a huge fart at the end. Oh my God, that was you, and it was Batman he was hiding.
Yeah.
Like, well, there's no joke, though.
Yeah, Harley wants to prove to Ivy that farts are fine. They're not weird. They're not anything to be embarrassed by. People can love you even if you still fart. Like, so here's James Joyce's love letters, which I think if anybody read those and went, is this what you think?
Yeah,
get away from me.
There's some, it's raunchy shit. It's really wacky. I mean, there's a reason why, like, the way they play.
There's a reason why they don't like reproduce these
and
letters.
That's what I'm saying. There's a reason in this where they just say, "Oh man, he liked farts." There's a reason when you look up, if you look James, you will find lists of these are the biggest freaks in history. Sexual deviants. He'll be on that list. He'll be on Einstein. He'll be on it. There's a lot of crazy guys who had some real wacky ideas. But you have all this with the fart. But like you said, it goes more than that. And so you end up, Harley gets these letters, but unfortunately it's going to cause a curse, but it really doesn't. Then she has visual jokes that don't play. Then she goes back to Pam, who's fighting Batman at that point, just because. But again, that is okay. But then Harley's like, you're not, but why isn't she taking Batman down with farts? You just have that. You should have that.
She comes back to the thing, and the only thing that happens is she accidentally kills one of our Poison Ivy's plants with a fart. Like, and then
she goes back. Batman should be knocked out with a fart. There's no ands, ifs, or buts about it. And then
again,
you could even
if you go back to the idea that she's actually lactose intolerant, she's not eaten any dairy in quite a while at this point because she's been trapped in that bowl, and then she ate the candy, and then she came back to Ivy. She doesn't talk about getting a snack on the way back.
No.
She doesn't
She's like,
show
a
up
milkshake, whatever it would be. You know, so she goes and there's Batman and says, I can't believe you're making such a big deal of this. It's just a little toot. Men do it all the time. And says, they make us ashamed. Don't give in to the patriarchy, babe. And then Batman says, I don't care what you guys do with this long. And he's like, nice. He's like, I don't give a shit if you're farting. This is weird, but you can do whatever you want. Just don't break the law. And then Ivy yells, men make laws. And this is just such a weird aside to just have here, to then just go back like, aren't we here for farts? Like, aren't we here for the fart? Then play the idea that Batman says, I never fart. And you play with the joke, play with the whole thing, go into this with the sense of humor that you're doing a fart book. Never get past the idea that you're doing a fart.
If you're going to do this, lean in even heavier. Go into the idea that women don't fart.
And maybe you find out there's some weird nefarious thing that was set up by the fart master who ends up like something. Have Scarecrow show up and fart in Batman's face and it's like a fear toxin. I don't know. Things, but there's no base set up of let's have fun with this and it can expand from it. It's a foundation of sand for a fart book. I know that people are going to lose their mind that we're taking, but it's what it's supposed to do and it doesn't do it because
if you can't seriously deconstruct how a fart book is put together, how are you expected to deconstruct any other book? Seriously, like it's the same basic ideas. Like stories should be built on a solid foundation. You should hit various plot beats, and you should make sure that your jokes have set up and payoff. Like whether it's a fart book or something serious or whatever. Like everything should be.
I'll even tell them. The fart book here is the one that you should easily be able to do this. That's
it's so easy to write fart jokes. Just go talk to a 6-year-old. It's not hard.
Really. So you end up where Harley then ends up farting all over the place. She's in this empty restaurant because she farts and everybody leaves. She has a bottle of champagne. Everything's on fire because her farts are lighting the candles. And then she gets conked. with a cork from a champagne bottle, and then has a crazy deal where this is about the worst it gets with the idea where James Joyce at one point does have his nose right up her ass, and he wants to smell the farts. Again, well, I'd say that he liked
the weird, dream sequence with James Joyce was a weird, because James Joyce wasn't a fart fetishist. He was just infatuated with his wife. There's no evidence that he was just genuinely infatuated with farts. There's no letters of him being oh, there was this prostitute and she stank like shit and I really loved it. It's just...
exactly. Which you do have some guys in the history that have that. I forget who it was. There is another big writer who would just randomly like to expose his butt cheeks to people. And he would do it at night in alleys. And he'd turn the alley and he'd just be there. And you'd be like, oh, shit, that's that big writer that is giving me his ass cheeks or whatever. He's mooning you. But again, in this, what you should have played is, you have James Joyce in this dream sequence of the deal. Just have him keep calling Harley Nora. And she's like, I don't know why you're saying that. My name's Harley. Okay, Nora, just come over here. And then it's fine. But they're bathing in beans. It's not good. Yeah. So we go from there, and that's when Plastic Man shows up. You have a dark side ambush bug joke and things about golden nuggets, and then all of a sudden it's all over the place.
We start getting lots of weird little jokes that don't line up.
It almost feels like this should have been different issues or something, because it
feels
really
like a couple of odd issues pulled from the Harley and Ivy tie-in comic.
Yeah, and it just ends up where these are extra scenes.
I would genuinely love to know. I'd like to sit down with the writer and just be like, whose idea was this? Did you pitch this or were you given it? And when you were given it, were you I don't care.
I just will get anything for a paycheck.
Issues to pad out. Yeah. I need to ingratiate myself with them so I can get the second trade of Fire and Ice stuff.
Yeah, I don't know, because it's odd. And then Plastic Man shows up. And then he's going to be sexed up, and he ends up where they go back to this deal of the guy in the cart, and then his name changes. But what happens is that this is where I said there's the weird play where you have Plastic Man to stop this. It's not to stop her farts, it's to contain her. So he makes a Plastic Man suit around her that then gets more and more. And I'm waiting for...
Yeah, she makes several attempts to steal the letters up until this point, which are all betrayed by her farting and alerting, giving away her presence. So she's like, I need some way of stopping that from happening. So the idea she has is to basically use Plastic Man as a entirely hermetically sealed costume.
And you're waiting for her to float away, or really what I'm waiting for is a Mr. Creosote, or if you saw the Young Ones back in the day, where you end up where I think it was Vivian and put a plastic bag, a garbage bag over him because he was sneezing. And at the end, the big payoff is an explosion of snot. I'm waiting for this explosion of all this stuff because Plastic Man is now getting filled with just this gaseous nonsense going on, but there's no real payoff. And at one point, she's like, "Oh, we're getting too much," and he squirts it out his nose.
Yeah, that's disappointing. We do get a steady progression of the suit getting progressively larger and larger over a series of panels, which that's set up, that's build up to the joke of it exploding or whatever, and the best we get is him just squirting it out of a nostril. The only payoff we get to all of it is when Plastic Man has to go off by himself. And it's like, oh, but what are you wearing under there? And she's like, oh my God, oh no, actually it's fine, I've got underwear on. Yeah. But what will you wear? The hides of my enemies. Oh no, wait, I've got a brassiere on, it's fine. That's a fun enough joke. That's got a setup and a payoff. It's kind of funny. Yeah, it's not a fart joke. This isn't the Harley Quinn brassiere spectacular.
She's trying to steal the letters from this Dutch woman who actually, Plastic Man has eyes for and thinks she's the greatest and doesn't mind her farting.
Plastic Man's a sexual deviant now.
And he seems to like the farts. He was the big thing. So that plays out kind of. Harley even says, look, in the whole play, you think that your husband
you think
cursed
that you're unlovable, that you're cursed, that no one can ever love you again like your husband did. Yeah.
And then you do have the, Master Blaster quote where she gets on Plastic Man's shoulders and says, "Who run Fart Town?" And then editor's note, "That was my joke." I'm like, don't take credit for it.
I wouldn't take credit for that. That's not a good enough joke to try and take credit for.
So while that happens, actually, I do kind of like the idea that I thought at one point Harley was just going to slide down that window because at the end she's trying to tell Pam she's sorry, but she's outside the window sliding down. I thought she was going to fall to her death. But then Poison Ivy just rips her in. And, you know, the one thing, they are in Marshfield, so at least it kind of goes with the book, but the whole play is, I'm sorry, I was wrong. And really all this is the idea of not the fart. It's, I shouldn't have demanded that you fart.
Yeah, so she has this weird, like, emotional breakthrough at the end of the book, but it feels like she has it sometime after the confrontation with the Dutch woman and going to speak to Ivy. Like, it doesn't feel like she came to... Because usually with these sorts of stories, like, if you have a conflict driven by personal whatever between two characters and then they go off and they have their adventure, something in the adventure makes them internally click and go, oh, I was in the wrong with that personal conflict. I need to do the thing.
She tries to force this and learns the lesson and it never happened.
It doesn't feel like she earns that.
She said, what she does is convince the Dutch woman that it's okay to fart.
She
and
says
people
to the
love you.
Dutch
It's the
woman
opposite. It's what she's trying to tell Ivy.
Which is, that's the lesson she's been trying to tell Ivy all along, is that farts don't make you unattractive. People can still love you even if you fart.
You can't be defined by your farts alone.
Yeah, and then she comes back and she has it's the correct, like, personal, emotional revelation of, like, fundamentally, it doesn't matter whether or not I enjoy your farts. The problem is that I dismissed your feelings around what was an embarrassing situation, and I'm sorry for that. I tried to override your immediate reaction to it with mine, and that was wrong.
And but again...
But that's not the lesson that she learned.
And she didn't learn it or teach it. And it's, again, if I'm sitting there and I say to my wife, it's okay to fart, and she says, I don't fart, I don't really think we're getting in a big conundrum
You're not going to go on a 2-day adventure to steal some letters from a museum.
And I'm not going to come up with the idea afterwards and say, oh, baby, you're right. You can do what you want with your farts. Like, okay. I mean, even in this, like, you could expect, where's the evil scientist who is bottling the farts and using them for like, where is somebody where, you know, there's a TikToker who wants to get Harley's farts so he can sell them online. You know, there's none of that. It's just nonsense. And then you get back. There's only one thing that works at the very end. Well, first off, you get Zatanna because they say, hey, we got to get this curse off you. Zatanna comes and ends up saying, no more bubbles, no more bubbles. And I thought it was more, I swear to God, now I can't remember what it was, but it seemed like I thought it was like on from something. And I thought it was sexy. And I don't even remember what it was. My brain is mush now from this issue, but realizes that no, Harley's lactose intolerant. Now she has a piece of pizza. One of the plays of this pizza is like a pickle pizza.
A pickle pizza,
and that's where you were supposed to just led to believe that she just eats real shit food, and that's why she has, gas. But it's more the cheese deal and all that. And again, but Harley, you don't even have a chili dog. Like, you have a lot of things that she would do. Here's the one thing that works by the end. You do need at the end for Poison Ivy to just fart and get a giggle out of it, and they do it. And that's like, I'm like, you did one thing.
Okay, like you closed on a strong point.
Yep, and that's what it should do. It should be like, okay, Poison Ivy, you don't fart. You're right. You're the best. And then she farts, and then you have to have Harley, like, Poison Ivy, like, oh, that was me, like something like that. But all you get is roses because it smells like roses.
You get into a really embarrassing situation where, like, Harley does fart, and then, like, Ivy steps up and goes, "No, that was me."
And says that's me. Or you even have, like, I'm Spartacus. Like, she then farts them because everybody else is embarrassed. Everybody,
there's a million and one fart jokes you can make.
It is? It's the Billy Madison pissing in your pants. Like, everybody's doing it. It's the coolest.
Yeah.
I love that part. But yeah, by the end, it's like, okay, everybody's right. This was ridiculously stupid, but it wasn't because of what they said.
But it wasn't stupid in the way they wanted it to be.
It wasn't a fetish thing. It was just and again, it's Harley Quinn. If this was the Catwoman fart book, then you'd be like, what is going on? Like, it's Harley Quinn. You know what you're going to get or should get, and you don't even get that. So.
Oh no, Jim, my ambush bug one-shot wasn't a deep metaphysical examination of the human being. What are we doing?
Now, again, Jason's getting pissed off because of all of us not liking Metamorpho, but that's a series. I'm telling you, I don't know what that's doing. But again,
I'm still not going to give this a good score.
No, it's not. It's a bad book. It's really bad, but it's bad in a lame way. It didn't even embrace the idea, and it's a shame when they announced it that it was maybe announced it 6 months ago. See what the furor was about, and go with it.
We've said it over and over again. Farts are funny. Fart jokes are
hilarious.
easy.
I wish I could
Why
fart right
aren't
now.
there actually fart jokes in this book?
I'm telling you, burps make me giggle. Anything there's not really a fart joke.
There are 2 halfway decent jokes in this book, and neither of them are fart related.
I mean, you have Harley go in. Here's something stupid up the top of my. She's there. She's at a deli eating, and she farts, and somebody says, "I'll have what she's having," and then everybody laughs, because it's a fart.
Just go for it. Yeah, you could just do
have her in every situation.
You could do 3 pages of pop culture nonsense where you just replace something with a fart. Job done. Yeah.
Fart. We're going to need a bigger boat. I don't know.
Yeah. Again, I think I've not gone through and counted it, but I think if you did, there are probably less farts in this book than there are times Harley Quinn comes up with a stupid euphemism for a fart.
Yeah, legitimately, I think I farted more times during this recording than we had farts in the book, and I didn't fart that much.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, if I really had to in this, I would have really ripped one, but my fiber is a little better. I used to be like Harley.
Do you think in the scratch and sniff that final fart did actually smell of roses?
Yeah, it would smell like roses, yeah. And I'm sure that you smelt the rum raisin ice cream. I'm sure at one point you had a fart smell, or maybe a couple, whatever. But I'm sure that when we had all those things,
most of it,
there was probably
scratch the
candle,
the pickle pizza,
that sort of thing, and maybe I don't know, but it's probably not that much. It probably was.
I don't know, Jim.
I really want to get a hold of it.
Maybe if we
now.
had the tactile nature of the real issue, I
want to get a hold of it now. I want to see what's going on, because as I'm going down, you probably can see through this, like you'd end up, cut grass or some nonsense. Some nonsense. Because even then, it didn't lean on things that I think would be the idea of scratch and sniff either. I'd be like, oh my God, that has to be it. But you're right. The pizza, maybe when he pushes it out his nose, he'd have it. But, that would be the French fries. For some reason, Plastic Man shows up as French fries. So they're the golden nuggets. Maybe it smells like corn or something. I don't know. It's like it's champagne. I'm looking through it now. I'll just yell things in the play.
I don't know what they're doing.
I bet you when they're in
when they're in the museum, it just smells of decay and sadness.
Yeah, probably losers, right? Like that.
Nerds.
Maybe you smell old letters. And I don't know. There's some places in this. Yeah, you smell nerds, and you smell the loss of hope. Oh, one of the things would be there's no reason why except to have that mint. To have it be a scratch and sniff mint. When she goes, oh, a mint.
Yes. That, okay, yeah.
Yeah, that would have to be one of them. I'm just going through, and
shouldn't have been a mint. Should have been something dairy related.
Yeah, you have the ice cream, obviously. You have a trash can at one point. She throws them in there.
Bar. She could have had a chocolate bar. That could have smelled, and it would have been dairy.
Been good. Yeah, there you go. But it was a mint.
God, maybe we should have added 2 more fucking editors to this book.
But really, too many editors already for what this was.
2 fart-related
there it
editors.
Is. The Fartacular's over.
2
what would you give
it? 4.
That would be a funny joke.
4 out of 10.
Because I love when they have, at points when they'll have sign language and they'll go their deal. Or they, I remember one of the last things, it was Kyle Higgins, and it was the book over at Marvel, and I believe it dealt with MS, and he consulted with some people and had a deal.
It was listed in the credits.
Oh, it would be hilarious at the end if you had Fart consult and it was like Chip Zdarsky or something.
And he would be on board for that.
Oh, he would love it. There'd be a picture of him in the back of him dressed up as a scientist in a fart. He would
have been in that bean bath in that fucking...
yeah, exactly. He would have done that.
You wouldn't have needed James Joyce for that dream sequence. It would have been Chip Zdarsky.
If people would know the reference, it would look like, I believe, Pete Townsend in the Heinz Beans in one of their albums actually has the Who Sell Out it was, where he's there, and it always disgusted me that he was there in a bath of beans. I don't know why, that just seems so disgusting, but what would you give this?
I don't know, a 4.
Yeah, I'm giving it a 2. A number 2.
Long.
I even told that joke before we went into this.
And again, I said at the start, weirdly, at no point does a fart ever turn into anything more than that during this issue. And I don't know whether that's commendable or not.
Maybe Clayface could have been in and they thought he was a poop. I don't know.
Oh, yeah. Like, because that's the easiest way to go with a fart joke. It's like, oh, I thought it was a fart, but oh, whoops, I've shit myself.
Yep.
Yeah,
no. And then it's just
Clayface. Down that
Clayface.
route.
It's Clayface. He was hanging out. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. There you go. Fartacular. It's over. The Fartacular's over. So thank you for joining me, Simon.
When's Fartacular issue number 2, Jim? Are we back in 4 weeks for Fartacular issue number 2?
No, this is done. It's only a number 1. This is a weird thing of calling one-shots number 1s. I get it. Again, it should be number 2. But you end up where you always expect.
Oh, God, could you imagine if they did just release this as a number 2 without a number 1? See, why aren't these comedy geniuses actually working in the comic?
That would be hilarious. Like, oh, where's the... Oh, no, we're only dealing with the number 2. And in that, maybe we will have a number 2 next year. And again, I think that's some of the hype that these people unknowingly maybe cause. Get it. So if we do have it, we will have another Fartacular. Well, they sequel everything.
We will get a sequel because these idiots couldn't stop talking about a book they supposedly hate before it came out.
When this happens, maybe we will be the fart consultants because I think we could be. We could be. We could
DC,
get
in touch.
Damn right. They lost my number, but get a hold of Drunk Simon. I did say, I didn't even tell you at the beginning. I said that in the show notes, in the deal, I have some fun facts about everybody. Because when you have so many people on, a lot of people like Gabe, he has this comical opinions, right? And Jared, he has this site and things. So I'm putting things down. And then I'm realizing, like, you kind of get the diss because Zach, he's not really doing any, I don't want to say he's not doing anything, but you guys were here. So I end up with little facts. So each week I will name and tell people your favorite pub that you drink at. Last week it was the Spotted Dick. I don't know what I'll have. It might be a fart joke this week. We'll have to see.
Oh.
But that was the deal. And I ended up having things of guilty pleasures of storks. And he got mad because I said it was Farscape Season 3. And he's like, I never watched that. I'm like, I don't even know there's a Season 3. I just thought it was funny. So I'm going to do more of that.
Season 3? I had this argument with someone the other day about Farscape because I could have sworn Farscape went for 4 seasons, but apparently not.
I just made it up and said Season 3. I did have Season 1, and I kind of liked it. It was okay. It was a little
Farscape,
wacky.
I have opinions about Farscape. I think it's pretty good. Like, I think it's one of the big underrated sci-fi series.
Yeah, people always like pish-posh it, but so
it's got Jim Henson Muppets. What more do you want?
I mean, that really worked for me with Labyrinth and shit like that. Labyrinth and nonsense. But here we go. We could get into the idea of how much I hate Tron too, but we won't get into that now.
This time next year, Jim, you and I are going to be, well, at least I'm going to be a fart consultant on the Harley Quinn Fartacular issue 2.
But you could say R.I.P. to me and give me a shout out. I won't be around.
I'll put a special fart joke in there just for you, Jim.
That's like editor's note. This one goes out to Jim, one of the biggest lovers of farts. The guy loves fart songs. I mean, really, this should be a home run.
If there's one thing I know about you, Jim, is you hate adults that shit themselves. So I'll put a joke in there about someone shitting themselves.
It'll be me. You're not an adult then. I've had some close calls.
I'll get Juan Ferreira to draw it, and he can draw you shitting yourself.
That'd be great.
And that'll be your obituary.
To this day, never shit myself. So I'm telling you, I'm an adult. Things are loosening up down there. I'll tell you, the valve ain't so tight anymore.
Only a matter of time, Jim.
Here's the thing, just as an aside, because everybody wants to hear this. April 1st coming up, right? That is when our bathroom gets completely taken out. It's all gone. Now, in the meantime, we have a half bathroom that's coming in right above me that has a toilet in it, the half bath. But Zach decides not to finish that before he takes out the main bathroom. So we're not going to have a toilet.
Fire.
We have an out. I said to him at one point, because he lives 2 blocks down the street. There ain't no way I'm making it 2 blocks down the street. Because I'll tell you, one of the things is these things sneak up on me. I get a lot of sneak attacks going on. So I go, but we are going to have an outhouse, and I know that's going to cause problems. I know it's going to cause problems. I don't want to go in an outhouse, first off. But the idea where I have to run out, I'm going to have to run up the stairs, run outside, and I'm going to think snakes are in it and shit. I hate those things. Also,
tantalizing times ahead for the podcast.
And I did hear at one point where, and it still gets me to this day, that there was a guy locally, actually, where I played hockey. There was this place where there's a lot of outhouses where he was inside the tank so that he could look up while people crapped on him. And that has freaked me out to this day. This is a story I heard 15, 20 years ago still think that I get weirded out by it. And I think there's going to be, again, where I say somebody's looking at me through a window, I do not need somebody to be looking at me from a toilet. Also, it's going to be dark and I'm going to be freaked out.
This is all gold for the Fartacular.
It's going to be
issue
crazy.
number 2. Like, that's it. I'm going to get one Ferreira to draw you terrified to go into
an outhouse, and then I'm going to crap myself.
You're like, there'll be a guy in there who wants to stare at my butthole, and then you'll shit yourself.
And they'll be like, oh my God. And then as I shit myself, the guy's actually in the bushes watching, and I played right into his hand.
Yeah.
There you go. Fartacular's over. But with that, thank you, Simon. And I hope people love this little extra bit about the outhouses and all these stories. You can look it up. There was a guy. It was in I believe it was in maybe the Colmar areas where I heard it had happened, and it really weirded me out. No, it's actually where I did hear originally. It was on Howard Stern. He was talking about it, and then he mentioned Colmar, and then he mentioned this. I'm like, God damn, that's where I play hockey. I've gone in that. I'm telling you, I went in the Porta-John 100 times. And I'm like, oh, God, that guy was looking at me from down below. Why, he definitely was not getting excited by that. I used to eat some real wacky shit. But with that, that's it. There you go. See, Eric always hated the flatulence talk and the poopy stuff. And, we embrace
USP. Yeah, that was the USP of the podcast in the early days. Like, let's tune in to hear about Jim's bowels.
I was always having problems. Yeah. And I had to put a cork in it.
It was a 13-hour podcast about Jim's bowel movements and the occasional comic book.
So there you go. We're back to the OG. And again, we had a lot less people listening. Maybe for that reason.
Maybe for good reason.
It's kind of fun. But also getting back, I did like that when I said to a bunch of people, this is going to be a longer podcast from last week. And usually I say that and it ends up like, I'm like, what happened? But yeah, it was longer. It was one of the longest ones in like 5 years. Batman Beyond Mark is like one of the guys who is a stat guy, and he did say that. So I think we're going to have that as well, because stuff like this just used to happen with just meandering and shit. And I know that some people are like, Jesus Christ, I wish it was, back to with the deal. But I have fun. We have fun talking about wacky things. It's very late for you, but I'm also getting tired. It's actually, the worst is you're in London town. I'm here in the U.S. East Coast, and I'm getting tired because it's late.
It's 5 to 3 in the morning, Jim.
Yeah, exactly. It's only almost 11 here.
Now?
Yes, you will go to bed. With dreams of sugar plum fairies and men shitting their pants as an outhouse.
All my plans for Fartacular issue
but
number 2.
But just to let everybody know, Drunk Simon, he spoke too soon. He will not be joining us for the Martian Manhunter, but he did like it. And again, you could tell people, you said that you're about a 9 or 9.5 for that issue.
It's a good issue. Don't believe the haters.
Yeah, which I might be.
Jim might be one of them. I don't know.
I have weird sensibilities. But again, I hope I like it. I like all the absolute stuff, and some of the stuff, even Superman, I'm starting to like more. And I used to like, I do like Wonder Woman, and now that's become where people are kind of coming around. They were thrown off by it at first. And again, I have to keep the mantra, this is not the real universe, like the idea that it's an Elseworlds type deal that I have to keep remembering and not go with, this isn't the Martian Manhunter I like, because it's not. It's its own thing. It's its own thing, so I have to keep that in mind. I don't like Dennis Camp, though. The guy should wash his hair. But with all that, thank you, Simon. Thank you for joining me. I'm going to go up now to tell everybody what's going to be coming up next week. We don't have a lot of books. We have a lot of crap next week. I do warn you, so Simon, I will be calling you. I'll be calling Drunk Simon for next week as well, I do believe. But we'll see. We will see. But thanks, Simon, for joining me. Thanks, everybody. And we'll be going back to me telling you what is coming out next week. All right, and that is it for the show. Thanks, everybody, for listening. I hope you had as much fun listening as I did recording with all of the plethora of guest stars. Please, please, please go into the show notes. Check out all the links to everybody's things, YouTube pages, podcasts, everybody who ended up joining in. Also, maybe a couple fun facts about Stork. I know that he loves those, so check all of that out. But here is what we're going to be talking about next week. First off, we have 2 Absolute books, Absolute Superman number 6 and Absolute Green Lantern number 1. Those will be me and Gray's territory on our live stream on YouTube on the Weird Science Comics channel every Friday, 7:15 Eastern Standard Time. That is PM, if you're wondering. We'll be talking about both Absolute Superman number 6 as hopefully you see what happens when Cal gets to Smallville, maybe a little flashbacks of that and how things went when he first came to Earth. That'd be pretty cool. And then Absolute Green Lantern, #1, the Al Ewing Green Lantern book that was in a lot of the issues this week. There was a preview. Some people had commented on the art that it seemed a little odd, but we'll see how it is. I do think that it was said that it's more of a Joe Mullen Green Lantern book, but we'll see how that plays out. But here's what we're going to be talking about on the main show. Not a lot of books, and these are, in my mind, kind of some of the side books, some things like that. You may disagree, but here's what we'll be talking about. Batgirl, #6. Hopefully something goes on with that, though. It looks like, Shiva and Cass on the cover tied up. You're probably just going to get the same old shit. Well, I hope that picks up. Tate Brumall, I think, has to put the pedal to the metal a bit with this. I'll give you the solicit here. It is written by Tate Brumall with art by Takeshi Miyazawa. Cass Kane at a crossroad. The truth, I wonder if she's going to play guitar. The truth behind the unburied finally comes to light as Calden reveals a hidden history of betrayal and vengeance. Calden. That's right, Calden, take me away. That's when you know that after 5 issues and they're mentioning names that are like barely recognizable, that there's some trouble. There is some trouble. But as the sins of the past threaten to consume the present, Batgirl and Lady Shiva must first survive a dangerous cave and each other in a dangerous cave with nowhere else to run. It's the end of the line for Cassandra Cain. Will she join Lady Shiva in battle or destroy her mother herself? Now, when this first came out, Zach told me, and it was kind of confirmed, that Tate Brumhold said this might only be 6 issues. So please buy it and it'll extend. And it seems like it is extended, but you can see that these 6 issues really wouldn't have been that much. But all it was is for this ending to be like, hey, Mom, I love you, or hey, Mom, get the hell out of here. And it could have ended. It would have been weird because nothing really seems to have happened so far. But thank God for that. We continue, I guess. It's not my favorite book, but I love Cass. Next is Birds of Prey, #20. Birds of Prey, #20. Birds of Prey, not a book that I'm really enjoying, but people seem to like it. Everybody has their own favorites, right? Whether they're completely wrong or right. But you end up with Kelly Thompson and Sammy Basri on art. And here we go, introducing a brand new team of villains. I hope it's like a bunch of guys in Speedos. A midnight heist, a staged crime scene, and an all-new, or is it all old, villain team emerging with its sights set directly on the Birds of Prey. Once Kelly Thompson has anything, old grudges. I mean, she had an issue where Vixen was targeted because she was a former Birds of Prey, which she never was. So I don't know old grudges. We'll see. New fascinations. Where will it all lead, and which bird will be taken first? Probably the middle one, I would say. That doesn't sound that great. Don't want to pish-posh it before I read it, but it sounds like every other thing that we've had with that. Next is JSA #6. JSA #6, of course, by one of my favorite writers, Jeff Lemire. Diego Ortega on art. Here is the solicit. The Tower of Fate under attack. Still, it should say. As the demon horde descends on the Tower of Fate, a JSAer won't survive. Yeah, well, we'll see about that. It's going to be like, oh, it was because you ended up having Johnny Sorrow in the Bottle City, and we'll see. The traitor within the Brownstones halls makes their strike against the other team. Again, that is Johnny Sorrow. So we'll see. I don't know. We'll see. That book needs to pick up too. And I love Jeff Lemire. He's got to put the pedal to the metal on that one to make it a must read that it could be. The next book is Two-Face. Two-Face #5, penultimate issue, I believe, because at one point people were telling me that it was ongoing, then it was 12 issues, then Christian Ward said, nope, it's ending at 6, but I could keep going. Maybe if you like it. Nah, I don't think anybody's reading it. Roll the dice and die, it says. As good Harvey struggles to keep bad Harvey in check, a mysterious and dangerous new villain storms the Gotham Underground, prompting Two-Face's closest ally to step up as the new face of the White Church. Meanwhile, Harvey's fight for control and redemption takes a deadly turn. And you have, I would believe, because there's like a crazy thing with a lady throwing dice. She's probably snake eyes, right? Would it be that? Snake eyes? I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what's going on. And that's another book. These are all like books, Eric, like that I was just along for the ride, and now I have to freaking get in the driver's seat, and I'm pissed off. Yeah. Speaking of which, the next one is Justice League, The Atom Project #4. Ooh-wee. That one there is by John Ridley and Ryan Parrott with Mike Perkins on art. Clash of the Titans. Captain Atom and Major Force slug it out an apocalyptic battle royale that will leave an entire town leveled. As these two titans of terrifying power pummel each other into oblivion, the Wicked Inferno organization is watching closely, hedging its bets as to who will be left standing and who will be left prone to attack. It's the Inferno, it is. Plus, Ray Palmer and Ryan Choi's clash over the ethical transfer of power leaves the Justice League's foremost science team in direct conflict with the U.S. government. There you go. It seems like a lot of it is just setting up more of that crossover deal than actually dealing with the main story, but we'll see. Major Force. Ooh-wee. There's a cover. He's walloping Captain Atom right in his kisser. Right in the kisser he's getting. Yeah, I'm not loving that book. I don't want to sound down, but I'm already getting miserable because, again, all of these books, or most of them, were books that Eric was more into than I was. But we'll see. We'll see. There's always a chance. The next one, Secret Six #2, everybody's favorite. That is Nicole Maines and Stefan Segovia on art. The team that brawls together falls together. You get it, right? It's the team that farts together parts together. The Secret Six are at last assembled. It's the second issue. Seriously, it's the second issue, and this list is the Secret Six are at last assembled. But they're going to need to stop trying to kill each other if they want this. It's the second issue. Checkmate has got... Checkmate. Jesus criminy. I think that they actually said, besides the idea that this isn't a third-person idea of like, hey, look at me. I'm the Secret Sixes. It's infuriating me. Checkmate has got Amanda Waller's treasure trove. Do they? But they need the key to open it. Now, is this the Checkmate that had Steve Trevor and Ziggy and Etta Candy? Is that one for the Clue Rats? Are we going back to, Crazy Event Leviathan? Because everybody, the now classic. A key that only the Super Son, Catman, Dreamer, Deadshot, Gossamer, and Black Alice have. Just the mouthfeel of that team makes me want to, go and brush my teeth, which I kind of need to do. But too bad they're all trying to slit each other's throats. I love this solicit. It's like, hey, the second issue, but man, finally they're together. The team that really we didn't even know was a team in that first issue and kind of happenstance end up in the same room. But they're finally together. But boy, they're at each other's throats and they're doing things. And then know what? They're together, but they're slitting each other's throats. It's going to be crazy how much they're against each other now that they've finally got together to be against each other. What would a fight like that even look like? It says, I don't know. Hey, you're about to find out in the pivotal second chapter. This is weird. Of the Secret Six Epic by Nicole Maines and Steven Segovia. It's like it's the second issue, and I'm scared the solicits. The book that you've all been reading for 3 years. Oh my goodness! Yeah. That team that brawls together, they love that so much. It's on the cover too. That's not even good. And again, I am a bit more of a supporter of Nicole Maines. I think Nicole Maines does a decent job, way better than a lot of other writers that I could mention, but I won't, like Teenie Howard or Tim Sheridan or that sort of ilk. Leah Williams, I think better than that. But this is a forced book with a team that nobody asked for, with a something or it seems weird. It seems like there's no need for it, and seriously, get the Secret Six off of this. And if Nicole Maines, I guess you're not confident enough that a Dreamer mini would sell again, or a Dreamer Gossamer and John deal would sell. So you throw the Secret Six. The Secret Six, first off, is not the be-all, end-all of sales either, but it's trying to make it, or at least make it so that it seems more important. I just think that it's not, and it just seems like a bunch of hooey, especially that solicit. But the issue might be okay. Solicits are weird, but that one is really odd, like really almost like it should be like the solicit for issue 8 or 12 or something, starting like the third arc. Not the second issue. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. But those are the books. I think that's it. There's not a lot. Oh, actually, I am wrong. There are 2 more, and one of them is one of the bigger ones. And I do mean Teen Titans Go number 2, because I did number 1, and I always like a number 2. That joke just keeps going. The joke that keeps giving. Guest starring the Red Lanterns, it says. So, yeah, it's written, this one by Matthew Cody, it said, which is odd. I thought it was different, but we'll see. Maybe you're jumping around. Yeah, Matthew Cody and Eric Owen on art. So there you go. Guest starring the Red Lanterns. Cyborg has gone missing. Maybe it was that, and I forget. But 3 eyewitnesses saw the hero's last moments as he battled the Red Lantern Atrocitus atop Titan's Tower. Cyborg versus Atrocitus. That's an interesting fight. I would guess Atrocitus would wipe him up. But since the witnesses are Raven, Starfire, and Beast Boy, there are 3 versions of events, including one where it was Dexstar instead of Atrocitus. I love Dexstar. And Cyborg was just trying to help the angry space kidding down from a tree. Kim Robin untangle this knot of wild stories and get to the truth. It's a pretty cool cover. Yeah, it is actually. If you look at the cover, it's pretty funny where you have Detective Robin on the case. It's pretty good. Yeah, I'll be reviewing that. I'll do that by myself and do that. I like it. I like the Teen Titans Go stuff. I like kind of the all ages stuff that doesn't have like people sniffing butts and things. Or actually, I like the all ages stuff that has more of the fart jokes going. But we have one other issue. I said Teen Titans Go was the big one, but we do end up having one last one for next week. And yes, it is a Ram V book. And yes, it is Resurrection Man, Quantum Karma number 1. Yeah, he's back. Here we go. Mitch Shelley, the Resurrection Man, has led thousands of lives and sold hundreds of issues, I hear. And with each unexpected death of resurrection comes a new superpower. But after living a life to its natural conclusion, Mitch Shelley is awoken by a new purpose and power, saving the universe. Kind of like the old way. Follow the Resurrection Man through time as he fights against a monster of his own creation. Gashadakuro. Yep. Gashadakuro, a sadistic World War II internment camp commander who has inherited a twisted version of Shelley's powers. So we have yet another issue that if you don't like it because of the writing, the art, you'll just be called hateful. The lines of cosmic order will begin to blur as no good deed goes unpunished, especially when you have Gashadakuro. And whatever the cause, Ram V does this a lot of the writers do it. I don't know where they get these names. I know people will probably say, well, it's a traditional of this or that. I can't say it. I'm a dummy. And whatever the cause, whatever the consequence, this much is true. He's dying to save you. I kind of lost track of what I was talking about because I'm still going with Gashadakuro. I'm going to call him either Gash or Tom. That's what I'll go with. Brought to you by the Eisner Award-winning team of Ram V, The New Gods, Detective Comics, and Anand RK. These initials. You got Ram V and Anand RK. Great. This prestige format miniseries promises to be one you'll want to read again and again. See, with that, if you're going to read it again and again, you should make a resurrection joke there. That's prime for it, right? You know, you'll go back to that each and every life. That's pretty shitty, too. You'll keep resurrecting this shit in your pile, right? It's something that even death can't stop you from. I don't know. Somebody smarter than me, come on. You should have had a Resurrection Man, like a resurrection, a karma thing. Hey, if you don't read this, you get bad karma, bitch. Like something like that. You know, really a call to arms is what it would be. And it says prestige format. It's only $4.99. That's pretty cool. It is Black Label. Black Label coming back big. Again, something that I do think Eric would have talked with me on the show if we were doing it, because he does have a fascination with the Resurrection Man. But I bet he would have called it a one-shot or something like that. But we're going to be doing it. I don't know who with. Again, some of the stuff's up in the air. But 2 of the books that I mentioned will be on the Patreon Spotlight. That is the book, 2 books each week that we talk about on usually Thursday night. And we end up going through the stuff, a little more detail, a little more fun, stuff like that. You can go and listen to all of the spotlights on the Patreon, patreon.com/weirdscience. I do think Resurrection Man, Quantum Karma, number 1, will be the headliner on that, which will leave nothing to talk about on the regular show. I think that it'll probably end up being Resurrection Man and probably Birds of Prey. that seems like what they would go for. JSA, though, kind of ends up on that sort of thing, too. But it'll only have a couple books. We're not going to have as big a podcast next week. And just as a real ahead-of-time deal, April, we actually have a annuals week. So we will have a Patreon-only show at the end of April. Another reason to join up on the Patreon, check out all the shows and all that. We'll have an exclusive show by the end of the month with some pretty big books, actually. But we'll get to that later. That is it. So thanks, everybody, once again. Thanks for listening. Thanks for all of the support. A lot of people reached out after Eric left and tried to, inspire me and things like that. And it did. Lo and behold, it did. And it got me, all excited to do this new sort of thing. We're still working some kinks out, still going through all these things. But I hope everybody likes, say, the retro stuff, the news and things. And we'll try to maybe even expand it even more so that we can get a 20-hour-a-week podcast. Why not? Why not is what I say. But that is it. Thanks, everybody. And I will talk to you all later.
Every other show sucks. That's why you're listening to us. Every other show sucks. We're the only one that isn't us. So thank you for being smart. From the bottom of our heart. Thank you for being smart. 'Cause everything that us just thinks like a fart. They stink like a fart. Things like a fart. Like a fart. They stink like a fart. Let's go! 2, 3, 4, 5. That's red comics. Most of his like 9, 8, 7, 6. Jim can really act like a shut your mouth. Every other show